ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run.
tụba jọ dịrị ndị mmọnwụ egwu mmanwụ ego para tụba jọ dịrị chukwu mma tukwu tụba jọ dịrị ndị mmụọ egwu mmanwụ ego obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa hega panto mo. Yeah, dear Gugama. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo abe Maria
Boy feeling.
ayandaba Nyandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Good day. Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. How are you? That caught me off. I should stop saying that. It catches me off guard all the time. So I think you already know that. No matter what, I am in anticipation. But as soon as the music stops and my face suddenly appears on the screen, I startle. So good day. Good to see you and good to be in your company. So can you believe we've cascaded to another weekend? It's just really, it's quite a curiosity how the day goes. I hope you are making the most of your days and minutes. Make the most of every moment in life because, this moment I'm saying these words now, I will never get those moments again. So every moment that passes is a moment in the past. So make the most of every moment. So that's my philosophy for you for the day. So good day, good to see you. And happy to be in your company. Always a delight. We're on the throes of another weekend. So time for relaxation, time to kick back, and time to relax into it. So relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button. I haven't even, let me do it myself. click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. If you haven't subscribed, please correct that. Make sure you're subscribed. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So if you want to come participate, then please click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Pardon me. If you want to come participate, then please click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. When you do that, it will put you into a studio space. It's somewhat like a green room that they have in sort of show business. So it keeps you in a waiting space. And then as soon as I've finished delivering the body of the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll invite your thoughts. There's no complexity to it. It's as easy as ABC. So click on like, please do that. So we want to see the likes somewhat mirroring the viewership, at least by half. You know, it makes for depressing viewing when I look across and I see the numbers of people viewing, but the numbers of likes. It's no skin off your nose. It's not an assault on your wallet. It's at no expense. So why don't you just do it? When you see the guy asking you, just do it. And then that's out of the way. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then if you want all that. And the link that invites you to buy your host cups of coffee, that's still pinned on the thing. So there it is. So here we go, another weekend. So here we go, another weekend. There's somewhat a greater wealth of news to discuss today. So there's a greater wealth of news. So there's more juice to chew over today. So let's go straight into it. So this was the headline piece. So that headline piece, of course, a bit of poetic license on my part, but really the headline still reads in somewhat the way that I have presented it. APC will use Imo governorship victory as launchpad to take over Southeast. So that is a Ganduje right there, telling us now that he's going to move into the Southeast and seize it from Peter Obi. So that's going to be quite a bit of a heavy lifting. So we see how that pans out. Yes. Okay, let me just be reading them out as I'm giving you the headlines, and then we see where we land. Hold on. Did you guys hear about this tightrope walker that went to walk across the Marina bridge or something? Some guy from Eastern Europe went to Lagos to go and walk across the Marina bridge on a tightrope. I think the governor of the state actually just met him earlier on today to say, "Are you crazy?" So yes. Oh, okay, so let's just go into the readouts. APC will use Imo governorship victory as launchpad to take over Southeast. So this is a frontal threat from Kano to Awka to Anambra State. The All Progressive Congress APC has unveiled an ambitious policy framework to expand its political stronghold in the Southeast region of Nigeria. Alhaji Abdullahi Ganduje, the national chairman of the APC, revealed the party's intentions to let's do that all over again. The All Progressive Congress APC has unveiled its ambitious policy framework to expand its political stronghold in the Southeast region of Nigeria. Alhaji Abdullahi Ganduje, the national chairman of the APC, revealed the party's intentions to capitalize on its recent triumph in Imo State as a launching platform for further advancement in the area. Speaking from the party's headquarters in Abuja, during a meeting with Science and Technology Minister Uche Nandi, Governor Ganduje emphasized the significance of APC's sweeping victory in all 27 local government areas in Imo State during the gubernatorial election. The success, he asserted, underscored the party's increasing acceptance within the Southeast geopolitical zone. Ganduje outlined the APC strategic roadmap, highlighting plans to leverage Governor Hope Uzodinma's potential second-term bid to cement the party's credibility and acceptance in the region. we won the election in all the 27 local government areas. We won with over 500,000 votes. Ebonyi and Imo are APC, but we are eyeing the 3 other states. So now, Abia State, they can get easily because I think Alex Ote might be persuaded to cross over. They will struggle to get Anambra State, though. Anambra State will forever be the stronghold of that conservative, hard-boiled Southeast stance. So they will struggle to get Anambra State, but all the other southeastern states are there for the picking. We won the election in all the 27 local government areas. We won with over 500,000 votes. Ebonyi, pardon me, Ebonyi and Imo are APC, but we are eyeing the 3 other states. We are going to use Imo as a launch pad to win the zone to APC, he stated. The national chairman revealed intentions to employ a multifaceted approach, including electronic registration of members from the ward, local government, and state levels. He said the initiative will accurately identify party members and create pathways for new entrants to join the APC ranks. So now, this is already, just as earlier as yesterday, we were talking about if the opposition parties had taken the learning from this electoral cycle and from the language that we're getting from the opposition spaces, it doesn't sound as though any learning has been taken. But when we were talking about taking the learning, this is an example of learnings being taken right here. We won the election in all the 27 local government areas. So that's documented. So they captured that as a fact. We won with over 500,000 votes. So that is documented, and they've captured that as a fact. Ebonyi and Imo State are APC. That is documented and captured as a fact. And we are eyeing the 3 other states. So that is projected as an ambition. We are going to use Imo State as a launch pad to win the zone to APC. So that's a mission statement right there. So do you see a plan crafting? The APC national chairman revealed intentions to employ a multifaceted approach. So a chart already in place, but what is embedded within it, including electronic registration of members from the ward, local. So all the people that voted for APC in that electoral cycle, Imo State, they are going to document them in a database and keep contact with them to leverage them for other elections. So that's a strategy right there. That's a strategy right there. So 2027 already in play. But meanwhile, where's the opposition party? It's a fake certificate. They're still doing that, but these people are already crafting victory for 2027. The APC national chairman revealed intentions to employ a multifaceted approach, including electronic registration of members from the ward, local government, and state levels. He said the initiative will accurately identify party members. So first, the people that voted, whether they were party members or not, they would document and register them. They will document and register them and start the process of constant communications. So maybe text messages every now and then to tell them about party activities, to encourage them along, and to take them over for elections to come. This is what he's saying to you. He said the initiative will accurately identify party members and create pathways for new entrants to join the APC ranks in response to requests to exclude Enugu State indigenes labeled as APC in Abuja but PDP in Enugu from participating in the 2023 election efforts. Ganduje emphasized party unity. He dismissed the proposal, underlying the importance of reconciliation within the party and establishing a reconciliation committee to mend internal divisions across all states. Acknowledging existing challenges within certain states, Ganduje stressed the imperative of fostering unity within the party ranks to attract external support. So there it is right there. So they are going to use Hope Uzodinma to conquer Igbo land. That's just what is just told you right there. And that is exactly what will happen. They are going to use Hope Uzodinma to conquer Igbo land. That's what Ganduje insists. So that is what Ganduje insists. Can we see the like buttons going up? If you are not super chatting, you might as well like the thing. So from that to this, also we had a lot of debate around this, the levy against universities to pay their way. It looks as though Tinubu has reversed that position. Justin, not Justin, no, because Justin is a name, but just in. So just in, Tinubu stops 40 IGR, that should be 40%, by the way, 40 IGR deductions from universities. So this is from the Vanguard, you expect better English. President Bola Tinubu has cancelled the 40% automatic deductions from internally generated revenues of our federal universities, saying the policy is inappropriate at this period. So the policy is not inappropriate, but at this period, because essentially, because they are recrafting somewhat how education is to be funded within the Nigerian space, and they are looking at a loan system for students to to be able to access and fund that education for later repayment. So they have that system there. So what they are now saying, because hitherto, what obtains at the moment is that the government pays the stipends, they pay the funding for the tertiary education, so that is near on free. Remember how we come here all the time to say that university education is virtually free in Nigeria? That is because the government subsidizes that education. So they are now removing somewhat part of that subsidy because of this now new loan system. But because of the public outcry and the economic climate at the moment, so somewhat of a reversal there. President Bola Tinubu has cancelled the 40% automatic deductions from internally generated revenue of federal universities, saying the policy is inappropriate at this period. Tinubu, who was represented by the Minister of Education, Tahir Maman, disclosed this on Friday at the ongoing 75th Founders' Day ceremony of the University of Ibadan, UI. In his speech as the visitor to the nation's premier university, Mr. Tinubu pledged his commitment to reform the education sector as the base for national development. Tinubu said the 40% IGR automatic deduction policy stands cancelled. This is not the best time for such policies since our universities are struggling. Earlier in his welcome address, the Vice Chancellor and Sultan of Sokoto, Saud Abubakar, had condemned the policy, citing the multi-dimensional challenges confronting the universities. Abubakar urged the authorities to abrogate the decision, saying the policy had the potential of jeopardizing the university system. So there it is right there. Somewhat of but this policy reversal of the Tinubu space is getting to a worrisome level. So another policy reversal from the Tinubu space. Let's go on from that to this. So now they were strategizing on how to win the Southeast as they continue to strategize on how to win the North. And if this follows through, this now next headline, if this follows through, then know for certain, take it to the bank and borrow money off the back of it. Tinubu will be your president 2027 as well. If this obtains, appeal court sacks Kano governor Abba Yusuf. So there it is right there. That is one in the eye for Jafar. So that was Jafar's candidate. Appeal court sacks Kano governor Abba Yusuf. The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja, let's do that again. The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja has sacked Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf of Kano State. The panel upheld the verdict of the tribunal led by Justice Oluyemi Akinton Osadebe. How can that even be a name? How can somebody be called Oluyemi and then Akinton and then Osadebe? Is Osadebe not an Igbo name? How is Oluyemi and Osadebe marrying in one sentence? Unless, of course, she's female. The panel upheld the verdict of the tribunal led by Justice Oluyemi Akinton Osadebe, which sacked Yusuf on September the 20th, 2023. So how long should he continue to be? Because they sacked him, he appealed, and he continues to carry on as the governor of that state. So should he be allowed to carry on as the governor of that state having been sacked? That's the thing. And who controls the parliament in that state as well? Because that will come into play however this judicial process plays out. The panel upheld the verdict of the tribunal led by Justice Oluyemi Akinton Osadebe, which sacked Yusuf on September the 20th, 2023. Recall the lower tribunal had declared the candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Nasir Gawuna, as the lawful elected candidate in the March 18 election. So how can the election, we're nearly in March already now. How can you have a whole year where decisions are not being made still on who won an election? It's a marvel. Recall the lower court had declared the candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Nasir Gawuna, as the lawful elected candidate in the 18th of March election. The three-member panel of judges in the tribunal, led by Oluyemi Osadebe, had ruled in favor of the APC candidate. Correspondents report after the 18th March election, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared that the NNPP polled 1,019,000 votes as against the APC's 890,000 votes. So that is what? That is close to a 30,000 vote differential, but that's not significant actually, given the sort of voting numbers in Kano. But the tribunal invalidated over 167,000 ballots thumb printed in favor of NNPP. The court ruled that the votes were deducted because the ballot papers with which they were cast were not stamped or signed. This rendered the votes invalid according to the tribunal. Well, that's sufficient enough of if it's not valid, then how can it, if it's not signed or stamped, then how can it be legal? The tribunal said the petitioner was able to prove the allegation of the invalidity of some of the votes on the grounds that the election was not in compliance with the provision of the Electoral Act 2022. Therefore, the tribunal ordered that the invalid votes be expunged from Yusuf's score. Displeased with the tribunal's judgment, Yusuf, in a notice of appeal dated the 2nd of October 2023, argued that the tribunal erred when it relied on Section 71 and 63 of the Electoral Act 2022 to invalidate the 160,000 ballot papers returned in its favor. The governor also said the respondent, the APC, did not plead with the polling unit where the alleged invalid ballot papers were used, and the tribunal therefore wrong to accede to cancel the lawful vote. There was no witness presented by the first respondent to testify to the use of any of the ballot papers in any polling unit. NNPP argued that the tribunal did not demonstrate in its judgment how it arrived at its decision on 165,000 invalid votes against the appellants. The governor also argued on ground 20 that the tribunal misdirected itself when it went out of the judicial duties by constituting itself into witnesses, investigators, and sat as judges. the ruling is not the last of the judicial pronouncements on the election, as the losing party, after the appeal court ruling is constitutional, they are going to the Supreme Court. But if a lower court and then the appeal court has told you that they want Tinubu's man in Kano State, then Tinubu's man is going to be the governor of Kano State. So from that to this, so we're revisiting the Mohbad space to see what the latest development is there. So we're going to the Mohbad space now. Mohbad, Naira Marley, Sam Larry regain freedom. I didn't actually know that I didn't actually know that Naira Marley was still in custody over this. What was the grounds of him being held anyway? The Lagos State Police Command on Friday released singer Azeez Fashola, popularly known as Naira Marley, and Balogun Samson, known as Sam Larry, after the duo met their bail conditions. This was made known by the State Police Public Relations Officer Benjamin Hundeyin on Friday in a terse statement saying Naira Marley and Sammy Larry haven't met their bail conditions have been released. Hundeyin, a superintendent of police, made this known on Friday after the artist and the socialite perfected their bail conditions granted by a Lagos State Magistrate Court. The magistrate on Monday, November 6th, granted the duo bail in the sum of 20 million with 3 responsible duties. As part of the bail conditions, the defendants are to surrender their passports and make weekly appearances at the State Criminal Investigation Department, the court ruled. They were arrested as part of the investigation into Mohbad's death after videos of assault against the late singer surfaced online. So there it is right there. We don't even know what happened to the autopsy yet, Mohbad. Ganduje to Yusuf, let's meet at the Supreme Court. You will finally be sacked. So this is Ganduje, who knows how to mock people. The national chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, has expressed optimism that the party will trounce the new Nigeria People's Party (NNPP) again at the Supreme Court over the Kano State governorship election dispute. He was reacting to the victory of the party at the appeal court that upheld the sack of the NNPP Abba Yusuf as the governor of Kano State. Ganduje, who applauded the appellate court for dispensing justice, said he was sure that the NNPP will still want to try their luck at the apex court, but assured them of another round of defeat. The APC national chairman, who was reacting to the judgment, told newsmen in Abuja on Friday that probably they will go to the Supreme Court, which is part of democracy. He said, there is nothing wrong for them to go to the Supreme Court. We too are ready to meet them in the Supreme Court, and inshallah, we will win in the Supreme Court as well. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC also commended the judiciary for leaving above blackmail and intimidation of some self-serving political interest. Reacting to the victory of the party's Kano and Zamfara state governorship candidates at the Court of Appeal. So yes, you remember we did the story yesterday as well, that Matawale, he's about to seize Zamfara State for whichever Danladi is in charge at the moment. Reacting to the victory of the party's Kano and Zamfara State governorship candidates at the Court of Appeal, the party said the judgments underscored the vibrancy and independence of the judiciary and rekindled confidence that the court and rekindle confidence that the court are and remain the bastion of hope for justice in any democracy. So there it is right there. Ganduje is somewhat luxuriating in it. I'll give you this next one as a headline, and then I'm hopeful that there'll be people in the room so that conversations can take place. So I'll give you this one as a headline. How billionaire Lakshmi Mittal Mittal's brother got $500 million bailout from Nigeria. So these are the people scamming us. That's just one of the faces of them. So let me play you this clip. This clip now speaks to what happened in Kano State. I'll only play you a little bit of it. It's just really celebrations. Kwakwanso supporters in tears whilst Guwana APC supporters jubilate heavily in Court of Appeal. Okay, so let's just watch a bit of it. All right. So all right. Let me play you a couple more clips, and I'll send the link to the studio in again. There's no one in the studio at the moment, but we press on. Hopefully, by the time I've played the Kegite music, people do turn up. Otherwise, then we just shut it down. Let me play you this clip. This is a clip of remember Daniel Bwala, who came here just a couple of days ago? This is a clip now hinting then towards crossing over back to the APC. So let's see. Let's watch this.
Shall stand on your mind. It's back. I'm going to song is back. Thank you for bringing it back.
So there it is right there. Whatever his name is, Daniel Bwala on a mandate which it shall stand. So there it is. So there is that one. Which other one did I want to play? There was one clip of let me play you another clip of Daniel Bwala, who stood accused of okay, actually, let me not play that because that doesn't really let's see. There was one clip of Sheun Kuti. Yes, let me play you this. Oh, okay, so let me play you this. So this is the narrative of a keyboard warrior who then got accosted by the victim of his excesses. This is Sheun Kuti accosting somebody that's been issuing him death threats online.
You are responsible.
If anything happens to Sheun, are you recording me?
Yes. Full name.
If anything happens
your full name.
Answer your full name. My name is Solomon Idowu, and I'm a citizen of Chicago, United States. I live in Chicago. If anything happens to Sheun in Chicago, I'll be responsible. If it comes from me, which you would never.
Now, after you threaten me, what do you mean?
If anything happens to Sheun, I'm responsible.
Because of what? Because of what? The death threat. You threatened.
Oh, because of some miscommunication.
It's not a miscommunication. You threatened my life.
I threatened his life.
Exactly.
And now we are at the Keja airport. If anything happens to him, I'll be responsible. Can we be friends?
We can't be friends. We won't keep you.
No.
So there it is right there. It's just the repercussions of some of the excesses. You know, all of you people that come here to insult me, I have your number. Maybe one day I will accost you at the airport as well. Let me play you this one. This is somewhat of a jocular one. So this is the narrative of somebody who sends his guard to go and buy him ice block because he wanted to have a cold drink. So that's the backdrop to this. So he sends his mate guard to go and buy him ice block because he wanted a cold drink. So we picked up from there.
Make you help me buy block, take cold drink. Now I buy this one. Now I break and put like this.
Even keep 3.
Keep the remaining block while I tell her make keep my there. Now Jacob.
I refuse to believe that. I suspect that might well be a skit. So that might well be a skit. So I think people are turning up in the room now. So we're likely to have a session. So let's go on then to the Kegite music. And Emefiele, he's been detained. He's been detained as well. So we have that. I'm not bringing you that as a readout, but I just bring you that as a notice. Then we have conversations around it as well. But before we go to the Kegites, let me signpost you in the direction of our Dupsy session, which is coming up on Sunday. So let me send the link to the. So let me send the link to the comment section. So when I send this link in, click on it and bookmark it so you don't miss Dupsy's session. So that's the link to our Dupsy session on Sunday. So click on it and bookmark it. Dupsy will be talking about some evangelist who claims he can heal people until it was presented with somebody that needed healing. So that will be the lead story. And as you know, Dupsy will have a few more juicy bits to discuss with you. So bookmark that, click on the link and bookmark it click on the link and bookmark it for Sunday. So click on that link and bookmark that for Sunday. So yes, click on that bookmark. So then let's play the Kegites and then we kick off the session. So let's play the Kegites and kick off the session. All right, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o. Eruku lele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So on a rescue mission to make sure that the show must go on, the majestic King Emeka, good to see you, Mekus. The show guarantees to be a banging session because, of course, man of prestige is here. So prestige, I'll try to get to you quickly. You waited so long yesterday. Yeah, I think you probably just fell asleep. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, of course, and one of your favorite voices, Baba. So another banging session guaranteed. Another banging session guaranteed. But let's kick it off then with Emeka as we slowly wait for the room to populate. Mekus, good to see you, my guy.
Yeah, good evening, one man. This is a weekend show, and like you said, is another guaranteed banking session. Good evening to the comment section. Good evening to the viewers at home watching quietly, and good evening to the enemies of the show who are also watching secretly and
There
refusing
are plenty
to.
of them, by the way.
I
I
refuse.
don't know. It's not just because just from noise making on internet, people are the hatred. It's almost it's scary, you know. It's
I
scary.
know.
So
How do
when
I get to
some
know?
random idiot making noise from Kent, and you are taking it
Yeah.
so personally, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, don't worry about that one man. You know, every day you get to hear them on the one man show, and yet they claim they are not getting entertained by this platform. You know, this platform is filled with highly educated individuals,
Frenemies.
panelists, and
Frenemies.
and to be honest, this platform is a platform that we stick to the issues. We don't come to rant. We don't come to take therapy. We only provide insights on what is going on, and it's very nice to hear different opinions, even though we get some bassballs sometimes, which is necessary for the show to keep going and for the show to be refreshing. And there is always a delight to hear the different insights of the panelists. And to the enemies and frenemies, please come on board, continue enjoying, continue taking some snippet of the session, and keep watching. And also invite all your family members too. But don't forget, click the like button. Thank you very much.
Exactly. So Ebekos, to it. Let's kick it off with what you asked. What caught your attention in the news cycle?
Oh yeah, I think what you're displaying on the screen, right, caught my attention. It's an interesting one. You could see the strategic intent of the of Ganduje, the APC chairman, and what they intend to do. I don't know how serious he is, right? You know, now currently they've been able to solidify two states in in the southeast. Him saying that they want to use that to launch and take over the southeast. APC has never done it before, so let's see what under his chairmanship leadership would do if that's possible. And like you mentioned, Abia State, the possibility of he was an APC member, so the possibility of him going back to APC is is a probability, right? Then it just all depends um, on what the APC might want to offer him. I think he may be the one to breach the peace because there was some form of power tussle going on in APC during the last election. That's the fact that one of the senatorial candidates, which is Senator Oji Uzokalu, was not present when the president came around to campaign in Abia State. So Alex Uti may come in to form a new leadership structure within the APC if he joins the APC and bring the warring faction together and try to make the APC house much stronger. Let's see how it goes in the future. If that's what the chairman is looking at, anyway. Then
All right. I think Prestige wanted to interject. Prestige, you don't want to interject?
No. Go ahead, Mecca. I just come in. I have
No,
a
no,
lot
you
to
were
say. Normally, I
muted.
don't.
okay,
All right, all right.
so
I'll come to you after Emeka. By the way, really to compensate for your long wait yesterday that you couldn't get to speak. But carry
The
on,
other
because
the other thing that caught my eyes in the news was, you know, we spoke about Kano yesterday. We already knew where that election, the verdict was going to. It appears,
it's fait
yes,
accompli, isn't it? I cannot say the court of first instance gave a verdict. The court of
mm,
appeal upheld it. I'm not sure that the Supreme Court is
I'm
going.
not sure. I'm not sure the Supreme Court would overturn. That would be a shocker for the Supreme Court to overturn the verdict, right? So we could
There'll be
see the
riots on the streets
exactly,
because
exactly.
the Kano people that were inclined.
Well, you can imagine, right? We could see, you can see where the tides is going to, or where the birds are flying towards, the angle of direction. So I see the Supreme Court upholding that verdict. And let's see, because Kano, oh no, Kano is a strategic state in the country in terms of politics and in terms of election. whoever controls Kano politics largely would dictate how power would move and how election results will
Anybody
shift.
that controls the votes in Lagos and Kano is one step
Exactly.
towards that seat.
Exactly.
And a giant step as well.
Exactly.
The votes coming from those two states.
To win the election in that country, oh my goodness, you must have a huge chunk of votes from Kano. If you can win Kano by a landslide, oh, you are costing well. Then you add that with Lagos, you add Kaduna, you add Katsina, you add KB, you add Sokoto and Jigawa. Nobody is ever going to touch you. Nobody's going to touch you.
Emeka, these judicial judgments are first Zamfara State yesterday, now Kano State today. The argument that what the APC could not get via the ballot, they're getting it via the judicial backdoor. Of course, there will be allegations that there have been
those are allegations that will be thrown within the rumor mill, right? But again, it's simple. You see, the beautiful thing about what happened in the courts cycle and as well as in the courts is that the court has provided a blueprint for winning the election. If you can prove your case, they will give you the verdict. If you can't prove your case, they'll throw it away. It's not like they're trying to turn PDP states to APC. No, they've said he who alleges must prove. Come in and prove your case, show your numbers, and we would definitely agree with you. But if you can't show your numbers and you are claiming, like some sect of people saying they turned off the IRF, they keep crying blue, crying red, crying the ocean that they turned off the IRF. It's not about turning off the IRF. It's about bringing your result sheet, which you have from your polling agent unit, and come and show the court that this is how you won the election. Or you want to be like Dino that did not vote for himself and they're saying that the election was rigged. So come to court, come and prove it. Don't go to the media and start propping up your supporters. Come to the court where it matters and prove your case. So if you understand the jurisprudence and the verdict that has been given on previous cases, and you know that, yes, you have the evidence to show that you won the election and you can prove it, then you stand a better chance of coming around. It's not like the guy in Imo State, the LP guy in Imo State attended and they said, come and prove it. Don't stop going to the media. Relax. That is how men work. Men don't talk anyhow. Men would calm down, relax, organize themselves, go to where it matters and do the needful. So all this talking about and yapping about on the media section is, I don't understand it. Just go to court and prove your case.
All right. Let me take you to one more headline, and then I'll go round and then loop round again. Tinubu cancel 40% IGR deduction from universities. So Ajanda Koko was quite offended by this yesterday when we were discussing that they're going to levy because, of course, the university system heavily subsidized. So if they're now introducing a new form of financing for education, then you cannot have it heavily subsidized to the point of being free and then still have these students essentially they'll be getting extra money if those deductions have not are not been taken. But it looks as though public pressure led by the Sultan of Sokoto has led to the reversal of this policy. But too many policy reversals are from
I completely agree with you, Woman, on this. It shows that some ministers do not understand their assignment and they are making this look so bad on the president. This is not a presidential direct where we could have the buck stops at the president's table. But the Minister of Education shows that he lacks some innovative ideas on how to make things work seamlessly in the educational system in the country. Now, what I've also noticed with our ministers is that they tend to focus on areas of their portfolio that generate enough money. This is the Minister of Education. He's not the Minister of Tertiary Education. He's the Minister of all the educational system we have in the country, from the basic education, which is the primary and secondary school education down to tertiary. But the reason why they are being focused on the tertiary education is because that's where the money is. We have foreign donors providing funds through TED Fund and the rest to tertiary education, and that's their main focus. How about the basic education, the UBEC, that's universal basic education, where that is supposed to be free? What is the Minister of Education doing about that? Has he gone around to do an assessment all around the country to ensure that public secondary school and primary school are providing free education? What is his blueprint? What is his education policy for the country? What is his education directive for the country? You are focused on the tertiary side of things because there's enough money there, and then you are still not getting things right. So this blunder or policy reversal is not looking good. And the more they keep making this policy reversal, I think the more the opposition would have a lot to lash on, even though the opposition is quite irresponsible at this point in time. They themselves don't know their job. So, they need to get their acts together. I would want to call on the Minister of Education, get your acts together, get your policy right, implement your policy, and let people be clear. We still need that basic education to be free and accessible to a lot of Nigerians. Go to the north, young kids are not in school. What are your plans to get them into school? Free education so that they can get that basic education and become and aspire to be responsible and citizens in the country.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. I'll still loop round to you for more topics, but let me go on from you to Man of Prestige. On my way to Man of Prestige, let me signpost again our Dupsy session for Sunday. The link is in the comment section. Click on it and bookmark it. So bookmark Dupsy. It was a really thoroughly enjoyable session last Sunday, so it's guaranteed with Dupsy. So Prestige, you're up next. Sorry about yesterday, we couldn't get to you before. I suspect you do stuff, but doze off no more. Prestige, good to see you. What caught your attention in the news today?
Yeah, thank you, one man. I greet everybody on the platform, including Emeka. Yeah, a lot of
Why
things
everybody included Emeka? Is Emeka a special case?
Me and Emeka has a very constructive dialogue. You know how I feel about Emeka. That hasn't changed, maybe a little bit, but anyway, it's just politics. So that's why I mentioned Emeka. So I don't feel the way I used to feel about him before, but it is what it is. It's all politics.
All right, brilliant. Carry on.
But anyway, having said that, what you just stated here caught my eye. But before I proceed, I agree with you, one man. This is a great platform. I'm not gonna deny that. But even I thought you and I have different view, political view, which is good. That's what politics is all about. But having said that, let me comment on Dupsy. Last Saturday was the first time, I attended, her platform. I like the way she narrated, like she properly stated, it will be good if we give her the latitude, to narrate this platform the way she seems fit, because she's the one narrating.
No, I do. The only reason why I turn up is because she has not yet mastered how to maneuver the platform. Mm-hmm. She's the lead on that. I'm just there at the background to let people in. Yeah.
Okay, having said that, the reason why I be joining her, her platform in anything I get time, because sometimes I get tired of Nigerian politics. I want to deviate from something different, talk about different things happening in life, and she bring that particular narrative to this platform. I enjoy her platform.
Yes, what I'm targeting is that sort of Obodo Oyinbo type. You know Obodo Oyinbo now.
Of course, I know Obodo Oyinbo now from America, from US. So, I watch her
that sort of a sector.
Sometimes it becomes too gossipy, but I get away from that. But anyway, I know Obodo Oyinbo. Yeah, she's from Edo State, I think she's schooled University of Ife, Yeah. Okay, thank you, one man. Nice to be on this platform today. I'm very grateful. Sometimes, like you said, I don't stay that long because, I'm a man of very involved. I have a lot of things going on. So sometimes I don't be patient. Even at all when I go to other platform, I don't stay there that much and I don't talk a lot anyway. So I just make my own submission and I will disappear. Of course, Nigeria, they like to talk, I'm not one of them that like to talk, but hey, that's their own thing. Anybody that likes to talk. Okay, let's proceed. It's very, very interesting topic. I think you have about 3 or 4 topics today. So I'm going to start with Ganduje about what he said with the hope was my victory. Let me start from there. So what we are getting right now, it seems like we are getting a one-party system, and I think some of you, I won't say you're APC, but people like other people that are APC here, they batify, they're enjoying it to be a one-party system. I hope they enjoy it, but that's not good for Nigeria, because it seems like APC is cajoling the whole country to be a one-party system right now, and the outlook is not good. If Gandija is going to be prophesying about um, the blueprint that happened in Imo State, that's the blueprint they're going to use to capture the whole Nigeria. They already captured 2 states in the southeast, and that is the plan to capture the whole Nigeria. So there'll be no opposition party. But I'm going to speak about the opposition party when we come to the next topic. Let me speak about what happened in Imo State. I have family in Imo State. I know what happened in Imo State. I mean, I'm not just here making up things because we are all in Biafra. I know exactly what happened in Imo State. Can anybody with, let's say, a neutral, somebody with unbiased mind, tell me that the election wasn't rigged in Imo State? Because, I mean, how can Hope Uzorema get over 500,000 votes when during the general election, when, the more enthusiastic and people are willing to come out there and vote, the total vote combined, PDP and APC wasn't even close to 500,000. And the Hope Uzorema got over 500,000. I think the PDP got 71,000. Is that Labour Party 61,000 or 62? I don't have the accurate date right now. I mean, let that make sense to me. If you want to ring election, be smart. Hope Uzorema is not brilliant in my own opinion. If you want to ring election, let it be something believable to a certain degree. At least a layman will come and say, okay, yeah, you may won or you may ring. But this is quite obvious. 100% you're gonna know it's ring. The way they did it, like some places, people voted like about 3 people came and vote because the party election.
You know what really made it clear that that election was rigged was that he won all 27 local government areas.
Yes.
How is that possible? They don't even rig it with class or
it to be so.
How can anybody win? Even if they are me, will be ashamed of that.
Exactly, he exaggerated it to do so much it become unbelievable. A layman, unschooled person will know that this is not cool. Like some places, nobody voted. I think in his hometown, they said nobody about 2 or 3 people voted. He made it 300. In Okigwe, from what I understand, it's about 57 people that voted. He make it to be
man of prestige.
I think he made it to be about 50, about 5,500 or 5,000.
Man of prestige. You say in Umuma, nobody voted.
I didn't say specific. I say in his hometown. Some places nobody voted. But all this thing has already been written. Come on, guys. Who is this? Simba? Is that Simba?
No, that's Baba.
Okay, Baba. Sometime now, come on now. Regardless of who you want, Tinubu is the president. Okay, although I never supported him, but sometime.
I'm not talking about Tinubu now. I'm talking about Onwa.
Yeah.
From
no, I'm not talking about Tinubu, but I'm talking about
that's
what really
happened
what happened in the Imo State. It's just too bad. It's a blueprint. It's a duplicate of what really happened what happened during the general election, what happened in Imo State. So nobody's surprised about. But Hope Uzorema has taken it to a different level. He has gone to the school of Wike and has taken it to a different level. When Wike rig election, it's not up to this standard. I mean, he making where there's a little bit of caveat, but Hope Uzorema, there's nothing you can say. Maybe not. I mean, it's quite obvious. So he's not brilliant. I mean, he may be a genius in how to ring election, but he's not brilliant.
Yeah, man of prestige. Do you think that if the LP and PDP go to court, that they will overturn the election, or they won't overturn
what election?
The Imo State election.
Emeka, who's in the Supreme Court?
No,
everything is go to court. What's going to be the outcome? No, they are wasting their time.
Okay, now, if they can't overturn the election, would you now say that Hope Uzodinma did all he could do, whether your opinion is tilted towards rigging or not, that he did what he could do to retain seats, to retain his
Yes, he did
governorship.
what he could do to retain his seat, but that's not
And
the
now,
issue. We are
now
talking
if
about
he
the political situation in Nigeria.
is still politics anyway. If you agree that he did everything he could do to retain his governorship position, would you put some respect on his name? Because rigging is
When
not
you say
easy.
did everything that he did, is it anything legitimate that he did?
My brother, and
Is it anything that is fairly? When you want to do something,
we
you
spoke
can
previously
use
on
some of
this,
your
right?
power, and some
All
of
right.
your structure.
You
That's
know,
what we're talking about.
politics is not fair. If you want life to be fair or
But
politics to be
not
fair, let's go to
Omega.
heaven.
You're a very smart guy. You know that you may be an APC bandwagon. I mean that's your prerogative. I don't really care. But come on now, do something a little bit more brilliant. That is a little bit sustainable. So even a layman can say, maybe not. But this is quite obvious. We're talking about over 500,000 people. People don't have people apathy was very low during this governorship election because of what transpired. Even when Nigeria came down, everybody and what had been happening in Imo State to begin with, and you have this kind of turnout more than the general election. I mean, it's very clear. But anyway, that's then. But I'm just going to make on that point. I mean, he won. He won. I expected him to win. It wasn't surprised, but the number that he
Do
won,
you think he would have won even without the rigging?
No, okay. If election is fair, in my own opinion, this is strictly my own opinion. From what I heard in Imo State, I mean, I'm from Owerri, which is the epicenter, which is the south, which is the western part of Imo State, which I mean, that's where everything is pretty much dominated. No, he wouldn't have won from what I heard, but that's just my opinion.
But Morris told us differently. Morris is from Imo State as well, and he said in terms of achievements that Hope Uzodinma has actually done a lot.
I don't know about a lot. He has done fairly good. The only thing, when he first started, he was about to get about 40 oil well. Where Imo State was granted 40 oil well, which is around Ebema because Imo State is close to River State. So initially he was granted by I think it was the Apex Court granted him 40 oil well. That would have made Imo State the fourth largest oil producer in the country behind Bayelsa, River State, Delta. Imo State would have been fourth, but they have to go. Wike has to go to Supreme Court, so they took that 40 oil well out. So that's what Imo people was banking. That could have put Imo State, as one of the richest states in terms of internal generated revenue. But since he came in, I don't know what he has been doing. Imo State was the best in the Southeast in terms of internal generated revenue, but there are no more. I think Anambra State is number one. Even Abia State has overtaken them. Abia State has some oil, but it's not as close as Imo State. But whatever he's doing fairly. And when I was in Imo, and I'm going again, this time, I was in Imo during December. I saw everything. Road was kind of Imo State is very, it's kind of what I would call industrial, hub of Southeast. Apart from in Nnewi area, of course, they are all based in Lagos and some other places, but Owerri is well developed. So he did not start the development of Owerri. Let's be more realistic about that. It was started by Sam Mbakwe of the old Imo State, So having said that, I think hearing the election, that's I must speak from my opinion and my parents' opinion and everybody, even my parents. I was even surprised. I'm here to say this. I don't know what got to my parents. They voted for him because there you
are. So there you are.
Iwanyamu convinced them because he's a friend of Iwanyamu. Iwanyamu convinced my parents to. I don't know, but anyway, I'm not in Nigeria, okay? That's what the Iwanyamu, right? The Igbo.
Yeah, of course, the chairman of the Ohanese.
Yeah. They are friends, so he convinced them to. So they take that line. But whatever he did, I'm just saying, from what I heard, he may not have won, but the election was rigged. If it is fair. I mean, I didn't vote. I don't have any vote, but it's just my opinion from what I heard from other Nigeria. But anyway, let me stick on the topic about what Ganduje, what the APC is trying to do. So my concern right now is that this country is becoming Nigeria is becoming a one-party system. If they batify here, are they glad? Maybe some of them, can answer that. Are they glad for I'm not talking about you, one man, because you are the host. So let me ask about
But
Tuju.
how is the opposition? How are they strategizing for Nigeria not to become? Because of course, every political party wants to dominate everything. So what is the opposition are doing
Okay.
about it?
The
Is
only
really the
person
thing.
I can see having kind of opposition, maybe a little bit, but not, hasn't made any more impact, is Obi. Because PDP is dead. They are just silent. They are very weak. If Obi can come up like Obi is doing right now, okay, like what you just said about the 40% that was taken away from the, what he wanted, Tinubu wanted to take away from the university. Didn't Obi say something against it about, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? And today, and the president has revised that decision. So that's what we call opposition. I think you know about what Obi said about that and what Obi said before. So when people say that Obi is not said, and when he come here and say something, the APC, they will criticize, say, I'm talking about the people on the panel, say, why are you coming and say something? But you want an opposition. Whether it's little or minimum or whatever, that is what we need in Nigeria. I mean, Tinubu is it's going to be there for 4 years, definitely. And in my own opinion, he might be there for 8 years, with the head and everything permitting right now. So, I mean, he's going to be there because the man is looking like a tiger right now, like nothing. I mean, see, he's traveling from he's traveled from Saudi Arabia now to Germany or whatever, So, but I speak on that later. So, having said that, Nigeria need a stronger position. I'm not saying because of just what Obi said. That's why he revised. The APC revised the decision about this student 40%. They are trying to, they are keeping right now. So, but opposition is good because they need to hear from the opposition. And to me, right now, Obi seems to be the only, not as strong as I want him to be, seems to be the only credible opposition. Somehow opposition. I don't mean say he's at that level yet. I hope he
Yeah, but
speaks.
Prestige, the thing is, if PDP are on death's door, as you've just described, and Obi, it doesn't really have the strength to fully oppose the government, then of course they will take advantage now. What would you do? Would you not take advantage if you were there?
Yeah, of course, that's politics. I totally agree. I totally agree with that. But what I'm saying, Nigerians, particularly, the people in Biafra, I think most people here in Biafra, we have a lot of battle fire here. Are they glad for just having a one-party system in Nigeria? Is that going to help in Nigeria? I mean, for everything to be impunity, because that's what some of them are happy. But people who know politics know that's not good. That's not good. They need a stronger position. To me, I don't follow PDP as a party anymore. I mean, they have fallen apart. They are completely silenced. So we need an opposition party, to check and balance, to check and balance APC. We definitely need that. That would be very useful for that country. Hopefully, we can move to the right direction. So I'm totally for them to come up with an opposition party. I don't care who it is, but I don't see PDP peddling, that opposition because they seem to be dead and disorganized. Wike, of course, Wike is partially APC by name only. I mean, partially PDP by name only. And we know he's with APC right now, so we don't know what's going to happen. So that's my take on that. But I'll be very interesting to hear when other APC Batify here speak what they think about having one party system. How good that's good, whether that's good for Nigeria. To me, I don't think that's good for the Nigeria. But anyway, I'm finished on that subject. Let me speak about
You want to speak on Kano State?
Yeah. That's what I wanted to.
What's showing on the screen there? That's actually Redo Omokri's response to the verdict from Kano State. It says that Tinubu's re-election in 2027 now certain. So this is him responding to that verdict coming out of Kano State. Do you agree with Reno?
I completely agree with him. But let me ask you something. I don't like reading about Reno Mokore. Where does he stand right now? So I never hear him make any comment about his master APC and Atiku anymore. It seems like he has pivoted to where he's gonna get some crumb bread and other kind of. He's pretty much in favor of APC right now. Every narrative that he posts or whatever, it sounds like more in favor of APC. Has he jumped ship? That's what I
No,
don't know.
no, it's a bit like a Wike's PDP, isn't it? PDP by name, APC by nature.
Ex-
But his real politics is anti-OB, especially anti-obedient. That seems to be the political space that Reno occupies.
Right, right.
Somewhat like an
I think what
anti-OB
happened,
sort of.
they throw him and everything, he get a lot of viewers for that. So that's why he played that role. So that doesn't change what
Yes,
I
it's
mean. I
making
never
bank
I
of the
never
fact.
read
Yeah.
anything about his tweet. I don't, but I know what it's all about, It's all about trying to get more viewers, because he knows more there's a lot of obedience online because they're gonna respond to him. So he's trying to get some capital in in his platform. That's what he's doing. There's no doubt about it. So on coming to the decision to sack, I think the NNPP governor, which is I think his name is Yusuf. So I'm trying
Yes.
to see what is
Abba
going on.
Yusuf.
So they installed this guy called Nasra from APC, judging because of about 165. Is that 165 that was invalid vote?
Yes,
But
165,000.
But who is the responsibility to do that? To have signed those votes? Is it not? Is it not the INEC responsibility? Is it? I mean, that's what I'm baffled about. How does that come about? Is it part of the input?
If it's INEC's responsibility, but they were not signed anyway, should those votes still have stood? Because they cannot stand because they don't comply with the Electoral Act.
Well, in normal, even here, when something is not signed or whatever, there's no signature appending it or that kind of information. Yeah, it's not valid. But how come it's only them that is not valid? I don't know. Just in the Nigerian space, things just baffle me. So I don't know what's going to happen in that state, because if, like everyone properly stated here, if APC control Kano, they control Lagos. I mean, of course, they control Lagos. Regardless, that will be one that they pretty much control Lagos. So we know that our vote is vote. It doesn't matter, and they control River. It seems like right now. Even at all they have a PDP governor, it doesn't make anything. Wike is pretty much the one governing River right now. So I mean, it's gonna be a landslide in my own opinion. In the next four
Yeah, but what
years.
is the opposition doing about it? That's where the conversation should be. Because Atiku called for this merger, everybody is snubbing him, and nobody can identify where strength is to wrestle power from Tinubu.
Maybe
What is
there's
the
some
opposition
other
doing?
small party and other kind of things, should come together, and form an alliance. Maybe some breakaway people from from PDP should join them, because right now, PDP doesn't have any doesn't have any relevant to go to go with that set, because for one they're disorganized, there's disunity among them. So the opinion doesn't even make that much difference. It doesn't weigh any kind of swab in terms of Nigerian politics. So I don't see them coming. There has to be standing opposition.
You see, if there's no convergence between what is left of the PDP, the obedient movement, and Kwakwanso as an entity, if we don't have that three-way convergence, nothing is going to shift APC from power anytime ever.
Well, I don't even think that's in my own opinion, but I don't never say no. Politics, a month is a long, let alone 3.5 years. It's a long time. Anything can happen. Now with now the way things are going in Nigeria, in Nigerian situation, right, the economy or something like that, APC may be in trouble, but it's too early to tell. It's only 6 months. So whatever policy they're putting in right now, may shape up, be better for the country in about 2 or 3 years. But right now, the country is regressing. So let's just think about that. Forget about what Tinubu is doing. Like he went to Saudi Arabia to lobby for money or that kind of thing. But remember, I think you all have narrated about when he was in Saudi Arabia. I wasn't here, but I saw the headline. Yeah, he was there. But remember, this Saudi Arabia thing, they said they're gonna, put some forests, to rescue our central bank, and the other refinery help them. But what is, I mean, how are you gonna get that money? The only promise right now, I've not seen anything concrete whereby there's a promise note or whatever, concrete that was, just a verbal thing that we saw. We haven't seen anything concrete. They're going to be able, they want to do what they want to do, because Saudi Arabia, you know what Saudi Arabia is doing, because they know what's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years. Then they don't want to depend on oil. You know, they are spreading even in the Caribbean island. You know, and because, you know, my radio, when I was listening to some reggae, you know, in the Caribbean island, they always, you know,
You still listen to reggae? I thought people had
well,
abandoned
yeah, I
reggae.
have some. Yeah, I mean, just on my radio, you know. Yeah, I still listen to
Who's
reggae.
your favorite? Who is your favorite? Mine used to be Yellow Man. I don't know if you remember Yellow Man.
Oh, what's his name? This ugly man. What's I'm
Bujabantin or
sorry.
something like
I
that.
hate to call, I hate
Bujabantin.
to call men ugly, but I just want to maybe somebody people on this platform can help me. What's the name on that not Bob Marley? He stopped
Is it
singing. You know,
Peter Tosh?
Peter Tosh.
no, this one is younger. Come on, guys, help me out. He's very ugly.
Shabaranks.
Yeah, Shabarank.
Maxi Preston
I didn't mean to
Shaba.
call him ugly because I don't judge men. Yeah, Shabarank.
Look at that. You used to come here under a female name, so we're getting a lot more suspicious of you now.
Well, that was out of emotion, you know that. But when I'm with my senses, you know, I don't go there. But anyway, yeah, Shabarank, you know, and we used to, when I was in school, man, that's all we dance at at the club, you know, particular reggae club, you know, in California here, you know. But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, the Saudi Arabia right now, they are spreading their wing all over. You see what they are doing in sports, you know, try to make their league very, very popular to comparable to La Liga, Premier League, or something like that. You know, they are buying all these high profile players, you know, I mean, paying them unbelievable money, you know, Ronaldo, and that kind of, they try to buy Messi with, I don't know, billions, you know, that, but anyway, he never went, so he's still playing at Miami. I mean, I went to see him in about a month ago when he was in Miami because, you know, we have a place in Florida, so we frequent Florida. So I went to see him when he played, you know. So that's the first time I've seen him, just once anyway. So, but anyway, let me go back to the Saudi Arabian thing. They know what's going to happen, that we may not have oil anymore. So they are spreading their wind, you know, all over the world. They are penetrating, you know, in the Caribbean country, try to penetrate in Africa. But I hope whatever Tinubu, you know, like I said, if you look at the Tinubu last speech before he went to Saudi Arabia,
you know, the Saudi Arabia strategy is cash. So they've amassed, they are probably the most cash-rich country in the world.
Oh no, there's no doubt about it.
And they know ultimately at some point people will come to them for cash. They're just buying up everything because they're just so wealthy.
I mean, this young guy, new leader they have, you know, he has a mission, you know, what he wants Saudi Arabia to be, and he's doing it. He's penetrating in South America, all those Saudi Arabian countries, you know, and in Africa, that's one. But Africa is the second. But in the South America and everything, all those Caribbean countries, you know, poor Caribbean countries, he has penetrated and leveraged them with, you know, with money and everything right now. Of course, you know, he doesn't really care about America. Believe me, that's what people don't realize. He don't give a damn what Biden said, you know. I mean, he's going to do what he wants to do. He's going to decrease OPEC output anytime he wants to. You can cry as much as you want, you know. So he's going to do. So what I'm trying to say that I hope what Tinubu went over there, you know, to achieve, he can achieve it, you know. But I don't trust Saudi Arabia. I mean, like the speech Tinubu made the last time before he left for Saudi Arabia, I was very proud of the speech, but I was proud and with some misgiving, you know, about the speech, because of Tinubu antecedent, you know. So that's why, you know, but I like the speech about unifying the country before he left there. But it's with pride and some misgiving in regard to that. So I hope.
All right, yeah, land it, and then I'll go on from you to Baba. I want Baba to speak on this.
Okay, I'm finished about that. Yeah. Let me speak about mobile, you know, because I'm very good in it. I mean, I like entertainment. You know,
yeah, they've released Naira Marley and Sammy, whatever it is, Sammy Larry. You know, but why did they even hold them for that long? On what
exactly
grounds?
that is my point. This is the problem with Nigerian justice. You know, I mean, you're just gonna arrest somebody with nothing. I mean, you can arrest somebody. You know, they have money to bear themselves. They be, you know, with no proper evidence. The only person that remain in custody in detention right now is the nurse that actually, you know, administer the medication, and one other young guy. That's 2 people remain. I think 2 or 3 people remain there right now, but these people with money. I mean, they kept them there for a long time. I don't know how many days right now, almost about a month or 3 weeks right now. I mean, for no reason. This is the problem with Nigerian justice, okay? You know, I don't know what's going on, because up to right now, like he properly stated, we don't have no autopsy. I mean, here you do autopsy, all the most is going to take like about a week, and you see the autopsy. But when it comes to Nigerian system, everything just seems to be backwards. But anyway, I just want to make my statement. I will stay here as much as I can, so you can go to other people one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Stay steady. So let's go from you, Prestige, to Baba. Baba, you're up next.
Yes, one man. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and good evening, gentlemen of the panel. Welcome to the show. And as usual, I have to salute my people, the commenters who keep the platform vibrant on the side. Actually, I salute you, the ace of the commenters session, Sir Alex, and the lady of the house, the darling of the platform, Chioma. I go on, I've not seen Ola or Ga and Ayo, but I know they will be coming, including Aiko Giame. But how are you, Eva G, Buash, and who again? Mumuni, as usual, Moneymo, AB, Zach, Prince, Deji, Nwachuku, and all the rest. I welcome you. I've been reading the comment section, and I'm sure you can't stop shooting. And for our viewers and listeners, we are here again today, and you are here with us. Apparently, you must be enjoying the platform and getting educated too, because we try. Some people duck the punches, some people shoot the punches, and we have robust discourse, and it's enjoyable. Actually, not minding the bruises at times through bars and booze. And please, if I'm correct in my thinking, like, share, and subscribe to this program. But the most important of all, which you can do right now easily, is to click on the like button, so that it will indicate how much you're enjoying the platform. So the destination is above 500, but we are yet to hit even 150. Let's hit that today, please. Yes, one man. I think in the last couple of times I've appeared, I've actually gone solo, my own. But the subject of interest to me today is something that I won't use the word trauma, but I'm highly disturbed. Highly disturbed in the sense that I'm a child. I'm a child of pre-independence Nigeria. And I thank God, mercifully, I've seen a lot of technological development in the world. I saw TV, I saw the music change, the aircraft, internet is the top. I saw that I can use a small device anywhere, even in Sahara Desert, to communicate with my family. I appreciate that. But what is happening in this age and time, I get really confused. I stumble on what is happening in the Gen Z corner. If I'm correct, this Gen Z is about those born in this century from 2000 or 2001. That means they are no more than 23 or 22. Am I correct? Anybody listening to me?
I think the Gen Zs will be 30 thereabout.
I thought they are children born in this century.
Hold on, Oriola. What's the age bracket of the Gen Zs? Oriola or Otilo? Kulata, you're a Gen Z. What's your age bracket?
Help me, only Gen Z.
Yeah, I thought they were mid-30s, early 30s. I thought that was Gen Z.
I think, isn't Gen Z like in the early 30s or so? Let me check. Early 30s
Okay.
to, I don't know. I think
I'm
the early
thinking it's
30s.
for the new generation born in this century, this 21st century. That's what I think Gen Zs are, because their age bracket.
1997 to
Okay.
2012.
So that's the Gen Z. So the
1997
bracket
to 2012.
can be more than 23, 26.
I think it's the youth today. What we consider, whatever you consider to be youth today, they are Gen Z.
Yeah, okay. Let me go to the myths, you understand, of my beef with this generation that is so blessed and so opportune to have the world in their palm right now. This is about 9/11. There is a letter purportedly written by Osama bin Laden, dubbed Letter to the Americans, released 9/11 happened 2001. That letter was released, addressed to America, 2002, where bin Laden tried to justify his action. And in one of the paragraphs, he said it was because of the kind of total support America is given to Israel. That is one of the reasons why they struck. Now, fast forward it to this era in the last couple of 1 month. Now, do you know on TikTok, 14 million Gen Zs commenting on TikTok, justifying 9/11, most of them Americans.
Does that surprise you?
I'm angry. I'm an angry old man. Justifying.
Oh, they're justifying it. Yes.
Yes.
I think it's
Wait,
this climate.
over 3,000 people died from 102 nations all over the world.
I think they are pushing against what's going on in Gaza. I think that's what you're saying.
So what? They are trying to rewrite history. They are trying to rewrite history.
Happened.
You say what?
They were 4 years old when 9/11 happened. So
don't they read? I know reading is difficult. The attention span is very short. All they do is, I think on TikTok, it just take about 1 minute video or 4 lines write up. That's all they're interested in. They don't read. The internet is awash with our history.
Can I ask you a question? So, how did they justify it? What exactly did they say?
They are showing sympathy for Osama bin Laden, that he was right to destroy the Twin Towers.
What logic? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Hold on now. Sorry. What logic got them to that thought? How did they justify that thought? What's the logic?
They jump on the paragraph where Osama bin Laden said he attacked because of the support.
Okay,
so
they are using Israel. That. Is that against the backdrop of what is going on in Gaza? Is that
exactly? But I can't wrap my head around that, because on 9/11 and even supporting Hamas and the Palestinians. Now, I remember Putin said on that very day that the world is now America. That's what Putin said. PLO, Yasser Arafat was still alive. He supported America. In fact, Yasser Arafat donated his blood for the survivors. You know, they were taking blood then. America needed a lot of blood for their blood bank. Yasser Arafat donated blood. And here we are, the Gen Zs showing their faces, 14 million of them on TikTok, and justifying the destruction of the Twin Towers, where over 3,000 human beings died from 102 countries.
Can I say something? I'm sorry. First, I'm not Gen Z, but what you saw is not only Gen Z. That's the thing. And the
I
thing
saw
is, you
only
have to
Gen Zs.
remember. Okay, I have to. Here's what I think you
Are
should
you
remember.
following that space as well, Loriola? What Baba is talking about? Are you following it? Are you aware of it?
No, I'm
Okay.
not on TikTok. I don't. But what I would like to say is this: the way like your generation, I'm guessing your generation is actually boomer, right? You're probably boomer. You were born before 64, correct? So the
I
way
was
you
born
guys
55.
Okay, so the way you guys assimilate information is different from the way millennial and Gen Z actually assimilate. The way we view information is a little bit different. So you have to remember that the computer age came in starting from 70s, but it become bigger in the late 90s and 2000s. The thing is online, there's so many informations. There's so many people that write stuff and put it online. So basically, you can go online and read about something. I can go online and read about something. We're reading about the same thing, but different perspective, and we're gaining different information from that, the same thing. So I would like for you to just look at it from that aspect, that there's so many information in the World Wide Web, and everybody just taking from whatever they see. So you can't really judge them in that way.
I will.
Yeah, but
Oriola.
what Baba is arguing is that the Gen Zs don't know the backdrop, so they just take a snippet of information and add it to contemporaneous times and then form conclusions. They
And those
don't
that are
know.
serving them bitter pill to swallow as history, because truth has no other color, no any color. Truth is truth. It has no gray area. You
No,
understand?
truth is subjective, because
Well,
that's exactly what they are telling you.
look,
That
if you are talking about Anne Calloway or what's that woman's name? Trump's special assistant, Anne Conway, she talked about alternative truths because it's from her. I had that word first. I feel very dirty. There is nothing like alternative truth. There is nothing. Nobody can tell me a dog is a monkey. Monkey is monkey. Dog is dog. No alternative truth.
Okay, I believe you live in the United States. I'm definitely sure the same thing will be in Europe. So if you watch Fox News, for example, and I'm watching CNN, do you think the same information that we're assimilating is this? Are we getting the same thing? No.
Let's situate this. We are talking about 9/11. You understand? The internet is awash. History, you go to even in your school, don't they teach them exactly what happened? I'm talking about something that hits the whole world here, where soldiers died, where Americans died.
I don't understand. Let me now speak with the school. Let me say this real quick. Now with the school, let me say something. If you live in a poor neighborhood, so let's say, for example, if I live in Texas and somebody else live in, let's say, New York, for example, do you realize that their textbook, what they're studying for history, is not the same? Do you realize that? Do you realize that this exactly?
Look.
So
wait. When we talk about history, this is not something about anybody twisting it. If the history of 9/11 is written, what they wrote in its true perspective, it's what you read in Brazil, it's the same thing you read in California, the same thing in Germany. There's only one truth to it. Twin Tower was brought down. Yes. 3,000 plus people died. Yes. From 102 country. Yes. What happened? The shatter boxes on that day, which American eavesdropping network picked up, pointed the fact that Osama bin Laden was the mastermind of that thing.
Yeah, he never denied it, and he has a reason behind it. But I didn't want to speak to that.
It has a reason. What's the reason?
Can I ask you?
All right. What's being concluded within the American space? Is what you
No,
just said now, Baba? Is it being picked up
it's
and what's being
new.
concluded?
It's
Yeah.
new, but like everybody is saying, Trump said it. He was going to ban TikTok before he left the corridors of power. TikTok has to be banned. They banned it in India and some other countries. It has to be banned.
Can I ask you
If
a
they ban
question?
it, America will not be America again.
Baba,
The reason for
It
What do
doesn't
you mean
matter.
now?
There is a
What do you mean
limit
now?
to free speech.
Baba, can I ask you a
TikTok
question?
is
Can I
only 2
ask
years
you a
old.
question?
Can I ask you a
Yes,
question, Baba?
yes, please.
Yeah. Let me ask Baba a question. In honesty, did you support Trump then banning TikTok?
No.
Okay. Now you are supporting it.
Yeah, with benefit of hindsight, I think he has better wisdom, or he had better what do I say,
Information.
advice on that information.
But you guys playing politics
Yes,
back then.
yes, Kulata.
But
do
you
you
guys
have you heard of the
back
term
then.
democratization of information before?
I've had it.
Okay, that's what's going on. Everybody will
What
have
does
the
that
information.
what does that mean for the benefit of the rest of us?
Basically, I mean, information is widely available, knowledge is freely accessible. Everybody will make a decision on where they want to get the information. So the good thing is people will be informed. The bad thing is a lot of people will be misinformed. So, like someone said, we can be watching the same thing but listen to two different narratives, and that is only going to get worse. So, a lot of kids, I mean,
That is
well,
where I'm going, Kulata. That it's
yeah.
going to get worse. That is my fear. The kind of world I'm going to leave behind, where respectfully to Gen Z, where we are living half-baked intellectuals. Respectfully, I come to that conclusion.
No, I disagree. But anyways, I want to ask.
No, you know why? You know why? What happened on that day must not happen to mankind again. I saw people flying.
Yeah, Baba, take a question from Asoli.
Yeah, what is your point of contention? Because I still don't know what you are complaining about. What exactly is the problem?
What exactly the problem is? History is being twisted.
How?
How? That Osama bin Laden is justified? Is that not a twist? If you had this one in 2010, will you believe your ears?
Are they saying it is justified?
Yes, exactly. Not written with videos.
So you have people that sat down in videos and said it is justified.
That's what you just said, Asoli.
That's what I just said.
I don't believe that. I didn't see
What
that.
do you mean?
Oh, you
He said
see?
this
Then go check if you're on TikTok.
Can I explain what these Gen Z are doing? They are explaining cause and effect. If you did not occupy and support these people, they wouldn't have bombed this place in the first place. That is what they believe from that information, from that letter. So I don't think anybody is justifying it. People are just interpreting it. Nobody is saying they should do it again. If that is justification, saying they should do it again, saying that they should make it happen.
If you are justifying, that means you don't mind it happening.
No, they are validating it now.
Exactly.
It is validation.
No, I don't see anybody calling for it again. I don't see anybody saying it should
happen. But it's validation that it is right. It is justified.
Validation. You know, this is
if it's right in their eyes.
Problems with
and
this is one of my problems. When I was in university, anytime my lecturer would teach us about Germany, they would teach us about the Nazis. Most people would always revere from it and feel like it's a justification. I just came to class to learn history. I don't care who is the good guy, I just want to know the truth. You are choosing a side and you are choosing justification. These people are not looking for justification. TikTok generation, they are not smart. I'll be honest, especially when it comes to communicating. They are not.
Okay, let me tell you my own generation.
That's exactly what Baba just said.
Woman, see what happened. Listen to me, please. My generation, we have what we call debating society because we don't have technology. I went to a Catholic school. I went to a Muslim school for college, for secondary school. So I'm well grounded in debates. and we read a lot. We read a lot. Books, we don't just follow what is written on in newspapers. We check history, World War II, World War I, the reasons. We debate all of these things. Some
Wait,
of them
who says Gen Z doesn't read?
I don't know. It's just looking
because
at us
I don't
like
understand.
They notoriously have a short attention span now.
Baba,
but
I would like to say this
question.
to you.
Can I ask you another question? Do you think these people are calling for another 9/11 to happen again? Yes or no? These people.
No, they're not. Do you know? Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, if it happens, it will not face them. They expect it. They yearn for it.
Wow.
Yes, of course. If they can justify what brought the world to its knees,
we must move on. But well, sorry, what Baba is saying is that a good 14 million of mainly American youth on TikTok, they are saying they find reason in Osama bin Laden's letter off the back of what is going on in Gaza. And he's saying that he finds that alarming. So that's really
and I'm saying there's nothing to be alarmed about. This is how they teach us these days. We are not attaching emotion to it. Nobody wants it to happen again. Trust me, if it happens, those same people will be the first people to reject it. That's how this Gen Z talk. They
no. You don't forget Gen Z or no Gen Z. What he's saying is, if they find reason to it, then they give validation to it. And if they give, and then that gives it acceptability.
Yes, but that's
and then he's referencing exactly what happened in that period in time, which may be lost in memory. So that's what he's talking about. So it's not saying somebody should come and defend Gen Z.
Yes, but that's how most people, especially
children, you put it better than myself, one man. So let's move on.
That's how most children in the West, America, Europe, Australia, that's how they think and talk. But if they face reality, they will not be thinking and talking like that. It's just mouth. Most of these people just mouth.
Okay. Obama is calling for a recalibration.
They will not do anything.
Forget they will not do anything.
They can't do nothing.
No, they're not saying do anything. All right, let's just move on.
Can I say something real quick before you move, please? So one thing I would like to say is, so if you look at the U.S. military, most of the young people there, they're this Gen Z that you're talking about, especially from 18 to like 27. Most of them, they're in military, so they know what they will. If they have to fight for the U.S., majority of them are in the battlefield. That's number one. Number two, I would like for you, the way you assimilate information is a little bit different. You are just, the way all the like the boomers, the way they say it is more like whatever you say to us, the way we say it is the way we say it. But nowadays, it's a little bit different.
That's a gross generalization anyway, but
wait. He just told us now. He just told us that, this is what I believe. And he believes that whatever he believes should be acceptable to everyone. And like I would say to you,
I'm not imposing on you. Did I do that? I only laid down exactly what is disturbing me.
It shouldn't disturb you, because we all can see it. The way we see information, there's more now. It's not just limited to just watching TV. Now you can gain different information from different perspectives. So now there's a lot more information.
Are you a Gen
like
Z?
you're saying, I'm not Gen Z, I'm 38. The thing is, I'm millennial.
In this present time, when somebody will go on the internet and start to talk about how he's going to school to shoot people en masse, and within weeks he will actualize it, and you say it's nothing. How did they trace these people?
All right, Baba, take us to another topic.
One man, can I say one?
Yeah,
because this is what actually attracted me to the conversation.
All right.
Yes. I don't know the man that was talking. I think he says it's a boomer. I would like to just.
I'm not a boomer.
That's Baba.
Okay. I just want to give you an idea of how we see this information that pops up on the internet these days. It's time for us to understand how to learn, unlearn, and relearn. the information that we find these days are democratized, and it's for you to analyze, and then there is a law that protects your opinion. So, and people just go straight to the point these days. They don't listen to one elderly man saying, please taper it down, be careful, or be politically correct. A lot of people can also reason things out for themselves and see where the American government has gone wrong, and they can easily point it out. That's why you find this kind of assertions on the internet. It's not because people are getting
hold on there. The same democratization that will talk maybe will be in Africa somewhere and in another country, let's say in Germany, and will befriend that person in Germany and coax that person to commit suicide, and he or she will do it. Is that the democratization, or why are they being accused?
I think the wider point that Baba is making is that a lot of these new age sort of people, they are not equipped to digest and contextualize a lot of this information, because they get information and maybe even learning in bite size. So it's like a McDonald's sort of whatever it is.
Exactly, you're putting it better one man than myself.
That's one way to put. That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. But if you look into the situation, some of them have a reason. Yes, like if you go, like from what we learned about the Israel-Palestine issue before, we used to think that Israel was on the right. Today, more information has been poured out to the internet. Now you have a 50-50 or even a 70-30 for Palestine. People now are able to reason it out that maybe Israel was not right after all. Okay, even if you want to sympathize with Israel, then the way Israel is going about, the issue right now, where a lot of civilians are dying, they are losing a lot of sympathy. So that's why
you develop bile for Israel and start to justify.
No, I didn't develop.
When thousands of miles away, Twin Tower was bombed and people died.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But you have to understand that America is a country of so many nationalities. A lot of people have their sympathies. A lot of people have their own inclinations. You cannot take that away from them.
But that doesn't take away to that America, whether we believe it or not, we like it or not, is a Christian nation.
Baba, can I just come in and chip in a little?
Yeah, Dewale, go ahead, please.
Baba, these Gen Z or millennial generations are the most laziest generation ever in the history of mankind. Look,
thank you, sir.
Are you talking mentally, physically, or both?
You don't want them to work for you, one man. You don't want them to work for you at all.
One man. We are talking about the AI generation, where the information is clear, given to them on a platter, and you want them to reinvent the wheel.
I just feel sorry for this.
Don't we stop the net? I do stop the net.
Hold on, Baba. They get a lot of information all at the same time because they have access to so much information. But that information is usually in snapshots. So they just get a little bit of a snack of this.
And they don't process it well.
They don't because they're not equipped.
Hello?
They don't process it well. The same information I receive, and I will go further to check. Yes, Dewale, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. So what I'm trying to say is if you want to debunk what I just said, look at the topic we are discussing. The issue of 911 of 2001 and what led to that event was well documented. It's a national issue.
Exactly.
It's not I heard
Dewale, we're losing you.
I can hear you guys loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you
now.
I
can hear them. Okay. Civil war was well documented. There was no one story about what. Even have a devoted a museum. So for those who cannot read, who are having issues to read, they have a museum. They have catalog. If you want to read, even at the Congress Museum, you can go there and you read this thing. Nationally documented. So there's no adulterated or diluted story. If anybody is putting, I don't know why people are still quoting Wikipedia. In my MBA class, you dare not quote all these nonsensical websites where anybody can doctor information and put it out there and start quoting it as if that is your truth. So, and I tell you this, if they are not lazy, how can, I mean, it's one thing to be a patriotic national. Another thing is to have grounds against the United States. But the issue of national of 9/11 is a national case, and it was widely condemned by the entire world. So the issue of they are praising and I was trying to explain it of their action. I was like, what is it talking about? Which is condemnable. If they don't know, they should ask their parents.
Which generation is lazy? Which generation is lazy? Which one? Which
both,
one?
Both Gen Z and millennials, they are the most laziest.
So you mean wait? So you mean the generation the
we have to do a session on generation wars. It looks as though there's another generation wars. We have to do that.
Yeah, the generation that came up with the platform that you're using now, the generation that came up with most of the technology that you're using now is lazy. Because your generation,
the people who invented it, who brought it to life, are not Gen Zs.
No, it's millennials though. That's what I'm
the millennials invented the internet. Look at this guy. Are you serious?
You're not listening.
One man.
I didn't say internet.
One man.
I said the platform you're using right now.
Like who invented the internet? Who invented the internet? Who invented the internet?
The person that invented it is a British. Is a British man.
He's been there in the 70s.
One voice, guys. We can only have one voice at a time. Yeah.
One man. Can I point out something?
Yeah, go on next.
Yeah. I wanted to point out that some of the rhetorics you see on the internet today, they were because people took their time after the event had happened, and then they've seen the repercussion, and they've had afterthoughts, and they've seen the way America carries out its external interest, its actions outside its shores, and they've begun to come back to criticize the American government. It's not like things happen and they know immediately what's happening. You can take, for instance, the way America overthrew the Libyan government. You can take, for instance, the way America has been intervening or interfering in other countries' politics, the way it's going to it affects them negatively, and they've seen the way America invaded Iraq. So most of these millennials are not just or Gen Zs are not just coming out to say this and that. They are just it's a long list of things that have happened. They're beginning to see that America, once it goes for its interest, doesn't give a damn about other people's humanities. America is not the only thing that's doing that.
Excuse me. If you are going to review history,
I'm just giving you points where you can.
No, I understand your point perfectly, and it's not because when you are reviewing history, if ever it's reviewable, you do the pros and the cons. You debate it in your mind.
History,
don't just with one fell swoop just take sides without looking at the other side. We do that. I mean, we debate here on this platform, and we look at the pros and the cons.
They're
and
not
of course,
reviewing history, Baba. And Baba, you're a baby boomer, like I said. You're born 55, so you're a boomer.
No, so boomers are people born 60s, if I'm correct.
No. Boomer are from 46.
What's the point? Take us to that wider point. I want to move on from this topic, but take us to that wider point, and then we'll move on. Oriola.
Oriola. I'm here from 46 to 64. Is baby boomer. I'm just letting you know.
I'm a baby boomer. Okay.
Yeah. So people that are talking, if you're 43 today or you're under 43, you're still millennial. So you guys know. So we are not millennial, not young people. So they're older. They're already having kids and stuff. And 27 for Gen Z, they already started having babies. So they're not younger people. They're not like kids. They're not kids. So that's the point I want to make. Just so Baba knows that it's not is baby boomer.
All right, so baby boomer Baba. So round up that space and then take us to a different topic. One more topic and then we go on from you to Kulata, then Ajane.
Yeah, which of the topic?
I was quite keen to open up this one. You know, this Bayo Ononuga, a lot of people thought it would get a ministerial post, but because of some of the commentaries he made in the aftermath of the elections, he did not get that ministerial post. But he has a position now as a special advisor on communications. Essentially, the remit of that post is to be an attack dog. A presidential aide, Bayo Ononuga, and human rights activist Aisha Yesufu have traded words on social media over the sack of Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State by the Court of Appeal. In the judgment delivered on Friday, reacting to the court's ruling in a post on Twitter, Yesufu, a staunch supporter of the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, said the judiciary is on the path of destroying democracy entirely in the country. She wrote, the judiciary is really on the path to destroy democracy completely in Nigeria. In 2019, Kano people rejected APC, yet rigged magic was done, and now this. When you take away the legitimate will of the people, you open up the room for the illegitimate will to be exercised. Reacting to the post under the comment section, Ononuga asked Yesufu to stop inflaming passion over her false narrative and advised her to read the tribunal judgment. Stop inflaming passions over your false narrative. Go and read the judgment of the lower court. Governor Abba Yusuf has a bad case. There was a time that there was a space that he insulted her husband as well. That's not being captured here. But that back and forth now, if there was anybody that can match up with this loud-mouthed woman, certainly Bayo Ononuga. So I am looking forward to that space, Ababa.
Yeah, of course. I look forward to FFK coming on board too, because you have to use fire to fight fire. In this case, you see people like Aisha Yusufu. I think what I observe about people, particularly when we talk about new money, Obi became an industry, and people like her, they cash in and they are still cashing in. I mean, cash out and they are still cashing out. So they are making money. Because I listen to on YouTube. That's the only place I go. I'm not on any platform or social media or gram or no gram. It is by choice. I only go to YouTube because of the news. You understand? I listened to her yesterday. She has this 2-3 minute clips for the Gen Zs. And today's own actually fascinated me. What was she saying for 2 minutes today? Talking about people clamoring for Obi to advise the government. Like Obi's advice will be very useful. Now, then, if they know, why didn't they vote for him in the first place? And speaking some street lingo, and I look at her, I say, I don't blame you, because how many of them they've done account of the money given to them? It will come to them because they are going to cannibalize each other, and the true obedience will be the one left standing at the end of the day before the true Labour Party will show up. I like it that Bayo Ononuga is there as the attack dog, because a jury had been lacking in that respect. He doesn't have a sharp tongue. He's somebody maybe like me, until you poke me in the eye. I don't know how to use evil language, if I may put it that way, or harsh words. But even if they can bring in FFK for some time before they can give him whatever they want to give him in terms of post, it will serve Aso Rock well for this kind of people who are, I call them contrarian. You understand? And all I see these days is like, when they read something or they hear, all they want to do is look for why the negative side of it. That's what they look for. That is what they harp on. They don't look at the spread of it or why it is necessary. It is why it should be bad. That's why everything you hear from them is contrary opinion. So it will serve well. Bayo Ononiga is there, and he has a very, very poisonous pen too. So they are all on Instagram. They are all on what's that one? X. So they give it to them measure for measure. That's it.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So yes, and I agree. By the way, the excesses of that Aisha Yesufu is something. Of course, free speech and all that, but some of our speech they are somewhat inflammatory. And if people, because you know, she's speaking at her level, but she doesn't know the level that her commentaries are being digested. Not everybody.
If you know the fear, why they say Chief Tinubu? Why not say Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Hold on now.
She should go ahead and make it bigger.
Hold on. Baba, hold on. All right. I was just going to say she was speaking. She speaks at her level, but she doesn't know the level that is being digested. And some of those people might not be sophisticated enough to understand what she's putting across, and they might act in haste. So that's what I wanted to add. So let's go on from you, Baba, to Kulata. So Kulata,
thank you, woman. Thank you, platform.
I don't know if I have any topics, though, but I was reading about some Indian guy, the brother of
Lakshmi.
of Lakshmi Mittal.
Yes.
I think his name is the less rich one, Pramod. Is going through some bankruptcy proceedings in the UK, and apparently one of the payments is expecting to be able to settle is a $500 million payment from Nigeria.
Yes.
For a deal, a corrupt deal under Obasanjo, Ajani Koko's favorite in 2004 for Ajaokuta, concessioning of Ajaokuta that he duked with another company called Soul Gas that Obasanjo's son even took bribes on. So apparently now we're on the hook to pay him $500 million, and he's going to use that money to pay his basic in the UK. So I'm just here just shaking my head like when we're looking for money.
I haven't just escaped an 11 billion bill. We're back there again.
We're back there again. 500 million. We've sunk $7 billion into Ajaokuta. It's time we just throw that thing away and forget about it. The only thing that thing can do is just chop money. So I mean that was what I was just reading now and just really, really shaking my head. I mean, I no longer react to the politics of the day. It doesn't interest me much. But what I'm looking is this pattern in Tinubu's government of making decisions, make it public and reversing it. What is wrong with this government? I mean, why can't they? Isn't someone planning? Isn't someone thinking? Aren't decisions being taken to the right places before they decide to take it? There's something defective in the way this man is governing the country, and it's. I mean, I keep putting the blame on Gbajabiamila because he should be the person that's making sure this kind of things are not happening. But Tinubu is not doing well when it comes to decision making. I mean, can it be this bad? Can it be this indecisive? You make a decision, it becomes public, and it reverses it, or is it out of circulation? Is he not getting those decisions to his desk and him approving it? Because I don't believe someone can approve something, then approve something like 2 days ago, then all of a sudden reverse it again. He's done it so many times. What's going on here?
You know, Kulata. I think it might well be to do with the appointment. If you look at the desk of a president like Tinubu, for instance, a president like the president of Nigeria is a very busy desk, and not every decision will be his decision. So he then has to have people at those key areas, but the Gbajabiamila sort of space, especially that knows his instincts along his ideological thrust, in order then that decisions can be made and he will have to sign them off without having really just sort of thing. So that's why that role that Badiabiamila occupies is so important, because he has to know the instinct of that president and his directional thrust policy-wise, and he doesn't seem to know that. I think a lot of it still parks with Baja, who's just there to look pretty, and I think that's what all is required.
Badiabiamila is pretty useless. Is pretty useless at this job. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. Things cannot be happening.
I don't think he knows the meaning of chief of staff. I don't think he knows it.
He's not there to do fine boy, that's all. I mean, I really hate all this pretty boy type, but that's Fashola's role now. Will all of this pass through if Fashola was there? He would have slapped somebody hard.
He will have done something, but what I've heard, I don't know if it's correct or not. It's just one of those beer palo stuff that they're grooming a guy called Akim Murio Kola. I think is one of Tinubu's Lagos crew to take over because of Badiabiamila's F-ops. I mean, that claim that it was collecting money for appointment. I mean, some people said it's true. I don't know, and people are complaining. So, but the way he's doing his job.
Publicly backed him on that issue now.
Yeah, but what is he supposed to do? It's not. I mean, you can't. I mean, except you're ready to let him go.
Kulata, sorry, this is one piece. Do you know before Badiamila was sworn in, or immediately when he was sworn in, that presidential aspirant from APC, Guy Rich, was accused of giving Badiamila 500 million naira for a ministerial post. Did you read it that time?
No, I did not. No.
I was serious. The guy had to come. Actually. The guy had to come on air to clear himself. That was a disgrace.
It's got to do with Sheitu. They rope in Sheitu.
Yeah. From then I knew Badiamila would not do anything different.
It's just unbecoming. It's a pattern. A decision is made, is reversed. A decision is made, is reversed. No decisiveness. It just shows. Are you guys thinking things through before you make it? If you were working for me, I'll fire you.
Can I quickly say something, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the way I see it personally, I think one, they are trying to do too many too soon. And on top of that, it's a new government. Normally, what they should have just done is pick up certain areas of governance and just say, let's focus on this. But in my own opinion, I think they're just trying to touch. It's like they are passing so many bills, trying to do a lot at the same time. For me, that is a mistake. They need to just have area of focus and just continue to aim at it, at least for 12 months of the government. Don't cover too much. Take a little bit and just focus on that area.
We've lost you somewhat, but I think
70,000 houses.
Can you
hear me?
Your connection is dipping in and out, but yes, I think you may be right. I think they may be overstretching somewhat.
I'm not going to say overstretching. I'm going to call it coherence. No, I mean, maybe not coherence. It's coherence. It's planning. You see, to do things with some sort of methodology behind it. So to synchronize decisions, to kind of it's I'm seeing so many, I don't know, I mean, pardon my expression, I'm seeing so many bang, 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 bang all over the place, but it's not coordinated.
Okay, after that interjection, let Kulata flow a bit. Yeah, I have that interjection.
Let me help you ask a question. One man, this question is bothering me about this government, and that's what Kulata is saying. What was Tinubu's top 2 agenda? Having known that he will take over from Buhari before he got into office, what were his top 2 priorities? He must have some priorities. What were those priorities? Let us know. Does he have any priorities before he came in? Because he started on the first day that, what's it called? Subsidy is gone. Was that his priority? What are those priorities? Because he must have known that no matter the situation of the country, his priorities could be achieved. What are those priorities? Or is it just power grab? Kulata, you can continue.
So the progressive is not. I'm seeing this pattern in personnel decisions, in appointments. You see the pattern in decision making. In policies, you see the pattern. So it's. I mean, I know the president. Anybody that's been a leader or you're a position of leader at work. Of course, you cannot see everything. You have to trust people to do things for you. It's impossible, but at least they can report to you and do all this. But it's kind of embarrassing if the main gatekeeper under him is allowing all these things and reversals to happen. Is not a good look. It just shows disorganization. Like, yeah, a new administration will have teething problems, but any competent, like, is not even administration. Anybody, you work for a consulting company or you work from a multinational, there are ways you do things in a coordinated fashion, and it's not just all this bow 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 bow. So it's kind of like it's bothering me. I don't know if it bothers you guys, but because
How much longer will this be allowed before? How much
No,
longer will
I'm
people
bothered
allow?
too, Kulata. I'm really bothered.
Baba, let Kolata flow. Gentlemen,
Mm.
let Kolata and let unless the interjections is important, I want people to flow for a little bit. How much longer do you think he will get a pass on this before it becomes an issue?
because first thing, because of course I don't want to. We're dealing with a lot of economic issues, so he can't. I don't think he can get a pass for much longer. At this point in time, he should not be getting a pass anymore. Like, I'm willing to kind of like, there are massive problems. We need to deal with those problems, but I'm not willing to tolerate stupid mistakes like this. These are juvenile, stupid mistakes. You will not even let these kind of things happen in the workplace in the first place. So he's up there, but for I wanted to say for F's sake, but fuck it, I already said it. Put some competent people there that will, be your gatekeeper, your essays, or whatever. They need to know what the hell they're doing. If he needs experience, get someone that's worked in governance before, in government. Like, it's embarrassing. Let's be upfront. It's embarrassing. You've said 2 days ago they charged university 40%. Now you remove 40%. This decision you reverse it again. To do something. To do what's it called? They were going to give whatever to states or what. It's too many policy reversals. How do you now say that this is a competent administration? I'm bothered. I'm just going to be very honest.
Are we looking at a lack of somewhat of a backbone? Because what seems to be emerging as a theme is that if they come up with a policy position and there's public outcry and heavy criticism, they seem to reverse it. The Sultan of Sokoto was criticizing this. Everybody is saying it's a bad idea. And it's not actually a bad idea, that policy, but very quickly then they reverse it.
So that's what bothers me, because if you're going to make a policy, it ought to have been thought through. They're not haphazard decisions that you can willy-nilly just reverse, right? And this is the same guy that Fashola said they polled before they did things. What's the evidence of that? If you're going to be reversing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The poll that they don't put it like in the fridge. There's something inside.
Which bowl?
What's in the fridge, Baba?
What's in the foil?
I don't want to know what's in the fridge.
I want to know what is in the fridge. I'm hungry. All right. Kulata, somebody sent in this clip of Sanwo-Olu on Sky TV. I'm not quite sure what it's talking about, but they want us to react to it. So I think it's about 3 minutes. So let me play it, and then you kick off the reaction. This is Sanwo-Olu going international.
Because you are going to visit the fridge, not so.
Yes. This is Sanwo-Olu going international with the Lagos narrative.
The creative industry to also have a play in our economy. Then, of course, general consumer products. Because of the population we have, we believe, anything indeed could have a market. You could have your own share of the market. Petrochemicals, consumer products. Any of those 3-4 areas will indeed do very, very well in Lagos. It sounds so from what you're saying as though the economy is very, very services focused. Pretty much. And reason being, we're just a little tiny space. You know, we don't have that much arable land for farming or for agricultural products, but we can do very well because of the population in terms of services, you know, technology, you know, and communication, IT, infrastructure, anything around that space.
One of the problems that Nigeria has had historically is holding on to its talent, stopping those people from going to work overseas. Is that still an issue for you? Are you finding it easy to retain talent?
Well, it's still an issue, you know, but that's...
So that's Sanwo-Olu selling Lagos as so the question is, can Lagos become a global financial hub? And Sanwo-Olu now marketing that possibility to the international community. Your assessment of that, Akulata?
Yes, Lagos can become a global financial hub. Actually, not can become. Lagos is one of the financial hubs in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
Becoming. I was going to say that.
Because for a city to be for a city state or state city or whatever we call it, that is worth more than a lot of countries. That is probably, I mean, isn't it like the 5th or 6th or 7th biggest economy in Africa? On its own, it's one other area. I mean, the population of Lagos has a decent size of middle class people that can afford whatever is sold globally. And a decent chunk of them even earn foreign exchange in that same Lagos. So I think Lagos has reached that status. It just needs to be crowned. I mean, Lagos is doing well. Lagos is Lagos.
You know, I've always seen Lagos as a portal for even for the entirety of the African space. I was going to say for the West African sub-region. I see it as a portal both for the financial sector and the information technology sector, all of that. But I'm not sure that it is infrastructurally ready yet to match the ambition that Sanwo-Olu is selling.
It's getting there. Let's give ourselves a little break. Yeah, the basic. Okay, when you talk about basic amenities, okay, no water, we get it. Water is not flowing everywhere. But I mean, you have BRTs, you have yellow buses. I mean, when you go to Bangkok, don't you see all those tuk-tuks? The train in Lagos, isn't it like the state train in Bangkok?
No, I'm actually talking about electricity, security.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, those ones, yes, we get it. But a lot of companies that are working in Lagos, they run a self-sustaining mode for electricity. I mean, there's diesel. I mean, people run diesel generators and people run gas generators. So while the government is not providing it, you have to calculate that as cost of doing business in Lagos. So that's an area that I think Lagos will resolve soon, because now that each state is allowed to create their own mini grid and transmit and generate electricity, Lagos will fix its electricity problem. I can predict in the next 5 years, Lagos will fix its electricity problem. So Lagos is fine. I'm okay with Lagos. To segue into kind of like the general trying to bring investors into Nigeria, because we have a large population. We have a large poor population. So any investor that wants to mine Nigeria will have to do two things. You have to prop Nigerian economy up, because I've been thinking about this Saudi Arabia that, okay, Tinubu went to Saudi, they said they're going to invest. Like, okay, what are they going to invest in? Are they coming to buy? Because a few weeks back, we talked about Tinubu's short-term plan, medium-term plan, long-term plan. And we talked about borrowing as the short-term plan. And medium plan is to sell some assets. So I've just been thinking like, okay, if they're going to deal with Saudi, right? And they say Saudi will help us with refinery. What does that help mean? It's not technical help. Like, if it's technical help, we can hire anybody from anywhere for technical expertise, right? If they're going to help with dollars, that means they have to buy into the refinery, which I'm totally cool with. Because if they're going to buy into the refinery, they're going to give us dollars to invest, which, I mean, I don't know what share they give them. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, 20%. So that injects some dollars that we can use. And then they can be part of the operations. They can bring their know-how because they run successful refineries. If we still have controlling shares, and then we'll make sure, I mean, their interest there will make sure nobody goes there and put some screwdriver where they're not supposed to pull because they're serving some cabal's interest. So I will be happy if Saudi Arabia comes in to invest in our refineries. We kind of like they buy a chunk of shares and we get some forex from there, and then we get operational expertise, and we're also accountable for revenue because foreign investors will be there. Is high time Tinubu's government unleashes the private sector. We're broke, we're in debt. There's no point holding on to all sorts of things. It's time to just sell stuff, get people to unleash.
Sorry, Kolata, you're in the flow there. You said we are broke, but then not only are we broke, but people also know that we're broke. So that means then we're going into those negotiations from a disadvantage.
Yeah.
They know we're desperate for money, so just exploit us as much as they can.
I know. But here's the thing: you don't look. If you say you have to try and create something out of nothing, it's not exactly nothing, right? There are things we have that's been lying fallow. We know if we continue this way, they will lie fallow for 150 years, meaning we will never do anything with it. So why don't you let people that are going to do something to it to build something that you will use for your own benefit, and they will make money and you will make money too? What's wrong with that? Yes?
Yeah, sorry, I want to quickly say something. You know, all of these things you're saying now, what are the role that state governors are supposed to be playing? Because I think we are putting a lot of, we're asking a lot from the federal government at all time regarding most of the things that we need in that country. And I think state governors, to a huge extent, should be playing their own role. Okay, we'll talk about attracting foreign direct investment. A lot of these governors are the ones who are supposed to be going out there to bring these investors into their state and then sell whatever they have in their state to investors. I understand that the federal government have to clear some bureaucracy and some level of take some corruption out of the way for these people to have confidence in the country as a whole. But I think a lot of the governors are just too lay back when it comes to issues like this.
So I will expect a serious-minded governor right now to be looking for how they can sell right of way to some Chinese company that can help them build train and let them run that train from one state to the other. Because now the Constitution, for people that are saying, Constitution, the Constitution now allows you to do that. Why can't they go get get some Chinese people, link some states up, let them run it, let them take money from it, build it, run it for like 50 years and hand it over to us? We don't have money. Let the Chinese build it for us, let them profit off it and hand it over. The state governors can do that. The state governors can do things about electricity. But electricity, you will have to think about, okay, I mean, you still need to maybe subsidize it and coal. So you can't let people go gangbusters. But you should look for creative ways to finance bringing investors to come and create transmission lines and grids and all that stuff in states. It is now allowed, right? I mean, solid minerals, you can say that's complicated. You have to go to Abuja. But these two areas I mentioned is now with the states. Each serious state governor needs to go to those exclusive lists, look at, okay, which ones am I not encumbered? Go ahead.
Sorry, yes, I support what you're saying. Our constitution, I think a lot of state government or a lot of serious-minded people have not challenged the constitution or not put it to test. I don't think there's any constitution that is stopping interstate connection trade. I don't think any constitution is stopping that.
I don't think so too.
Yeah, because you can connect Lagos all the way to Asaba. I mean, literally, you just land connection. So the state can come together and agree on a train system, like you said, bring a Chinese company, build a inter-city train system as a local and semi-express train that can take you all the way from one place in Asaba. If you want to stop in Warri, you stop. If you want to come and stop in Ondo, you stop. Or if you want to stop in Challenge in Ibadan, you stop. You have a stop there, but it's a state controlled by each state. You understand? So we are not doing that. And again, Nigeria is like a kind of like a one-room studio that we always wait for federal government to bring investors. Now, if you go for if federal government bring investors, so which part of the Nigeria is it bringing investors to? As federal government summon the state governors, stakeholders to check what is really wrong.
There's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah, it's my son. He's just being naughty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as federal government summon the state governors and the stakeholders to see the areas that need the development they really want, that will bring that rapid result. To my own answer, I would say no. But federal government is going to bring Saudi Arabia, like Progressive was saying. Where are they going to invest on? In which aspect? In which state that will see this quick result? Is this security? Will be okay? They are going to the northern side, invest in security to see a rapid result. Is it farming that will come to
Kaduna Refinery? You hear that one?
That is just one. Kaduna Refinery just one. Just Warri Refinery two. Then we have a lot of depots that is not functioning. So which part are you going to invest in?
The question we should be even be asking is, even if they get that money from that, they say they want to get from Saudi Arabia, why would they want to go and put that refinery in there? Well, okay, listen, we have oil in Niger Delta. Why don't you situate that, make those ones that are in Niger Delta working? The one in Warri, the one in what's it called, in River State. Let them work before you go and do the one in what's it called, the one in Kaduna. I don't even get it. I don't even know how true this whole thing about.
I don't believe Saudi said they're only doing Kaduna. I don't think there's specifics that we know about. Like
that's what I've been hearing. That's the rumor that's been flying around.
No, that's not true. I mean, nobody. I'm even thinking like, because why will Saudi say they want to invest? If they're going to say they're going to help you with something, that means you have to give them a share of it. So if they take a share,
so it's just a promise. It's just a promise right now. There's no money. There's no money coming in. It's just a promise. Is that what it is?
You should know where Rational Man always guys waiting for.
No. I'm saying, is it just a promise? Like, oh, we'll bring the money. Have they brought the money into the system?
Not until they bring the money. It's still a promise. Rational.
No.
What are we talking about? You see. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I mean,
Rational mind. It's Nigeria that is the problem. Because when I listen to, there is this medical conglomerate in Saudi Arabia. They said they were here in 2016 and they proposed to build a military hospital, a large complex, you understand, in Abuja. They flew down. In 2017, they allocated the land and they said they did not hear anything again from Nigeria since that time. And it's about that time also, they did that same military hospital in Ghana. We call it 37 military hospital. Very fine project run by military officers who are in their medical department. I think it's the best facility I've seen along the few countries I've visited in West Africa. You can see it is the government. That's why I think Tinubu emphatically was telling them, I'm in charge right now. I'm serious. Come. If we can change our attitude, I don't think we will lack FOI. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Kulata.
So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, what sort of industries can immediately come into Lagos internationally and set up base there now? Because if you're looking at the soft industries like entertainment, etc., that's done. But what sort of is canvassing around the world? But what is it ready for?
Any industry. I mean, it's Lagos now. Honestly, Lagos can most typical industries, think about it, entertainment, IT, hospitality, food, tourism. Lagos, I mean, all the slave stuff we have in Padagri, are we really using it? They can rejig that thing. That's a heavy tourist industry that we're just sleeping on. There's so many things Lagos can tap
even harvesting salt.
Yeah, so Lagos is fine. Lagos is fine, but it's high time. I care about the government should stop. First of all, I know they're trying to fix our revenue problems, right? That tax guy, I mean, brilliant guy, I mean, partner PwC is trying to do his thing. That will take time. They will fashion that out, maybe fix some holes. But at the same time, looks like we're still printing excess money through that ways and means because we have to plug budget holes. So our inflation is still going up. I expect at some point for the CPN to meet to review the interest rate and jack up the interest rate to try and control, inflation. There's a lot of cost push inflation through food. I expect they've declared national emergency on food. Like someone said on TV, one of my brother's friend, he was talking about the fact that when we think about what Nigerians eat, forget about fancy restaurants in Lagos. I just watched him, was it this morning? That a lot of what people eat are things still farmed in Nigeria. When you go to, if you're traveling from here to Edo or to Oshun, my own state, and you branch, you want to eat, maybe they will give you yam, is things made in Nigeria, yam, cassava, okra, all these things. They are still made in Nigeria, right? Those are the price of those things are going up. We need to address that immediately. So, I mean, while we try and, plug this runaway inflation, I hope they just stop printing that ways and means money that Buhari opened the floodgates. So there's so much problems to fix. We can't be dealing with Tinubu's juvenile indecisions. It's freaking annoying me.
All right, let me ask you a question. So I watched that interview too. So what, according to the what woman was saying, how do you think they can we can quickly rejuvenate Nigeria, Lagos, for example, based on
why is everybody Lagos? Lagos is fine.
No. Based on what you just said about Buka, how can we? Because I have an idea. Like he said, because we all understand. Like, okay, for example, like the onion, the tomatoes, everything is being
onion, tomato, eba.
Wait. So what? Laughing. Why do we have inflation based on that? Don't you think?
Because those things are getting expensive, and the government is printing.
What makes it expensive?
Insecurity is one thing.
Insecurity
is one thing.
Wait. Insecurity and transportation.
We've always had bad transportation.
And the solution,
that's not new to us.
Wait, I understand. But the solution is right there in Nigeria. What security, for example, just ask the private security company in Nigeria contracts. If you can secure those places from farm to the city, that's one. Transportation, just give contract to people that want to use their big trucks and lorries to transport food. You resolve that. Now you're looking for money from other places.
Transportation does not need contract. Transportation will sort itself. That's
where is the road? Where is the road? Where is the road? Where is the hold on? Where is the road?
Transportation will sort itself out. Whether it's cheaper, whether it's cheaper or whatever, we'll figure that out. I mean, yes, the governors need to build roads. Government needs to build roads. The security is government's primary role. If you think about one of the highest priority of a government in terms of their core role, that is almost number one. Because there's no government that should not be responsible for the security of its citizens. And this is internal security I'm talking about. In Nigeria, ungoverned spaces, the farms, the other crisis. Which serious government does not fix its own internal security when it's driving the cost of your food up? We're not even talking about like pressures from CBN printing excess money. That's one area. We're not talking about external pressure, dollar getting stronger and all. Of course, also removal of subsidy. There's so many things driving up inflation. But the one impacting food, can we fix it? Because it's government's role to secure the country, secure its citizens. Can you take it more seriously and stop all this cavalier attitude. Like, yeah, they're buying equipment from Turkey. I'm seeing some helicopter. There's some encouragement. There's some movement. But can you make it more like urgent? Because people, at least, if we can eat yam and cool, take that out of the picture, but make it be things we can produce ourselves. I mean, then they can, I mean, jack up interest rates. Look at Ghana now. Ghana's inflation has fallen by like 10, 15 points since the time we used to laugh at them when they were 46. They're now 30 something. So whatever they're doing is working. Ours is going to 30.
Do you know how it felt? Do you know how it felt?
Rational mind. Let Kulata land. So, Kulata, are you coming down with something? You sound as though.
No, I think it's just.
It's choking on the dollars, Abi.
I think I'm just annoyed with Tinubu's government. I've been annoyed for a while now.
Wait, you shouldn't be, because I was going to disagree with you initially, but because you already moved on, so I didn't want to go back to that. I don't see any reason why you're
I'm annoyed. We should not be having juvenile mistakes like that.
Please, let me ask you a question. Have you noticed that?
Make that the last question. I want to go from Kulata to Ajande Koko. And when Ajande Koko comes on board, I want him to have a bit of a flow without too much interjection.
Okay, Kulata, have you noticed that the private companies that manufacture things in Nigeria, they have routes, logistics to transport their goods to Lagos and export it out, or transport their goods to the end meets? Have you noticed it?
It depends on where they're transporting it from. Hopefully, they don't pass through your state. Because you know how disastrous those roads are.
Yeah, my state is messed up. Even as messed up my state, I want to use my state. Presco, you know Presco oil?
No, I do not.
They do like a NIFO that do life.
I know NIFO. I know NIFO. Well, yeah.
And Presco is the Benin. Yeah, they still take their pound to Lagos and export it out. They still they constructed and grade their own road, not as solid as a federal standard, but as standard enough to take their trucks. So why can't we come up with something like that, like like something like pre and post? You know,
I think it's one by one, right? You see, first of all, people need to be safe to go back to the farm. Number one. Number two, this market. I forgot what they call it now that Tinubu proposed. Something board farm. Oh my God, I forgot. Is it farmers board or something board that they will be used to guarantee prices? That's number two.
Is it not marketing board or something?
Marketing board or something like that.
I remember that board as well, yeah.
That's number two. Number three is kind of like, okay, how do we now look for ways to mechanize? That's number three. Then number four, storage, like so things don't spoil. We need to fix that. Then number five, processing. So with the way that will take 8 years, let's be honest with ourselves. That will take 8 years. But at least if we can get the top 2 or top 3, let people even feel safe to go back to the farms and start producing. At least we'll go back. And please just stop making avoidable mistakes. Needs to stop. We need to be able to trust you that you'll be able to do it. I'm getting worried that I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, but let's see. So I'll just stop it there.
There's nothing wrong with making mistake. I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong.
Not so many so early into an administration. It's starting to become a concern.
Yeah, but if he makes decision on something and later on other people comes out to him and discuss with him that, the decision you made, maybe this is how we say, and it works along.
No, he should get it. No. He should get it right prior to that decision. That's why he has the vastness of all of the talents in Nigeria to coordinate a position before making it public.
Did you know that some of the people that he chose or some of the decisions that he made, people around him brought those decisions, some of those suggestions to him. And if they bring it to him, he might actually, or maybe he had, or he was like, okay, I agree with you on this, on that. And somebody later on, when he announced it to everybody, and now he has all the institution people crying on TV and saying, "Oh, this how we see it within like that."
Those
You don't want him to
decisions.
listen.
No. It's happening too often. It can happen every so often, but not as often as it's happening.
But it's early.
When it's
still
making
not
those
a year.
decisions, no, hold on. When it's making those decisions, at the idea stage, then he has to run it through, so that it's clear that that decision is right before he makes it public.
Run it
So
through.
it's seeming somewhat like a rushed job, and then as soon as there's any even minor strength criticism, he withdraws it, and then he came up with the idea of this payments to poor people, to people in need. Criticism, he withdraws it. He presents a ministerial person. Criticism, he withdraws it. He takes an education position. Criticism, he withdraws it. So get it right in the first instance, and then you don't have to withdraw them so often.
So one man. You are the one making this case.
So you don't.
You are the one making this case for this guy. Hold on. You are the one. You see, you people like to do something here. You act like maybe you are Tinubu, or you are the one in his mind to read his mind. This guy has nothing upstairs. I said it on this platform. Hold on. He's just hold on. He has nothing upstairs. He's just doing trial and error. This is the guy, same guy people were promoting here. I said this guy has nothing to give. This is not the Tinubu that you know way back then. This Tinubu is different. So now you guys are not saying it, and you're just telling me,
rational mind. He's not the one. These are low-level people. Rational mind.
Who are the people criticizing him?
Rational mind.
No, rational mind me.
These are people working for him, right? Making a bad situation. I mean, he doesn't have to be involved in every
He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing himself.
All right.
He has nothing upstairs.
All right. I don't think he could have battled through to win the election without having anything upstairs.
One man, you know, rational mind is coming from a different angle.
Yeah.
One man.
When he made the subsidy call and he stick to that, and he was like, "No, I'm not going back on it." Everybody's crying, just like you're crying right now. But you now feel like, okay, let me listen to people more. And you people are now crying again. So don't worry about it, because I'm definitely sure it's listening to you guys. Few months from now, whatever decision you made, you wouldn't even care what the population is saying. I'm definitely sure you guys will come back and say,
that is leadership now. That is leadership now. You even if people cry, if you are clear, but that's the one thing. You have to be clear on that decision that is for the greater good. And then when people are complaining or crying, as you've chosen to put it, all he has to do then is continue to explain, but not reverse. So that's just it. Is reversing too often. But let's go on to Ajanle Koko, see if he's ready. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. All right. I don't think Ajanle Koko is quite ready for us. So let's go then. Oh, you are there. So Ajanle Koko, yes. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So yes, to the conversation. Do you want me to line them up, or do you want to just free flow?
Yeah, line them up for me.
All right. We were speaking about this Kano State situation. First, the court of first instance, now the appeal court. New governor of Kano State, now to be ex-governor of Kano State. What they couldn't get via the ballots, the APC are getting it via the judiciary system. So it looks as though now the APC guy is going to replace the NMPP guy in Kano State as the governor. And if that happens, of course, then that guarantees Tinubu's 2027. And it looks as though they are picking up Zamfara State on the way to Kano State. So what are you then making of this appeal court judgment in favor of Ganduje and the APC?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. The ruling of the appeal court, which clearly affirm what the lower court, what the tribunal decision, I think it's not good for Kwankwaso. It's not good for Kwankwaso political career, particularly his future political career. I believe they are going to go to the Supreme Court, and if the Supreme Court should affirm the ruling of the appeal, I think it's going to be very tough for Kwankwaso to win Kano in the future. And when Kwankwaso cannot get Kano, Kwankwaso is dead politically. So that is what I'm seeing here. It's not looking good for Kwankwaso. 2 decision, ruling of the tribunal and the appeal court in the same vein, I think is bad. It's bad for Kwankwaso completely. So Kwankwaso should be worried, and the Kwankwasia across the country should be worried. They might be swallowed by APC, by Tinubu. That is the danger there. It is not what we are seeing happening to some people. It's like APC is spreading their tentacles in such a way that we have never seen before, and they are trying to take over the whole of the country. If we look at it the way it is now, APC is controlling Lagos. APC with Wike is controlling Rivers, and now they are about to grab Kano. That will lay down that will draw a roadmap to Tinubu victory in 2027. However, situation could change if Tinubu failed to perform. If Tinubu failed to perform in his first time in office, APC will be defeated across the country because people will come out with anger to vote across the country. So it is not winning Kano now as good. Winning Kano now as good as it is for them, and controlling Lagos as good as it is for them, and controlling Rivers as good as it is for them. If they don't support it or back it up with performance, it's going to be. They are going to receive it. It's going to be difficult for them to win in the next 4 years.
Would you say that if they control Kano, which they are certain to, because I cannot see that two lower courts will have a position, and then the Supreme Court will then take a reverse decision. If they control Kano, they control Lagos, they have Rivers already, they own Katsina, they are taking Zamfara back. Does his performance really matter in 2027 when they already have the politics to win irrespective?
His performance really matter. If we cannot support it with performance that will give people the confidence to re-elect him and give him that opportunity for second time to keep doing a good job, if he couldn't back it up with good performance, I think he will lose. We have to remember what happened to Jonathan. Even though some people will describe it as, they rigged Jonathan out or some thing
Well,
happened.
I gotta go. I'm surprised at the way you are permutating about this whole thing. Do you know how Tinubu was important to Buhari in 2019, despite when Abba Kyari was still alive then, despite how they treated him, they ostracized him, and they had to go and bring Tinubu back to come and campaign for them so that he could win that 2019. Do you know how Tinubu? Do you know how the political sagacity of this guy Tinubu, this guy called Tinubu, in the sense that he's a killer, he's a destroyer of opposition. He will silence them.
Settle
So,
down, rational mind.
hold on now. Hold on.
Okay,
This guy, what his permutation right now is that either he does well, he doesn't do well. Just look at what is going on in this last election that we just saw. How they wrote figures, and then they declared it winner. They declared them winner. So you see, forget opposition right now with Tinubu there. Either he perform very well, doesn't perform very well. He will come back. He controls the means of violence. He controls everything right now. So I'm surprised that you're talking about saying, people will not vote him even though he doesn't perform these next 4 years, and he has. Forget it. He will rig himself in. Not anybody will do about it.
Rational mind. I support that your motion. I support your motion because the last election, Beavers didn't work. So since if that could happen, this by-election, and they could write result, automatically 2027 is for Tinubu. But I'll quickly say this. I think we are overrating our politicians and we think they are invisible. Or we think Kwakwaso is invisible, is too smart. Kwakwaso is supposed to have seen this. This is Policy 101. If Kwakwaso lose Kano, it's irrelevant, it's inconsequential. Whatever D and Tinubu caught, thinking he will be the second vice president in Tinubu running mate in 2027, he knows he should know now. If he lose Kano, that dream is dead on arrival. Because that is how I say that is what he can use to bargain. How can you not see this? They are removing your senators from office. They are removing your members from half of rep. Now they are removing your governors.
All right. Well, please, I want to moderate the interjections just for the flow.
All right, thanks. Sorry.
The thing is a bit skittish. The interjections chopping up the main speaker, and then it's not flowing smoothly. Back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah. So, rational mind. So to you are telling us that it's a sure banker. Second time for Tinubu is a sure banker. That's what rational mind. I think I'm hearing from rational mind.
It's a certainty. Now, if he controls Kano, he controls Lagos, Katsina. The performance is irrelevant.
Okay, I think Nigerians will show surprise to them in the next 4 years. And reason why I'm saying this is because what is going on in Nigeria now concerning the economic hardship, the the pains and suffering, and the looting that people are seeing them perpetrating, will force a lot of people to come out strongly against them. And I want you guys to remember that Tinubu is the person to save that country now. If Tinubu should fail his first 4 years in office, Nigeria will be on the path towards how do I say it? I don't want to use too bad, very derogatory, but it's going to be on the path towards,
disaster.
It's stronger than disaster. On the path towards
collapse.
Let me help you, Agan Lekoko. On the way to become the shit hole completely.
Look, total collapse. And a lot of people across the country, we want to stand up to say we will not allow you people to collapse this country. Even a lot of people that are supporting them today will turn around against them. That is what we are going to see. And we've been hearing it from people already on the street that voted for them. So imagine people have to continue going through this kind of pain, because it's going to get worse if it doesn't, redirect it for the betterment of the people. If it continue to get worse, more than what we are going through today, and for the next 4 years, man, it's gonna be, people will turn against him. People will say, no, you people have come to destroy this country. We don't want to listen. And there's going to be a lot of forces that will come up, particularly in the north. They will come up strongly against him. You think, look, we have some people that are looking now, but they will speak when it gets to that time. And when they speak, people will listen. So we shouldn't say that because he has won Lagos, won this thing. Did he not lose Lagos in the last election? He lost Lagos to Obi, for that matter. Obi from nowhere.
How many margin?
It is not margin that matter. He lost Lagos.
By 10,000 votes. That was the
It doesn't matter whether 10,000 or no 10,000. It's going to be more in the next 4 years.
In fact, it was 50-50 eventually. More.
It's going to be more.
What happened 2 weeks later?
If this guy doesn't perform, you will see Yoruba are going to be in the lead of opposition against him.
I agree with you, though.
A lot of you. Yoruba are going to be in the lead.
Is going to bribe his way in.
So what I'm saying is that...
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Hold on. If it doesn't perform, and you say Yoruba are going to be in the lead against him, who would the Yorubas then have in his place?
They will start clamoring for Osinbajo.
That's to Ajale Koko. Who will the Yorubas have to replace him?
Well, time will tell, because we are going to see candidates from different parties at that time, and that will...
Are you saying the Yorubas will prefer a non-Yoruba instead of him because he didn't perform?
Look, woman, a lot of people will look at him as a failure. A lot of people will be looking forward to another leadership. Yes.
You didn't factor in bribing, no?
I didn't factor in.
No, don't factor in bribing. Don't
Why?
factor in bribery. Hold on. Ajale Koko, don't factor in bribery at the moment.
Bribery of what?
What I'm
vote buying. He's talking about vote buying, right?
Vote buying, yes. Bribery, vote buying.
Don't factor that in at the moment. I want you to stay where you are.
It is.
Hold on. If Tinubu does not perform, and that is not to say that he's going to be a cat, it will at least have done something. Maybe not up to expectation, or the country has not moved significantly. But whether he performs or not, what I'm suggesting to you is that the Yorubas will back him anyway. Because if they don't back him, then who would they have instead? Would it be somebody, a Fulani from the north, or an Igbo man from the southeast?
But one man, Yorubas don't behave that way, though.
They do largely.
No, they don't. They don't.
You don't think?
If he doesn't perform, the Yorubas will go like.
Yorubas will scold him. You know us now.
I'm telling you, one man, they will scold him.
Yeah, so you are the Yorubas. You are the Yorubas, right? You are the Yoruba that will not scold him, right?
One man.
Yoruba man.
Rational man.
Rational man. We're talking about Yorubas. Rational man.
You're not sample Yorubas here.
One man.
Not Yoruba.
My answer is that Yoruba might not back him, but Yoruba will not back Don't get worried that Yoruba will back Peter Obi, but Yoruba might back the candidate that suit them most at that time. If it's somebody from the north that suit them most at that time, they will back him. If somebody from the southeast that suit them most by that time, they will back him.
Don't forget,
my
we
own
didn't
stand-
vote for General Obasanjo.
yeah,
Remember?
but yeah, but
let's not go to Obasanjo, but
yeah, but my own stand is one man.
Just to
I agree
buttress
with
my
you.
point.
One man, I agree with you. He performed, he didn't perform. He will win if he has all these things in his fingers. We saw Barry did the same thing now. Barry did perform the first 4 years now, but he still won 2019. We are talking like we're in America.
Yes, but the new electoral act, that's why Buhari didn't sign it in 2019. He waited for a second time to sign the
But
new electoral
we just
act.
saw what happened with this by-election now. Beavers are finding a way to bypass Beavers. So he will win if he stands.
All right, back to Ajane Koko.
Well, so we have to wait till then. We are going to see alignment and realignment among political parties that want to challenge APC and Tinubu government. Look, people are going to put before, they're going to, assess his performance from day one in terms of how well has he handled the economy and how well has he delivered for common man on the street. How well has he delivered for common man on the street? Considering everything that he promised before the election, how well has he fulfilled all that he promised Nigerian people, and the hardship and pains that he has brought on them? People are going to look at it. Look, Yoruba say, we have reached a point now where the poverty that is going on in that country now is what we've never seen or experienced in the history of that country. The hardship.
Sorry. Let him flow.
Not only poor people in the category of poor people, even the people in the middle class, the people that are even rich. Because the policy of the government, particularly since he eradicated this petroleum subsidy, it has killed productivity. It has killed productivity in that country, and the economic well-being of the people has suffered, in such a way that we've never seen before. So people, we want to stand up to say, look, enough is enough. They're going to look at it as APC, particularly, that this is what they are going to look at what Buhari did to destroy the economy. And Tinubu, instead of, reviving or putting us on the right track, now added more destruction to it. So people will show resentment and people will turn against them. But time will tell. We don't know. Some people that are saying that, they will rig it massively. Well, we have seen it. PDP used to rig in their own days. Where is PDP today? PDP was saying they're going to rule Nigeria for 60 years. But after 16 years, they were kicked out. And what was the reason why they were kicked out? Insecurity, economy, and what is the third one? So we get better since then till now? Compare the days of Jonathan and where we are today. Are we fared better? We are worse off. So if Tinubu cannot turn the table around for, for the good of common man in that country, then people will look at it that, look, it doesn't worth it. They are failure, and anybody can do it better. Let's vote for anybody. So Kano is looking good. It looks like they're going to win Kano, and Kankaso will be.
If they win, if they get Kano, which they will, then that's the end of Kwakwanso as a factor for 2027. People will just ignore him now, and it makes Ganduje stronger, by the way, within the APC and especially in Kano.
Yes, it will make Ganduje stronger. Ganduje is a tough politician too. Now he's the chairman of the party. If Tinubu succeed, gentlemen, after 8 years, and that thing is going to the north, I won't be surprised if Ganduje will be in a better position politically to fight for the presidency of that country.
If that judgment goes against Kwakwanso, which is likely to, is this still a viable ally to this merger that Atiku is proposing? Because even if he loses that election, it still has the Kwakwansia movement, who is quite a strong space within Kano, and then the anger of what's happened as well. Does this still give him some sort of potency to be a substantial enough of a person to form an alliance as an opposition force? So what does that make? How does that carry him into that opposition space, or is he completely damaged if that victory goes against him? Does he still have value as a major sort of partner to that opposition narrative?
Look, what they are going to do to Kwankwaso, I think they will go all out to destroy him politically,
and his movement as well.
They want to destroy him, use brutality, force, and everything to suppress him in Kano. Particularly Ganduje, who is the chairman of the party, and who has been showing that hatred. He never hide it. The hatred,
it's personal between those two guys, isn't it?
It's just between, and it was vice to Kwankwaso. It was Kwankwaso that making sponsor him to be governor. But that bitterness is too strong. You remember when he went to an occasion, a rally, and they have to lay down the posters of Kwankwaso on the floor, and Ganduje.
Yes.
You remember? We tweeted it like 3 years ago or so. So Ganduje will want to go for Kwankwaso to destroy him politically, so that his Kwankwaso movement will not have the strength to compete with him in Kano. And when that is done, that's the end of Kwankwaso. It won't even be relevant in the merger. Look, the merger that Atiku is proposing, Atiku is not a leader. He's not a trustworthy leader. If Atiku had been a trustworthy leader, I can tell you, yes, Atiku will be in a position to lead that merger. Others will want to surrender to him. That, look, let's work together with him. He's a man that we trust. But who trusts Atiku? Obi, who was his vice president, does not even trust him. Obi said it. He didn't say it expressly that he didn't trust him. But Obi said he did not tell Atiku when he was leaving PDP to Labour Party. He didn't tell him. So, and that, to me, shows that, look, I don't care about him. I'm not going to tell him what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my own thing, my own way. I don't trust him, because if Atiku you know, given that if he had called Obi and, you know, told him that, hey, look, you are going to be my vice. Don't worry about anything. You are my man. We did it together. And it's shown it to other. Look, this is the man. We did it together in 2019. Let us do it again. Give us a trial. You know, maybe he will have retained Obi in PDP, and what they suffer in terms of election losses in the Southeast, maybe they will suffer it today. But they didn't give that assurance to Obi. And Obi knew that, oh, no, I can't trust this man too. Let me go and find my own bread somewhere. So it's going to be...
Well, one man, can I just say this to Ajaleko?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, thanks. Ajaleko, I'm just surprised the way you are palpitating, but I can see why you are saying what you're saying, the way you said it. But you see, the thing is this, is that Yoruba people, or Yoruba sort of common, now, when Ganduje was a governor, he was riding on the wave of Buhari. Buhari was covering him up, was using federal might, whatever. The election that brought him in for second time, we know how it went. They used the federal might, they used everything because they were the ruling party. They rigged him in back. Again now, Tinubu is there. Tinubu has the control of the means of violence and everything. They're doing that. So now the question is this: the way this guy is trying to come in, this their governor, because we talk about election matters, pre-election matters. On this platform, we've said it many times. Now this guy is being removed just because they said, oh, he was not a member of the party before. Johnny Party almost, I don't know, whatever they said, the crap the judges from those appeal courts and the tribunal court said that led to this judgment. But the point I'm trying to make is this: they are using the same court that people were using to unseat them. They're not using the court. And I don't know if you guys are aware that the tribunal judges that did all this thing that brought Tinubu in, that sat on this case, they are all being promoted to Supreme Court, which I've said it here on this platform. Now, are you not factoring all these things in that Ganduje is riding on the wave of Tinubu because Tinubu has the power. He controls even the judiciary to some extent. Because Tinubu is there today. Tomorrow, Tinubu might not be there. So how is this going to do? So the point is this, I'm trying to make is this, that the means they are trying to unseat that guy, the guy won that election fair and square. He won it because this move, Kokasia is a movement. It's a movement. You cannot kill it, except if Okaso, who is himself a very unsteady person, moves away and go and join APC or move out. Maybe that's when maybe Kokasia can be dead.
But even Kwakwanso is losing grip of the NMPP now. I've
already expelled him now.
Yeah.
They expelled him now.
He's a homeless politician. Anyway,
but you one man here yesterday. You were saying yesterday. Yeah, was it yesterday or the first day? That it should be the president and Obi should be his deputy. No. You just check it out now. Who has the crowd now? At least in 2011, we're talking about Bubu had about 12 million votes in banked for him. Obi has almost 7 million votes banked for him. You can say that too, right? So what is he bringing to the table? What is what's his name? Kwakwanso bringing to the table when you said he should be the deputy Obi should be the deputy to him. You see, the point I'm trying to make here is this. You see, is that Tinubu is there today. That is why Ganduje is doing all this whatever this magic thing that they're doing in Kano. That way they're trying to come into that office, they are manipulating the system because they said it's a pre-election matter. The same ruling they had in other cases, that when it's pre-election matter, you cannot bring it to court. It is null and void. But what can they apply that same rule on this very one?
It's not a pre-election matter now. They were
It is. No, because they said it was not. You said what? Go on.
Are you talking about Kano?
Kano election, yeah.
Invalid votes now.
Invalid votes. What are you talking about? Invalid votes. What is pre-election matter?
Invalid vote now.
They said INEC didn't sign some votes or something, some form.
Yeah.
I don't know. They put.
Yeah, that's what I said. They said the way the guy came in
is not
was also
no. Do you want me to read it again? They were talking about invalid votes. That's what's on him.
Yeah, by 800,000 votes or 900,000 votes they deducted from him. But that's the film trick. How can you be deducting a vote from somebody you're not deducting from APC too? But in presidential election, if you want to deduct from one party, you deduct it from all of them.
Let's not go to presidential election.
No, I'm not going there. I'm just make it.
Hold on. The APC are suing that those votes are invalid. So the law is not going to go to where you have not invited it to go now. So if NMPP had sued that Ganduje's candidate also had invalid votes, then they would have had to address that. But they are only really going to address what was presented to them. And what was presented to them were invalid votes cast for the NMPP guy.
It's going to be a tough decision, Sha, for a Kano governor now. And if they don't see that guy, we should wait for unrest in that city. Well,
yeah, there'll be unrest, but they will quell it down.
No, not just the judgment unrest. I'm talking about insecurity, unrest. We know Kano and Kaduna. This is
unrest in Kano. When was there never unrest in Kano?
They will be, when they take that place from him, nothing's going to happen. They will put.
No, I don't say something's going to happen like it has to start burning. But we start to look at Kaduna. Kaduna never had never had peace in its 8 years. It was there. We know the story that played out.
That was between the southern Christian side and the Muslim.
Yeah, that's what we don't want by Kwankwasoya and Ganduje too.
Yeah, they are the same people. Why do they want to be killing themselves? One person will win and others will go home and go and re-strategize. That's what's going to happen. But the Tinubu, Ganduje, for what it is a politician that is very, very dangerous. It doesn't take no chance. He will want to, because for him to be relevant politically in Kano, he has to destroy Kwankwaso. And I believe that is what he will want to do now, because he's the chairman of the party, and he have the president that is equally a politician that is very brutal too. So,
yeah. So, but let me say this. By right, Ganduje is supposed to be the APC chairman because he lost the state. But now that he's the APC chairman, you cannot have an APC chairman that does not have a state to himself. Sure, you know that, Baba Jeko.
That is it. So that is why we want to destroy Kwankwaso so that he can remain in control of Kano politics, and I believe he have ambition too for the future. Ganduje is a professor. He want to contest for presidency in the future after Tinubu. He want to battle it out against Shetima within the APC. So all what we are seeing now that is happening politically is in preparation for future political ambition. So, winning of Kano, winning of Lagos, winning of, control of Kano, control of Lagos, control of this thing is to prepare Tinubu for 2027. At the same time, to prepare some others as well for their political future as well. So it's going to be very, very tough. But somebody that is going to be very tough for is Kwankwaso. That I know for sure. So Kwankwaso is going to be very tough for him, because I don't know how he will be able to promote himself or promote his ambition without having without having Kano under his control. It's going to be very, very tough for him in the presidential election, because there's nothing he can contest for now other than the presidency. And if he's not controlling Kano, I don't know how he want to promote his ambition or appeal to people around the country that yes, he have anything, on his CV to bargain for that position. Obi is still good. Obi has 6 million votes that he can still use to bargain for his presidential ambition in the future, but Kwankwaso doesn't have. So that is the danger for Kwankwaso in this situation. One man, that's the way I see it.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, just a short commentary on this next one. Tinubu cancels 40% IGR deduction from universities. So we were discussing this somewhat yesterday, and you were against it as a policy position. So I suspect you'll be glad to see this one.
It's a good decision. But you know where I stand. It doesn't show to me that they are taking a strong step to invest on education. Because if you look at their budget, you can see that our investment on education is still very, very low. And I don't know how a country can develop when...
Their budget is not out till next month.
Well, I can guarantee you that on education, it's not going to be as the percentage is still very low because they cannot just, I don't know how they want to, invest so much in education because they are not showing that interest in human capital development, all those programs that can really develop, the citizen. I don't see them showing much interest. Particularly, they might do better, but with the supplementary budget that they send, they don't really indicate that they really want to invest much on development of the people. So, but we wait, we see what they are going to do in their budget next year, because this year budget halfway the road, he has incurred a very serious deficit. By now, I think the deficit for this year budget has gone to maybe around, is it not 11 trillion, or how much is it? So, and already for next year, they are proposing maybe like 9 trillion for deficit next year. So we are going to have a very, I don't know what they are going to do. I don't really know. But on education, I wish they can invest strongly on education, on healthcare, and particularly education, because particularly, what do you call it? Tertiary institution. That is the central, that is the cooking pot for nation development in the area of, technical development, scientific and other development that matter for country to be a country on its own, a country that can, develop a capacity on its own and not depend on foreign countries. Because today, the way we are running that country, we are like a country that has no capacity to develop in every sector of the economy. It looks like we have no capacity other than the banking. It looks like we have no capacity. Our oil and gas sector, we depend on foreign countries. We cannot operate it well. We are inviting Saudi Arabia to come and do what? Saudi Arabia, that is our competitor. Do we think that Saudi Arabia will want us to really develop well, to be competitive to them? You know, even you want to look at what do you call this thing? Population census. You saw a white lady. Is it not something what population something that is standing in when they were one man? I think you brought it here. You forgot something. International something population, maybe United Nations population something. If you want to conduct election, you see a white man there, European Union, sitting down. I mean, have we lost? I mean, what are we doing? We are like a country that have no capacity anymore to do anything. If one man, the last time I went to Lagos, I saw a private school in one area I went. They were building that private school. Who is building this private school? A Turkish contractor. Turkish. Nigeria cannot build school again. Everything you will see foreign hand there. If you don't see Turkish, you will see China. If you don't see Chinese, you will see one kind of Arab. If you don't, what kind of nation have we become? What kind of nation? I don't know. So I wish they can get it right. They can start to invest heavily on our education. We have research council. We have, research development council in the country. Agency in so many places that are not well funded. So how can we develop capacity to be a nation that can do things on our own? And if we don't invest on our education, we won't be able to get it right. So what Tinubu did is a good step in the right direction, and I wish they can do more for the country and for the future of the country, because investment on education is not only investment for now, but investment for the future. China, that is a great nation today, they invest heavily on education, and that is what gives them the capacity to be a technologically advanced country that can build anything. What is it that China cannot build? And other countries as well. And America, do we know how much America invests on education? Even the city, every city in America, go and look at their budget. Heavily, they invest on education. And I'm telling you here, in the city where I live, there is no child that is not given computer, laptop. Every child in high school and middle school, all of them have personal computer that is given to them free of charge by the school. It's optional though. If you want it, if you say you want it, they give it to you. If you don't want it, no problem. You want to use your own, fine. Your father is rich, your mother is rich, but it's available there for you to get it for free. You think we cannot do that in Nigeria? Some people
briefly, no, so briefly, new.
Yes, hold on. Let Ajale Kokoland then. Yeah. All right, bring it
briefly,
on.
No, so briefly.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Let me talk, man.
Nah, it's all right now. It's all right. Briefly, no, so briefly.
So we can. You see some people say, "Oh, we don't have the resources. We don't have the." But look at the money they are looting everywhere. We have seen it. We can do it, and I wish we can do better. So thank you, woman, and my co-panelists. Thank you all. One man, where are you?
All right, brother. Thank you, Ajahn Koko. So thank you, Ajahn Koko. So let's go on from Ajahn. I'm here. Can you not hear me? Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, Ajahn Koko. Yeah. All right. Let's go on to War Peace, but we'll be allotting it about 5-7 minutes now, so that we can get through the room fairly quickly. War Peace, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Thank you, everybody. Let me first of all speak about this Kwankwasa movement, and Ganduje. Well, Ganduje, unfortunately, Kwankwasa would have, if he want to have retained that governorship election, he would have stopped Ganduje being the APC chairman. All those times that he was going to meet Tinubu, cutting deal with Tinubu, giving Tinubu his support to bring in Akpabio as a Senate president and Abbas as the House of Rep. He would have cut a deal and let Tinubu know you can make anybody else the chairman, but not Ganduje, because it's simple and it's just simple logic. Because every chairman of a political party must have at least control the state. So how can you make a Ganduje APC chairman and he's not controlling state? That would be ridiculous. He will not. Ganduje will not have voice in APC. He will not have a force. So he must. The way it is now is him against Ganduje. Even though Tinubu wants to help him, but Tinubu has to be tied because Tinubu cannot have a chairman that does not have a state. And the state is one of the important states for Tinubu to win in 2027. He would have seen that coming from a distance, and he would have done all he could to make somebody else the chairman. But now the court has ruled twice against him. I wonder how he's gonna turn the verdict. Probably it's gonna be like Hope Uzodinma judgment. That's the only thing he can expect right now. Apart from that, I don't see him being important again before 2027. That's for that one man. Take me to another subject, or another topic.
One man, before, one man, can I ask him a question, please?
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, War Peace. This, I think I will also ask this question when Rational Mind comes on. I hear the two of you all the time talk about rig. In this age of beavers, can you please tell me how someone can rig? Please.
Okay, thank you. I'm not saying they are rigging the election by manipulating the software in the beavers. No. Now they are rigging the election by bypassing beavers totally. Pure and simple. They don't just use beaver, they just declare that very day that they will bring accreditation before you come. We saw it now. People are already accredited. They will bring people that they already accredited before they say it. They will bring document that they already collected the list of people they already accredited. Then people will ask, let's accredit now. They'll say no, they already got or the people is not working. This area to declare people is not working. They will declare results.
It's not very badly.
No,
sorry.
If the beavers doesn't work, there is no voting in that polling unit booth. That is
just let it go. Just let it go.
No, we need to educate ourselves on this program. Okay.
We can hear you, Waman. We can hear you. You are saying we should let it go so we can go to the next topic.
Yeah, because I'm just conscious of how long people have been waiting. People have been waiting for too long.
Yes, I know a lot of people are waiting. Yeah, I know a lot of people are waiting. Yeah, Oga Baba, this is the discussion for next time. But we saw it openly. What just happened in this past election? Bypass election, Beavers didn't really work. Not that it's not working, but they bypassed it somehow. Their politician. So that was not it. But one more, take me to the other subject so that I can really round up real quick and jump to the next person.
Teach me one day.
One man.
Yes, that the Tinubu Tinubu cancels 40% IJR deduction from universities. So you can speak to that, or you can, just for the benefit of I only really bring up all of these topics to open up the space. But if anybody wants to speak to anything in particular, they can speak to that instead of the talking points.
Okay. Let me just round up. Let me just make general this thing. First of all, Tinubu economic plan, I don't think is really in good shape. We should be sincere to ourselves. In as much as do try and error, any government can do try and error. Nobody have a silver bullet to any economy. Not even Obama. I'll cut it a little slack. But the problem is that they don't they're not really getting it. What I do was on the news, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, that investors are not coming to Nigeria. And he came again and said the economic plan will take time before it take effect. What is he saying? And they're printing Naira against the dollar. Not like we are borrowing to cushion the dollar. People don't really know. We are printing Naira against the dollar. That's making inflation, making our money being worthless. Now, the crude oil resources we have, the one in A-class resources, I don't know how many resources they classify A-class resources, has been borrowed out. It's been borrowed out for the next 10 years. Our crude oil, we don't own it for the next 10 years. Our forex has been borrowed out. Our credit reform has been borrowed out. The Don Buhari borrowed all these things ahead of time. So right now, Tinubu is looking for money. He's not borrowing, look for money now to cushion the economy. The economy is in a bad shape, and they should get their house together. This one too many mistake is not good at all. And for that, whatever in university, if you remove it, is a welcoming idea. But I'm waiting for the time they will remove the VAT that collected from states that Wike took them to court for. You know, I'm waiting for when they will remove that. One man, let me quickly leave the floor and let me leave the floor for the super break.
Sorry, hold on. Before you yield, what do you mean by remove the VAT? What does that mean?
No, I mean the state VAT are collecting
Are you saying they should concede the VAT to the state? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, thank you. They should concede the VAT to the state because that's what Amechi took them to court. Sorry, I said Amechi.
Wike took them to court. In your country's activity, Lagos State just signed into law to be collecting their VAT because the court has given judgment. Rivers State signed first. So the two states are collecting their VAT. Lagos State are projected 50 billion for the year.
There's another VAT they get collect for alcohol that goes to this thing. They're supposed to, that one stay in Supreme Court. They should leave it for the South. Everybody, every governor now need what they want, need everything they can to build their states. It's supposed to be a collective, collective effort to raise this country. And let me quickly say this: if now they have shared, what's it called? The budget they wrote in. What's it called? Is it not a substantial budget? They say
supplementary
budget. They said now as soon as signing pass into law, all the ministers just went quiet. Umahi now has gotten billions of naira. Those state that is connecting almost every state when it comes to logistics. That's why food is scarce in Nigeria. There's no road being done. Those states have the most federal road. Trucks. You go to those states and see trucks lining up one man. You'll be shocked. You'll be shocked. Food are getting wasted in Okbila, Aunchi, Saple, Agbo, Ore. Just name it. But when Umahi was doing the engineer of the Nigeria, he was traveling up and down. Now they are giving you money. We're supposed to see work start at the same time. You cannot start somewhere first and come to the next one. And Nigeria is a very big country. And this is the job opportunity for the citizens. People want to work. And you're quoted billion and nothing to show for it. One man, I use the floor. Let me leave the floor for the people like Baba and others. Thank you, one man.
All right, Billiam. Thank you, World Peace. So let's go on from World Peace to let's go to Adewale. See if it's ready for us. Adewale Obalola. Dewale. All right. I'm not sure Dewale is ready for us. Let's go
right
to
here,
X0.
I'm right here.
All right, brilliant. Speak to us, Dewale. Do you want to free flow at it? Just go through the topics as you deem fit.
I would like to free flow, but at the same time, I want to debunk some stuff that's been said on this show. You know, everybody has their own, what do you call it? Their theory. If you're that good as an economist, maybe Nigeria would have been better. We love to criticize. That's what we are good for. We have a country full of economists, engineers, and all that. But there's no one cut. Um, I hope you can hear me, Woma.
Perfectly. Carry on.
Awesome. There's no clear-cut path to find a solution to economy. You look at the peculiarity of the country that you govern, and you prefer solution. But before then, you would have done the short and long-term apply short and long-term strategy. Yes, it may seem that the government. I'm not trying to hold brave or to call them slack, but in this case, we don't have anything we are producing, so they are kind of like handicapped. So they have to find every means. The foreign investors are not going to show up the following day after you've gone to canvass them. It's going to take time because they have to study the political terrain they are getting involved in. When you market somebody, they don't just jump with their 2 feet into it. They will study, they will look at the balance, they will look at everything that make that company what they claim to be. And the same thing with the country. Yes, it's John getting the glove to look for investment, but it's not going to be immediate. But you see, people wanted him to started, applying some of these hard, policies and hardcore, stringent conditions and all that. It doesn't work that way when it comes to political terrain. This is not an autocratic system. You have to look at the political implications of some of the policies, and that is why sometimes it seems or looks like the government is slow walking. It doesn't work that way. But I have faith that the tide will turn in the favor of Nigeria. Like I said the other day, if we decided deliberately, because what he has done, the guy is smart. He tied everything, the performance rate to his ministers performance. So if they fail, he fails. So not just that all eyes will be on Tinubu. Yes, the buck stops at his desk, but the ministers also, they are going to take the brunt of the blame because there's no hiding place now anymore. However, let me speak to Paul Kwanzo. You remember when your friend came on this show? It was saying that sort of thing. Don't let me use and he said that Kwankwaso was more or less like in bed with Tinubu. He was going in and out. I want to be a little bit crazy and I said, look, let's sound a little bit, as a conspiracy theorist. What if what is happening in Kano is not hidden to Kwankwaso? What if is a grand plan or something like of sort? The reason why I said that is that you remember when immediately Tinubu was sworn in.
You mean he wants to concede Kano State to his arch enemy? Is that what you're
that is
suggesting?
it will do him no favor. That is the only state the NPP is controlling, right? But as of now, you have to look at the long-term game, not just immediate reward. And what is the point being in a position with just only one state? So you want to make sure you are,
but
you're able
if he
to.
loses Kano State, he doesn't have any bargaining power now. What is he bringing to the table?
His movement is still intact. What you see happening to the governor is a technical issue, and it must have been a grand game, right? But his movement is intact. They voted for him massively. So I'm kind of like sounding, in that. As a conspiracy theorist. Now, not that I'm certain, because if you hear what your friend said, I'm talking about Allah on the show. He talked about, how Kwankwaso will be having meeting with Tinubu. So all those things cannot be far-fetched. Sometimes politicians are smart and funny. Depending on our intelligence, something that we think we are privy or we know for a fact, probably might be opposite. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm holding my peace when it comes to what is happening. But if the Supreme Court, I heard, I think Rashida Mai saying that it was, the court says was a pre-election issue that disqualified the. Look, every case is different. When you go to law court, thank God you live in America. Not the same judgment that was given to Mr. A will be given to Mr. B. They will look at the circumstances surrounding it. But everybody wants the outcome of the court, the judgment to be uniform. It's not going to be. Law doesn't happen that way. Anyway, let me speak to something real quick. One man, there was a proposal from police commission and the Nigeria police force to increase the age of the IG, and the assistant IG to 65 years. I don't know if you're aware of that. Are you aware? Anybody aware of that
Is
on
that
this
the
platform?
retirement age?
It's 60 as of now. It's 60, and I think 35 years in service. But now they want to
Is that
increase
the
it.
retirement age? Do you mean
The retirement age is 60, and if you've done
oh, all
35,
right.
then you are ripe for retirement. But I think it was pushed by the retired IG and the AIG. They were the one that pushed that suggestion forward, because they felt that they're being retired early, and some of them are still active. They believe that they can have a solution to I mean contribute to the country, other than just being asked to go home. Not just that, they have a lot of agenda that they pushed. However, they also suggested that the superintendent of police that will be the highest rank for the recruit. However, from that upward, it has to do with a college graduate. And for those who are already in service, should also bring forth their certificate for promotion and all that. And after that, they will be eased out of the service. I think it's a noble proposal. I don't really seriously, see the reason why High G should be retiring at 60. I mean, some of them are still, they can still do their conjugal, so why can't they contribute? But some of them with a big belly like mine, I don't think those people they should be mandating.
Can you hear me, Diwali?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. 60 is too early for an IG. It's
It
not
is.
as though he's not out on the streets. Is an administrative role, so it
Yeah.
doesn't. It doesn't. There's no physical exertion. So I mean, 60 is far too young for a IG. Look at all of that training.
Yeah.
And you have to be just for the nature of that space. You probably already be in your early mid-50s before you get the post. So you only spend a couple of years and then you're out. I mean, it's nonsense, isn't it?
I mean, they push a lot. It's not just limited to that age. They push a very robust reform forward. At the same time, they are trying to the training process. They also want to do away with a lot of stuff that they do. But majorly they target the college graduate, so that it will replace that the level of inspector or something like that will now be mainly for the college graduate, so that also they will now I think they wanted to build more training academy in some sub-regional and all that. But I believe it's high time. I think that proposal, I hope it's not going to replace the state policing reform that people are trying to push forward. Because if that is the case, they will try as much as possible to have um, the DIG or AIG kind of like serving in that capacity of regional policing sort of. But I welcome the idea of having a graduate, becoming inspector, or being an intelligent gathering and all that, instead of just this uh nincompoops that we have, being recruited into the Navy. Some of them don't even know what policing is all about, what community policing is all about. But I think I found that very, very fascinating and very impressive. That if it's a proposal, it has not been adopted. It has not even been, sent to National Assembly. But it's a very good, a reform being put forward. But I also believe that the AIGs, the retired one, have a very, very good point. So briefly, let me speak to the. I heard Babanjale Kukuheli. I was trying to interject about the Tinubu's second term and the way the politics is shaping up for him. Look, I brought that idea of uh, bribery, the vote buy. People thought, oh, it was in this case, it's not viable. Let me tell you something. Like what P said earlier, Buhari won second term despite his non-performance, right? But you see, we've forgotten the power of increments. Who, as of now, who appoint INEC chairman, even up to the what do you call them? The resident, no, is it resident or electoral? I forgot what they call them, commissioner or sort of. He signed off on them before they can be, appointed. And some of these politicians put their cronies in there. So everything will be put in place. I mean, River is almost gone to APC, and if Kano goes, I still have my finger crossed for that Kano's outcome. I haven't really given it to APC fully because sometimes judiciary is not.
You see going differently. The first of cost instance, and then the appeal court, both of the same judgment.
I mean, we know our judiciary can be funny at times. One man, they are not predictable, and law sometimes it's not like that. It's not that they have that obligation to follow what the lower court says. So their case is just to re-examine what has been adjudicated and see the merit in it. If it doesn't merit in it, they will squash it and everybody go home. So that's why I'm still holding my peace on that one. So I wouldn't even predict here that the APC will take that. But nevertheless, I think we should not underrate Tinubu. This is someone that masterminded the formation of the greatest opposition in the history of this country. I'm talking in politics now. And then they rescue power from the party, and they took, and from then they keep on moving. Who would have thought, with everything, all the obstacles, before the APC, that they will summon, they will be able to win this election, whether by hook or crook. At least they won, and they are there now. So we should not underrate that. Tinubu. I suspect that Tinubu would not lose that second time because this is not Buhari or Jonathan. This is Tinubu, the master of it. Even your friend, testifying that man is a true political strategist. He could tell you, all this. So, to me, I believe he's putting all his game together, and but I just hope that it's not derailed
Whose
because
friend are you referring to? Whose friend?
who? Buala now.
Whose friend is?
It's one man's friend.
Okay.
Yeah, he's one man's
It's
friend.
Ajale Koko's friend, though. Ajale Koko that was calling him a loser, upsetting the man. It's Ajale Koko's friend.
Is your friend. You really, I don't know, you give him I think you have a soft spot for him. You
I
really
gave him a
throw him
red
a soft
carpet
cup.
treatment, Abi.
Yeah,
Did I
that's
give him a
exactly
red
what you
carpet
did.
treatment?
Oh, you did more than that. The next thing is to go and have maybe you invited the Indian neighbor and your neighbor's cronies to come and sing for him when he comes next time. But that guy divulged a lot of information to us on that day, and we should revisit those information and
He's
look
not
at
been
them.
out. He actually sent me a clip of his appearance on Arise TV, and then he was also in the news earlier on today. In fact, it's been in the news severally because it looks as though he might be on the cusp of crossing over to the. If I see the clip, I'll bring it to you. It is on the cusp of actually crossing over to the APC. That's what it's looking like because
He
the APC.
will. He
Yes,
will.
it is looking very, because quite a few people sent me that clip actually
He
of
will.
him being welcome back to the APC.
I still believe that he's more highly overrated. It's not like an active political participant. He's not that he's committing his resources. Yes, he's devoting his time and energy and intellectual, in sport.
Let me play you this Dewale. Hold on.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing it back.
Let me start at 20 seconds.
Shall stand On your mind, it's back. Our prodigal son is back. Thank you for bringing it back.
So those are APC functionaries saying he's back, our prodigal son is back, our on our mandate we shall stand. Ileya Odunbali,
I mean,
Diwali.
we all heard
Um,
him. It just it was just short of confirming that he was laughing hysterically. I could tell that he was up to something when couldn't control his laughter when it was brought up. I think Babajale could bring it up that he soon go back to APC and all that. But you see, but it's just a matter of time before the groundwork is being done for him, and he would he will go back home. But that's one thing about politicians; they always do that, you know.
are you there, Diwali? You keep dipping every day, or is it me that is dipping? All right. I think Diwali may well have dropped. Let's go on to X0. X0, you're up next. Can anyone still hear me? What's going on?
I can hear you,
Hello?
woman.
All right.
I
You
can
pick
hear
it
you.
up
I
then,
can hear you. Go
Rational
ahead.
Mind. All right. Rational Mind, you're up next.
I can even barely hear you. I because I switched from my my car to this.
All right. Do you want me to give you a moment and let me try
please do.
Oriola?
Or go to
Oriola,
Oriola.
are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. The floor is yours. Just free flow to the platform. Let's hear from you.
All right, so all right, where should I start from? So I believe that a couple of days ago there was a talk about budgeting, and it has to do with blaming the executive. What I my own thought about this is the the president just he has different ministry under him, and he will have like the head of those ministry to bring their budget. And if they all bring their budget, they put it together, send it to the Senate, the Congress will look at it, and the Congress will determine where they need to make changes to. So I think we sometimes just blame the executive for everything, where the Congress just get it bypassed, like they just get it passed. Senate, they like the watchdog. They should be in charge of if they need to cut, they need to take out, put in those. I believe that's where we should put more of our strength. That's what I had to say about that. So there's so I believe one of the topic that someone just spoke about was like how can we have like immediate thing going on in Nigeria that can bring us money. So, and I believe he mentioned like the like tourism. So and so here's the thing. I feel like most of the time we lack planning, and sometimes like we sometimes I don't know, maybe sometimes we do goal settings, but I don't think we really follow up on such things because when it comes, I definitely think tourism would be like a big one. And reason why I think of that is this. So majority of people I believe like if you want to go like on vacation and anything, there's most country like okay, for example, Mexico. A lot of people don't even know like Mexico like that. Like they know you can go to Cancun. And if I want to go to one of those traveling websites now, if I just go there and I'm looking for tourism, to do vacation, all of those, even Bahamas, like those hotel, like if you go to hotel, different hotels, like for example, like Hilton's, the what is it? So many of those they have like those packages where you can just do a tour. Like all you have to do is just everything is easy for them. I believe that if we want to do the same in Nigeria, it's easy. Just like the slavery, some of the things that we have. But the thing is, we don't have like we don't put. I don't know. We just don't put things together like the way it should be. So I mean, if I travel to, let's say I travel to Lagos now, you want me to now like using my brain to like crack my brain to find where I can go, like check like where can I tour, all of those things. Where um when I'm looking for my ticket, there could also be an option where if you want to do tour, make easy for you. I believe that those are the things that we can do. And I don't think it's available because I don't think I ever put in traveling to Lagos and I see those things available where there will be a package. So I just think that most of the time we just talk these things and it's like we don't, is maybe, to be honest, the way our brain works sometimes is more like we don't, would I say, like initiate things, like we don't know how to bring ideas together. Like we can work, once the idea is finished we can work on it, but it's like when, like actually getting an idea, having an idea and put the idea together, I think we kind of lack in a way. And example is everywhere. Nigerians do better when they're outside Nigeria, but how come they don't do better when they're home? That's because everything they need is already set up for them wherever they go. All they have to do is just like put them in there and train them to be able to fit in. But for them to actually put the idea together and be able to, like, no, you can't do that. You have to go get people to do it for you. So I just think, I mean, if we're going to keep bragging about how educated we are, um, you have to be innovative as well. And part of the innovation is for you to have an idea and put the idea together, and you can just roll on the idea. So that's what I think. I just think like the tourism can be a quick thing that we could do, set it up and make it easy for people.
But with tourism, there's a lot of things that actually go with tourism. You're talking about security, you're talking about infrastructure, and you're talking about all the touristic spaces being made being made fit for purpose. I think you were talking about quick wins when you wanted to enter that space when Kolata was saying it. But it's not just a matter of a lot of spend before even Lagos is get towards tourism, except extreme tourism. People who like a bit of danger. That's you know.
Wait, isn't Lagos, to be honest, like the most, even if foreigners they're looking to go to Nigeria, the place they always consider, or the place they always consider as safe, is Lagos. So let me give you an example of what we can do right as of today. Um a cool hotel, like, I mean, it's a 3-star hotel, maybe close to four, I don't know which one, depend, but
Those are
and
not Michelin stars, though. Those are not Michelin stars. Those
okay.
are. There's not a. I don't think we have a Michelin star or a
No,
hotel in Nigeria.
they have Radisson. I've been to Radisson. I've been to a hotel. They look standard to me. Radisson actually looks standard, like up to that. And I think they have there's another one, I forget the name, the new one in Keja. So basically what I'm saying is this. Let's say Radisson, for example. Radisson will have a package where you can tour Badagry, you can tour, what's this other place where we go on a rope? I forget, in Lekki thing. You can go to Nike. All of that will be in a package, and we have like this big clubs and stuff. All of that will be in a pack. It's just like same thing you will do when you go to Cancun. The same thing. Like they just have all this package all together. Like the result, you have like all the where you can go clubbing, not far together, and you can have someone do all the driving and all of those with you because you just get a package with the hotel and everything and the airfare. We can do that as of right now. All they have to do is just like make sure when you're looking for your if I want to go to Nigeria today and I go to one of those traveling website, once I pull I'm going to Lagos, those things will pop up as well. So some people just be, this is available, I just do a package. Then I get the package, then I get to tour all these places. The thing is
follow up and making sure that everything is well guided and everything is done accordingly. That's what I just think we need, because some of those things you just have to have contract with them. If I have contract with Radisson or this other big hotel, and make sure. And there's this I think Lakue, yeah, the Lakue resort. Like those are the places. And then you include them in just doing tour to these places. Badagry, for those people that want to learn about slavery. There's this landmark. Yeah, I remember. That's another one. Yeah, like you just put them all together. Enjoyment, like summer. People, children, university kids, especially black, the Africans, they want to go on summer spring break. They look it up. They see this stuff that we can also do as well. I just feel like we just need those, like, we don't let our brain go to waste. Don't let us just sit there that somebody will do it for us. Let's just put it together. That's what me I think in that way. And also, I mentioned the thing about like private security. Come on, I think we can do these things. I'm definitely sure some rice are being produced in Ogun State. Or your state has something they're producing. What else they have? Why do we have Amateku? If the what do we call it? If the people on top, the people at Abuja cannot do security, put the security in place for yourself to make sure that those food, even let's say tomatoes is from the north. Okay, let tomato be expensive. But what about things we can produce down south? How come we can't make that cheap by utilizing all the security apparatus that we claim we need, that we put together? Just do that. That's what I'm saying. We lack planning and goal settings. Like we want somebody else to do it for us. You're finding all this thing, all the foreign aid or foreigner to invest in your country. When they ask you for a plan or what you're doing already yourself, you don't have it. So that's what I just think. I just think like there's a quick things already in place. You just have that idea, like use that, get idea, work on idea. That's how a lot of company works today. Like they just go have idea and they go to investors. They present the idea to them. If they buy it, then they start putting things together. I feel like that's a quick thing we can do. So about those three things, that's what me I think. And the thing that made me came into the show first, the Israel and Palestine, I just think is an ethnic thing. It can happen in Nigeria as well. It's just ethnicity fighting. The Palestinians they speak Arabic. The Jews they're more Hebrew and they're fighting. They want to claim the land. And you have to remember that the land they're fighting about after World War I, who was in charge? The white people. They claimed the land until they left, and they want the Jews to come back. The Palestinians already to have the land. So I just feel like they just fight. It doesn't matter. Just it's very similar to South Africa today, and it's more like the 20% control everything, but they're not us. They're not black. They're white. Same thing. They just want to have like different territories in different um continents, and they're doing it. If you go to Nigeria, majority of most companies they're foreign owned. They control a lot of stuff. I just want to make sure that we are budgeting and thinking is a Muslim versus Christianity or Judaism. We're just like we need to understand it's none of our business. And we have to really understand whatever religion we decide to practice, how things are work. Even people in Israel, they don't believe in this Christianity or whatever, but it's none of my business. But I just want us to be careful when we put our mouth in those things. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellent. Let's see if X0 is still there. X0, you're up next. If you're still there. All right. What about the progressives? The progressives. Akim. All right. Let's go on to Zeta. What's going on? Zeta. All right. Who is available to talk? Or otherwise, we start to Is anybody available? I think Rational Mind is trying to connect. Rational Mind, your device is not connecting fully.
Where's Rational Mind? Rational Mind left.
It's in the back, but his device is not connecting fully to the thing, so I'm not able to bring him on. Rational Mind, go out and come back in.
What else do you have on the
yeah, we had this we had a storyline of this billionaire Lashmi Mittal who is fleecing Nigeria of $500 million naira. So that one's somewhat of and then a lot of the story wrapped around the Kano State something. So we spoke about that, and then we spoke about Mobad, Naira Marley, and Sam Larry regained freedom. So the question there was actually why they held on to those people for that long. And only there for them not to be able to press any charges. And they've reverted Emefiele back in custody. Court remands ex-CBN governor Emefiele in Kuje prison. I mean, I think that guy essentially is getting the Dasuki treatment, in and out of prison. And then this one came latterly. Ononuga, Aisha Yesufu trade words over the sack of Kano Governor Yusuf. So this is Aisha Yesufu continuing to pump her toxicity into the Nigerian space. But the person that they have now thrown forward to equal measure her is Bayo Ononuga. And you think that Abayo, if you want to fight Desi, then he's the person to take her on. So that attack bulldog that a lot of people felt the space needed, I think they might well be finding it in Bayo Ononuga. So we're having conversations around those.
The Aisha, what's Aisha saying on Kano?
Just the usual nonsense. This is what she has to say. She said the judiciary is really on the path to destroy democracy completely in Nigeria. In 2019, Kano people rejected APC, yet rigged magic was done, and now this again. So that rigged magic was what returned Ganduje, and it says now this again. When you take away the legitimate will of the people, you open the room for illegitimate will to be exercised. But then in its response, Bayo Ononuga says, stop inflaming passions over your false narrative. Go and read the judgment of the lower court. Governor Abba Yusuf has a bad case. In the counter response, Yesufu said tweets are usually for citizens and for those who need to be attacked or for survivors. He says, my tweets are usually for citizens, not for transactional mindsets and mentally captive fellows who need to be attacked dogs for survival. Now run along and be a good boy. So this is now the goings on between Aisha Yesufu and Bayo Ononuga. So she tweeted out that, and then he went under her tweet to start to respond. So I'm looking forward to that sort of Bayo Ononuga balancing off. That seems to be the way of the future.
Well, one man, I think, Aisha Yusufu is right. By referring to 2019 gubernatorial election, how Kwankaso was rigged out. But I think she should be speaking more. I don't know if she lives in Kano. If she lives in Kano, then I think she will have, I would say she have that absolute right to speak on political situation in her state. But if she doesn't live in Kano, the election matter in Kano does not concern her. She's a member of Labour Party. I think now she should concentrate on how to rebuild their party. And I don't know if she's a member. I think she's an obedient, right? Is she a Labour? I think she said she's not a registered Labour Party member. if my memory serves me well.
I think she might well be. Is she not? She's a functionary of the party, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, as a functionary, yes, she should be a member of the party. But I think I listened to her some time ago when she said she's not a member, she's just an obedient, she's working to believe in new Nigeria, and she think Obi is the one that can effect that new Nigeria. That's why she's supporting Obi. Well,
You're right, Ajalekoko. The last time I heard him say that, she said that. She said she's not a member of, she's not a card carrying member of Labour Party. I don't know, maybe now she is.
Okay.
I'm just guessing at it, by the way, but for all of our activities within that space, you think that she was a member of the Labour Party?
Yes, she should be. I mean, that's still, if she's not a member of that, but that is what I heard her say. She says she's not a member of Labour Party. And that should tell us some seriousness in them, in that kind of person. I'm not saying that her activism is not good. I really like her as one in millions of Nigerian lady that always stand up for what is good for Nigerian people. I think she should be encouraged, but you have to be stable. I think in 2019, I think she was pro-Sowore, isn't it? And now she's Obi. Where will she go next time? So if you can't register with one party, I may believe in the ideology of the party, jumping from one party, saying you are supporting one candidate, is to me is a high level of unseriousness, a high level of a political visionless person. So, but I think they should go and concentrate more on how they can pursue their dream, making Obi the president of Nigeria or whoever they believe in. So the Kano matter, Onaruga responded well as well, referring her to the judgment of the tribunal, which clearly stated that they identify some, what do you call it, some woman, what is it? Is it they identify some
anomalies?
Yeah, some anomalies in the election or the voting ballot papers or something like that. And they cancelled it, and that is what gave APC that victory. So about 220 something thousand votes were cancelled because they are regarded as null and void, and so and that gave APC that victory. So Oladipo responded well, but Oladipo is doing what she got to do, defending their party, because what do you call it? Aisha Yusufu is going after APC, and going after the administration, calling them riggers and so on. And we are doing what he had to do. But, well, I just believe that it's better for her to go and work more with other members of their party or the obedient in seeing how they can come up with a strategic a way of representing the people as a vibrant opposition, vibrant opposition on, that carry objectivity that, can remarket and market their party well. So that is what they should concentrate on, and not all this what do you call it, medial effort to call for media attention. They should not do that. They should go after the policy of this administration, where this administration is failing the country, where they are not doing good as far as their policy is concerned, and not talking all these things. That is what they should concentrate on. So let me leave it there, one man. But it look like Rational Mind is back. Let him
Yes.
speak.
Thank you for holding the spot, Ajale Koko. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, Oga woman, I'm here.
Yes. So free flow to the conversation, unless you want me to line it up.
Give them to me. I can't even remember of any word that I want to discuss.
Yes. We were talking about the travails of the newly elected, probably soon to be ex-governor of Kano State, and that is coming off the back of the newly elected, about to be ex-governor of Zamfara State, and we were sort of reflecting if the APC is via the judiciary back door, they are getting hold of what they couldn't get through the ballot. So we were looking at that, and then we were also looking at Ganduke essentially saying that the Imo State governorship victory will be the launch pad into season hold of the entire Southeast. So we're looking at that. Emefiele back in prison, so perhaps a round of applause, perhaps not. And you know that that levy, that 40% IGR levy that the government was proposing to impose on universities, Tinubu reverses on that. So we were also reflecting that, yes, that is good, but this idea of a stop-start, sort of trial and error form of governance, does it show inconsistency, and is it reflecting a lack of preparedness on behalf of the government? So we were wrapping conversations around that.
Let me start with, first of all, with the last one you just mentioned. For me, you know what, man, you know my position on this. I do not think Tinubu was prepared. Even he says that I'm the most prepared candidate, and some of the Agbado people here, they came here to market him too and said he's the most prepared candidate. They tried to ascribe what he never did, what Fashola and Ambode did, and the current governor, trying to ascribe it to him that, oh, he's the one. But no, this guy has, I was there in 1999. We know how Lagos was. I saw what he did, what he did not do. If you well, maybe you want to compare him to other states, because by virtue of the kind of state he governs a very cool state that is very economically, compared to other states, has a larger economy. So whoever is the governor of Lagos State that does not know how to make money or even create a name for himself, that person, I don't think he has been a governor. So any governor that becomes a governor will definitely shine. That's the word I'm looking for. Will shine because the state has a lot of potentials that no other state in Nigeria has. So, but then how did they govern? That's the question. A lot of corruption. So this guy has nothing for me. I just believe he has nothing. All these things that people say, oh, he has his strategies. He has people that work for him. He knows how to pick the best brain. That was in 1999. But just coming out of military dictatorship, and then anything that we practice, then people will look at it as, oh, this is the first thing we're seeing. This is the first time we're seeing this kind of thing, and people will like, oh, this is good, But then looking back, and after many years, well, what is it? So, one man, for me, I don't believe this guy. I've said it here. This guy has nothing to offer. He just want to be a president. He just want to be a president. He has nothing to offer. Look at Wale. Look at the one Cardoso there. He said it's a CBN. I mean, they were also part of what brought part of the people that brought in Buhari into this. They brought in Buhari. So whatever they are dealing with, let them deal with it. So one would imagine that this guy, with all those manifestos that he churned out during that election, that this guy has the solution. Not knowing that it's all packaging. They just package crap for Nigerians, and Nigeria sold it to Nigeria. And many other people came here. They were running with it here. They were vibrating here on this platform like as if they were sure of what this guy was going to do. People like Kulata will come here and start doing economical economic policy here that he doesn't even know what he was even talking about. And then you start wondering, I mean, who are these people? So my point is this, woman. I don't think this guy has anything to offer. And it's so sad that people are going to be the one to bear this. You are coming into the government and you're saying that people should be ready to endure whatever. During his nationwide broadcast that he gave, he said people should be willing to endure the hardship. But what example have you set yourself? You're buying yachts. I mean, you're buying cars for the lawmakers. I mean, you're developing other people's economy. That money, that hard-earned forex that we're looking, why don't you give it to our local car manufacturer? Tell them that, look, guys, we need to just, for the sake of our people, we came in here, we made empty treasury. People, they loot this election, they loot the treasury. Now we want to create some kind of austerity kind of measure, so that we can at least let us make it a lean government. Look at how many people he employed into his cabinet. You know, the highest in the history of that country so far. So I mean, you wonder, is this guy really serious? You know, for me, I just believe this guy is just good at politics. He knows how to gather people together and they rig election and capture a state and kill. When I mean kill, I mean silence opposition, or even create their own kind of opposition within an opposition. Make it look at some kind of a pseudo opposition, but he is the one who draws. Is the puppet master that is controlling the marionette. He's the one. He's the ventriloquist that is controlling the puppets. You know. So for me, I just believe you guys, you created a monster. All of you that supported it. But it's so sad that Nigerians are going to live through all of this. But I'm certain again that he's going to have second term. If death doesn't kill him, if death doesn't take him, he's going to have second term. If death or maybe sickness that really, he gets so sick that he cannot continue, except those two things. So for me, I don't believe this guy has anything. I've said it many times that this guy is just doing trial and error. You are removing a subsidy. You don't even know what you are even talking about. When you have no plan, you just remove it. And now we're seeing what it's doing backyard. Back how they are paying subsidy in some ways. So, woman, for me, give me another topic, I beg. I'm tired for Tinubu. I just don't want to talk about him, except if I have things I have to beat him down. That's all I care about.
All right. What about this suggestion by Ganduje that they can lever the victory in sorry. Somebody was saying something to me in the private chat. Sorry. This suggestion by Ganduje that they can lever the victory in Imo State to seize charge of the whole of the entirety of the Southeast. Can you say that?
Well, man, go. I don't know if you've seen. I think I don't know actually, because I've not really been, because I've been so super busy these days. I just caught a glimpse of headlines and just some few write-ups. I just read them. Go and see. I tell you, Soludo is G3 now in Anambra State. See, look at how it's pandering. It's like, how do I say? What's that word I'm looking for right now? I think he invited Obi to whatever thing that they did recently. Obi was there, and invited some other person. They were there. But then the point I'm trying to say is this: that Obi's wave within that Southeast is going to be very, very difficult for anybody to overcome it. So he better sit up. I think that's why I think it's kind of like cutting Obi now. I don't know. Maybe he wants to still remain his Abga. And I think there was a comment that was ascribed to him that the people said, he said PDP is dead. Is it PDP and APC is dead in Anambra State, something like that? But he didn't say Labour is dead. So he did not do that. So my point is this: why I'm saying this is that if they were to do a free and fair election, Uzodinma would not win. Uzodinma would not win that election. The one in the Enugu State, it was the Labour Party that won it. But look at how they did the whole tricks. And then we're trying to say, okay, this guy forged. But then, you see, let me not bother you. So my point is this: you people. Let me say you people. People are creating. Some Nigerians are creating a monster in the person of Tinubu. Tinubu will replicate what he did in Lagos. He will control that country. He will have, except maybe death and whatever, is going to be the only thing that would. So for me, what Kanye is just saying, I'm yet to see how it's going to work. How it's going to work out, because already the Abia State is a Labour guy, Anambra is an APGA guy. Only the one they have is the one they have in Imo. That one too is not even really sure, because we saw what happened in this last election. So they will all do anything just to make themselves look good, like make themselves look good from Nigeria, that it was a free and fair election. That's what you expect him to say. But I'm yet to see how he's going to make that inroad into the Southeast through Uzodimma. Well, you're going to see. So my point is this, one man, I don't take them serious. I don't take especially that Ganduje when it comes to politics outside his own, that state where he governs, which is Kano State. Another part is a clown to me. That's how I see it.
All right, and the 40% that did you just speak on that?
No, I've not. I don't know.
Yeah, so go to that. That 40% that was reversed back. And sorry, Rational Mind. Oriola, I left you a message in the private chat. Carry on now, Rational Mind.
So the 40%. You see, I'm yet to see how this is going to piece together, because if you look at it, you said you want to give money in form of loan. Or is it loan? Or is it, loan to students, people to go and borrow money to go to school. And then you're trying to fund it. I don't just get it. So how does it, see, that's why I'm saying this guy does not know what he's doing. This guy is clueless. He knows, this is not Lagos. Nigeria is not Lagos. That Lagos, maybe it's a small space it's a micro part of, it's a mini Nigeria, but not in the sense of a larger economy, whereby you have to deal with the crap of the people of different ethnicity that will fight you, that they would want to bring you down or whatever. It's different from Lagos State. So the point I'm trying to make here is this, that this guy just keep making, I'm even glad that people like Kulata is saying, he's also whining here, saying that, this guy is just folding his hand. It's just disappointing him on all of this. So the point is that this guy has nothing. You said you were going to, I don't even know how that is going to work. You want to give credit, credit to students. Okay, where is even the data for you to even know who is borrowing this money, who is not borrowing this money? Another MFLA, and then another MFLA white elephant project that I want to do again. There's nothing they do in that country that we ever see it come to fruition as such. It's usually one thing or the other. Where's the other one that you were doing under Buhari? You see, woman, I just don't know. I don't know how it's going to. Somebody was talking about the budget the other time when I was driving back coming home. It says budget. What is that? What's going to put in that budget? That okay, they're going to give schools money to build more classrooms or what? And then how do you reconcile that with the 40% the student loan that you're giving to people that they don't go? So I don't even know. Does this guy even know what he's doing at all? Just doing this, trying it. When people make noise, is he trying to look good in front of Nigerians? Is he making, I'm listening to you. Is that what he's trying to do? You listening to us until 4 years ago. Then you start blaming the people. After all, you people are the one now. You always complain, and I have to listen to you. That's why I've not been able to
it's just the indecisiveness, the indecisiveness. Yeah.
And you people calling me such strategists. It's only good as politics.
No, but to be fair, there are teething problems, though. We have to always be conscious that it's an administration that is barely 6 months old. Yeah.
Woman, you said if somebody is clear as to what he wants to do, if you know that this is clear, you know where you're going from point A to B or C. Tell Nigerians, look, I am the one in charge. You just follow my lead. I know that this thing we're about to do is going to work. Just bear the pain. Stand your feet on the ground, and they say, no, I'm not going to reverse this policy. But then you do this one, and then when people make lots of people just make that, you just say, no, you reverse it again. I don't get it. It's just propaganda. They just want to rule by propaganda. This is how he's going to do it for 8 years. Propaganda will be the same propaganda that this idiot that was there before, Bubu, did, that they used in ruling that country. The same propaganda they're going to use again. So you see, woman, just because it's been a while, I've been off talking on your platform. That's why I came to say, let me come tonight. And then some of the topic I saw was just, but I'm really tired. That's why I can't even speak much as to what.
No, I saw you driving. So,
I had about 6 hours drive from I went for an important assignment somewhere, so I had to drive because I.
Now, what are you, James Bond? You went on a look at this guy. You went on a.
No,
Are you,
well,
are
yeah,
you James
yeah.
Bond?
Well, I'm not James Bond, but yeah, an important assignment, so I have to drive 6 hours, 6 good hours, just to come down here, come back home. Yeah, so yeah, when I say I was straddling through mountains and all of that to get to where I was going, is because it was that far a place, and yeah. So my point is that one man is I don't even know what to even say when it comes to Tinubu. I don't already sue me, or my mind is sue me. Mute. I don't even know what to say anymore about it because I've criticized it. Right now, what I'm just looking is I'm waiting to see him fail. That's just it. Because I believe.
Are you waiting to see him fail, or are you wanting to see him fail? Are you wanting it?
I just said that. I blotted that out because I know people are like, "Hey, you mean you wanted to see him fail?" Of course, he will fail because you cannot give what you don't have. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm sorry if I said it the way I said it. What I'm trying to say is that he has nothing to offer. They are just propagandists. They just rule by propaganda. They just give this illusion of something that is not real. Ekene some days ago was talking about, Ekene has consistently said it here. Do what you're supposed to do first. Fix your own house is on fire. You are going outside there and begging for people to come and help you, come and take down the fire. Why don't you put your own firehouse in fire? Why you didn't put your own house in order first? Put the house in order. Stay home. Cut down on expenses. Create a leaner government. Show the people that you really care about them. So look at them. You're buying yacht. His wife that was saying that we have money. We don't need Nigerian money. But look at it. Why can't you use our? If you don't really, you're that patriotic. You people have that money. You people are billionaire, maybe in dollars. Like you people try to make us believe that you are. Why don't you just okay Nigerians? Don't worry about just give us protection. We want the SSS or DSS to protect us. We will acquire our own car by ourselves, and we'll leave office when we're leaving office with it. Tell Nigerians like that. Nigerians will know that you people. But look at his wife, a office that does not have any constitutional rule. They're buying her and whatever. And these people are serious. And you say these people are serious? Well, man, these are not serious people. I don't get it. These people are just they don't have empathy. That money that you use in buying those luxury cars that you're buying or whatever cars you're buying, why don't you just inject them into some kind of somebody was suggesting here, our education, create some kind of educational facility for people to go and learn trade or skill so that we can jump on some segment of our economy. Like, okay, for example, now they want to build rail tracks, they want to do this, they want to do that, they want to build bridges. We have to go and bring Chinese or go and bring Arabs to come and do that for us, or Italians to come and do that for us. How does that even sound? In a country that has almost 60-something institution of learning, and then we cannot produce our own architects, our own engineers, even though they have this degree, all of them come out, even professors, they come out with all these degrees, but they cannot even construct one bridge and give a real clear plan as to how a bridge can be mounted across that third mainland bridge. We have to go and bring Italian contractors. We have to go and bring Arab contractors. I don't get it. Why don't you just follow the footsteps of some countries who did that? Inject that money into your country. Build facilities where people can go and learn trade. Some little trade, skills like that. Whereby they can use it to. They can create an economy out of it. People, like construction. Train masons, train bricklayers, train carpenters that can build house. People will employ them. They will build houses, and then people would start living in them. They will start paying for rent. This is how you can kickstart an economy. No, you're going and asking for people to come and be investing when the right environment is not there. Besides the facility in Lagos, which is even moribund to me, what other state has the facility? Maybe Abuja. Abuja is the federal capital territory. I know they want to cite some kind of factories there much because the federal capital territory is not designed for that purpose. It should just an official resident for the government. So I don't think they want to bring so much factories there much like that. But what about other states? Why only Lagos? You don't put your house in order. You're asking people to come and invest in your own country when your house is not. Look at your judicial system. How did they? Okay, look at me. I want to go to Nigeria and invest now. Somebody play me 419. Am I even sure? Let me give you an example. I have a friend recently who had a problem. He involved EFCC into the problem. EFCC is asking this guy to give them money so that they can go and arrest this guy. EFCC. They are asking for money, some kind of like sharing formula from the money. Is it not? So if maybe I'm not even non-Nigerian, I want to go and invest now. I have a business partner. He swindled me, and I'm looking for justice because he's a Nigerian. He knows the judge. He has to go and meet the judge. The judge will rule in favor of him, and I lose my money. Will I be able to? Will I want to even go back there and say I want to invest? So you see, when you start with the criminality, people that are all around you are all criminal. The Senate president criminal. You yourself, you have your own criminal record here. And how do you expect the Arabs, the Saudis to say they want to bring money here, to bring money to Nigeria and come and invest? So you just need to put things right first. Give the word that show to them that yes, you are really ready to fight corruption. You're fighting your CBN governor, all the people that stole money with him. Dangote is there, all of them are there. Where are they? Are they in jail like him? So these are some of the things you need to think about. So you don't give what you don't have. Because I've said it on this platform, this guy have no morals. But one thing I just want him to remember, if he's here, anybody that's listening, tell him, what goes around comes around. You will live there someday. I said maybe you die, but as long as he's still alive, I'm telling you, if the table turns, he will land himself in jail someday. I'm sure. Because you are putting other people in jail for criminality. Even you yourself, you are even worse off than them. So why don't you really, if you really know you want to fight criminality, bring all those people that also run that whole thing with Emefiele. Emefiele is not the only person that stole all that money now. There's so many people in Buhari government that stole money too. Where are they in jail? Even in Buhari himself, where is he? Has he been brought on account? Look at his NSA. The Bible was saying a few days ago that Nigeria is bankrupt. Who bankrupted the country? Have you brought them to order? Have you put them on trial? That's the point. So it's not serious to say. I don't think someone like is serious. He wants to fight. When the world is seeing all these things, what do you expect them to do? To bring their money, come and invest in a country that lacks all the indices that could really bring about, that could foster and promote their business? I would never do that. If I have a friend here that wants to go and invest, I'll discourage them. Say, no, don't go there and invest at this point. This time, it's not a place you want to be. It's very hostile to business. So one man, for me, if it's really serious, start doing what you're supposed to do first. Put your hand in the house in order. Show the world that you're really serious about fighting corruption. Show them. Tell them that, yes, these people, I'm locking up Buhari. I'm locking up not just Emefiele. I'm locking up all the people that stole with it. Then you show the world, and don't be one-sided about it. Let the Attorney General really prosecute these people for what they did. The economic crime against the people of Nigeria. But no, he will not do that. Because why? Because he wants to go second time. He needs Buhari's support. He needs Buhari's voters from the north. Come on, for them, it's all about just their own future, how they will become, they don't care about you and I. I mean, common people in the streets. That's why they could be buying yachts and buying all those things. Oh man, you see, for me, it's not like I just speak. It's like I keep sounding like a broken record. I just keep repeating the same thing. That's why I get tired of talking about Tinubu. But for me, I know it's going to fail.
You see, we are looking to move the conversation away from this sort of delivery that you've just done. Okay. But obviously, the platform is geared essentially towards Nigeria. So there is no way that we talk about Nigeria that we're not going to talk about Tinubu. He is our president.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think
one man. Apologies. Apologies to you if I sounded like a pessimist.
No. Let me tell you one thing now, Rational Mind. The reason why I enjoy you coming here is because you take an independent tack, and I don't think in all of the times you've been here,
I love your Rational Mind.
Yeah, you've never wavered in what you are saying. You've consistently been, no matter how many people are weighing against you, you consistently hold your ground. And that is good for the conversation. It's good, So don't unless you organically come out of that space, then don't let anybody push you out of that space. Because
you see, I'm this kind of person that loves, because I've seen it I've lived in many places.
But one mind, you can't.
Yeah, we go.
Rational mind, rational mind. Hold on, no, rational mind. Rational mind never see any one thing good. No one thing. I like that. A person cannot be totally bad, completely. There must be something, one thing that you can say, oh, okay, look, it's good in this aspect of life, or on something like this, on this issue, on this policy. I think you did right, but all the time, it's okay. It shouldn't be like.
I think rational mind says Tinubu as.
Go on.
No, Ajale Koko, I think rational mind sees Tinubu as totally bad, or even to the point of being evil. And then when you see somebody in that light, it's impossible for you to ever see positive in them. Even a positive, by the time he wraps it around his head 2-3 times, he starts to see negatives in it, because he sees that guy is intrinsically bad, and therefore no good can come from him. And that is where it's coming at it from.
You see,
you're right. That is why a lot of people will not agree with the rational mind.
I understand. I understand that too. I understand that. But you see, for me, is that somebody has got have a very consistent history of criminality, and it continues perpetuating that in some ways. It's unrepentant. It's so brazen. I find it very hard for me to work with such people, or to even see them in any good light. I mean, if you say one good thing I've said about him, one of the good things I've said about him is that he knows how to kill. He knows how to destroy, put opposition in disarray. That's one. That's a
good thing. That's a good thing.
It's a good thing because politically it's a good thing for him and for his minions. So that
can you forgive him? Can you forgive him, Mr. Rational Mind? Sorry to cut you.
For what now? He has not offended me. He has offended the people of Nigeria.
He just hates him. That's just he hates him.
He hates you. No, me.
You see, let's have it out today.
No, nothing. It's just I feel for the people who are at the bottom rung of all these things that are being affected by all these things. The thing is, the way he hijacked Lagos himself, and I believe Lagos State could, whatever he generated in Lagos State, those things we are saying in Lagos State for now, whatever money they've generated so far, could do more than what they've done. But it's because of what he has finally achieved. He run Lagos like his own personal estate. He put people there. He gets his own cut in ways he gets it. We all know how he gets it. I mean, what else? What kind of criminality that you legalize in some legal way because you just have to go and register a company name?
But it's not the problem of Nigeria now, Mr. Rational.
What?
It's not the
problem,
of
Nigerians in Lagos now, isn't it? What's Nigeria?
It's not the problem of Nigeria.
Nigeria. Where does Nigeria stand? Lagos is not. It's not part of Nigeria. Where does Nigeria stand?
It just came to power now. That's
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Lagos. Lagos, how he hijacked Lagos himself, dictating who goes in there, who does not go in there. That's what I'm saying.
But it's good in continuity now. You can see that's why there's stability in Lagos now.
The tokenness they're giving Lagosians, is that what you call continuity?
But there's stability in Lagos.
They've been a monorail for how many years? For how many donkey years they've been building that monorail? So you see, one man, I it's not that because I hate him. I just can't. I can't just stand people who are just intrinsically so corrupt, and they are brazen about it, and they rub it to your face. What are you going to do about it? Go to court.
Are you sure? I know that he's a good businessman, and he helps his fellow businessmen. He helps his fellow politicians also.
He help you, Abi. He help you. He help your family.
No. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about. Like the former president. He said that he helped him to be in power.
You and I, all of us, we live in countries where things works. Government works for the people in these countries. These countries that we all live. The government works for the people. Don't get me. I'm not saying there's no corruption. No, that's not what I'm saying. But at least the people are getting the benefits of the governance that they elected for.
Lagosians today, they're getting the benefits. Lagosians are getting. Lagosians are also getting the benefits also now today.
Come on,
Lagosians are getting the benefit.
Let's bring Zita into the conversation. Hopefully, it might take a more positive upturn. But before we bring Zita into the conversation, let me knock on the door of Xero again, see if it's Xero Maestro. All right, Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Hey,
all right.
one man. How are you?
I thought Rational Mind had knocked you out with his negative talk. Rational Mind, you know how to turn a room cold. Look at this guy. I bet you were a fun guy at school. Everybody comes to you to be cheered up. Is that how it was? Or were you?
One man.
That sounds like chocolate.
Yes.
Are you shouldn't be eating chocolate at this time?
No, I'm not snapping. I just came back. I'm not.
I know. Just a quick little to keep you steady.
One man. One thing about me is that I'm so sorry, Zita. You continue. One thing about me is that I don't have to. Your Bible say, we cannot all sleep and put our heads in one place. This one will sleep, goes west, south, east. That's how we are. So I don't expect people to see eye on eye with me on matters. And I'm not here to come and bore people up. I'm just here to speak my mind that we need to move forward in that country. These criminals are the people holding us back. And it's so sad that some of us here who come here and promote these leaders who come here, we make case for them. At the end of the day, some of us get disappointed. Some of us here on this platform, some of us cannot even go back home. Not because maybe we are afraid of DSS.
But things are getting things are not going forward now. But slowly.
Things are the Nigerians are making noise. Are you going on Twitter and seeing how Nigerians are crying?
No. Nigerians are not making noise. Nigerians are not making noise. I can see the way they live now.
Continue with that, please. I don't want to.
All right, Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Hey, one man, I'm here.
Yes, we were just leisurely strolling through conversational talking points. We were picking through really. Actually, this headline: APC will use Imo governorship victory as launch pad to take over Southeast. So this is Ganduje. Now you remember that. It was only you and I and Ajale Koko pretty much left late into it yesterday, and we were reflecting on strategies, etc. And this headline somewhat off the back, at least in tandem with the conversation we were having yesterday. It says APC will use Imo governorship victory as launch pad to take over Southeast. So this is Ganduje now that is telling us now that APC now has a base, and by the next cycle of election, they'll be sweeping up the Southeast. And it went into details on how they are going to do them. They are going to electronically tag the people that already voted for Opuzodema, and they use them as foot soldiers to infiltrate the Southeast space. So a strategy already taking shape for 2027, according to your dollar-loving governor from Kano State.
So, one man. Most people do miss the point. When you say politics is dirty, it's a dirty game. I don't know whether you are just doing a lip service or you actually meant it as the word sound dirty. You see, in the world is divided into two: the merchant and the consumers. It's as simple as ABC. And until people realize that, they work hard to become the merchants, not the consumers. You see, politics is all about strategy and numbers. And I won't blame any politician the way he woos his own voters. I keep saying that it is politics. What are they out for? To get the numbers. So if they're kicking up strategy on how to sweep up the whole of Southeast, that's fine by them. They get it, they get it. They don't get it, they don't get it. It's just a strategy.
You know, it just struck me because I remember just as early as yesterday, we were talking about the learnings that people should be taking from this electoral cycle.
They don't want to learn.
Yes, because the ruling party, they're already plotting 2027. This is what Ganduje is effectively telling us. And we're not hearing steps being taken. We're not seeing steps being taken, or even hearing sound bites of a directional thrust towards the future from the opposition space.
Yeah, you see, when a message is sent out, some people start hating on the messenger, or probably because they don't like the messenger, they don't want to hear the message. He has sent out a message. If the opposition like, let them work on it. I said this months back when the whole thing was heating up. I said, Imo State is a swing state. Imo people, they are not PDP, neither are they LP or APC or ABGA. The two sides that decide who become the governor in Imo State are swing, highly learned, very intelligent people, well-traveled. You don't come to them to start running wah, 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 and they say they will vote you. Well detailed. So they swing the vote in Imo State. If a party can be bold enough, strong enough to woo them, it's going to be charade. I know what I'm talking about. If a party will be strong enough to woo those two sides, peg them down, cajole them, team up with them, is going to be a big problem in the East. I can assure you. Because those two sides can penetrate.
Yeah, the only space I cannot see them penetrating into is Anambra State. I don't see Soludo joining them, and I don't see Soludo giving up his state for anybody. So I think I think the Anambra State will be the last stand of the year.
One man, never say never in things that you do not have power over. Remember, it is a game. When you put out the chess board, it's a game of chess. You keep moving. You keep pushing, you keep pushing, you keep pushing. As you are pushing, you think you're going to win. Just a little mistake, you lose the game. And it takes a lot of concentration. I don't know, one man, whether you play chess.
Every single day.
It takes somebody with sound mind. So when people with sound mind in criminality sit down to play the chess, don't say never. Don't say never.
In fact, sometimes I pray during the session.
I said when APC ganged up in 2015, I made a comment in my office. I said, Nigeria, they should be praying for these people to use their internet to do good for Nigeria. Because these are a gang of very intelligent people, but they are crooks. They just ganged up, but they are crooks, but highly intelligent. Very, very, I don't know the word to use for them. So Nigerians should brace up for them to use it in a good way. Because if they use that their smartness in a bad way, it's going to be charade. One man is not headless mob. It's not headless mob. You see, when you look at what happened in the presidential election and how these people treated that fuck up within 2 weeks, nobody is monitoring that space. Nobody wants to see what happened. They are so swallowed with pain and hatred that they feel with abuse and insult. That's not how to win an election, man. Tomorrow they will win you again. We call it rigging. But I keep saying I have never seen any election that is not rigged. But I don't know. Tomorrow again, they will win you. You will say they rigged. Because why? You didn't go to the table to study what they did. And they're not sleeping. They're not resting. One man, if you see what happened in Imo State, father, those people are terrible. No? They're too smart.
Well,
You need a smarter person to handle them.
was it just a case of outright rigging? Because the way that
No. Rigging is always in an election. It depends on how you rigged. But nothing was thwarted. I will show you a template. He knows what he's talking. You see that crook called Dango? How do you people pronounce his name? Say Gandola or whatever.
Gandola or Ganduje, as his father named him.
He knows what he said. They did a template. They launched the template in Imo State. It worked perfectly well. No number was thwarted. They did a template. Remember, before that election, Hope Uzodimma called all the past governors. They made peace, and Gandola was there. They started their underground work. That's how they rigged. But no number was changed. But if you don't believe me, that's okay. Continue shouting you won and they rigged you out. 2027, you will still believe you won again and they will still rig you out. That's my stand to that. Next topic, one man.
Still staying within that Ganduje's type narrative, Kano State. Remember yesterday we were speaking about how Zamfara State was being taken back via the courts. It looks as though it's a case of rinse and repeat. Kano State now about to revert back to APC. So the appeal court, there's two judgments now. So the court of first instance will be like a high court thereabout. They've already found that the Kwakwanso candidate that won the Kano State election, that there were elements of rigging, not even rigging, but there were anomalies in that election. They were saying close to 100, in excess of 165,000 votes cast were not signed, which is to say it was not annotated as being authentic by the regulators, which invalidates it. So the invalidation of in excess of 165,000 votes in Kano State nullified then the margin of victory of the NNPC candidate and reverts that victory then to the APC candidate. So Ganduje takes Kano State back about 2. So this now tells the narrative of the government taking via the judicial system what they couldn't via the electoral process. And if Kano reverts back to APC, which is almost a certain thing now because they still have the Supreme Court stage left, but if they've had verdicts on 2 stages already, likelihoods the Supreme Court will find in their favor. If Kano reverts back to APC and they already hold Lagos State steady, Zamfara State virtually in the bag, and they own Katsina State and River State, where the margin of victory for Tinubu is what we're talking about now, not even if they're going to get him out in 2027.
One man, as I said before, I don't believe in using judiciary to be a governor. They are not the people that are supposed to say who is a winner. There is a body who is legally empowered to pronounce a winner in such circumstances. But let me say this. I will always quote Aton Zeribe because he's one of the prominent politicians in Nigeria. He happened to come from my area. Aton Zeribe said, win them in the pool and meet them in the court. If you push him further, he will say, You win them in the pool. They'll ask him, are you going to read in the pool? What of if they find it out in the court? He said, when I mean win them in the pool, he said, I mean win them in total in the pool. So that when they get to the court, when they turn this side, you still win them. They turn the case like this, you still win them. Then what is he saying? When you win in the pool, make sure you close every loophole. So that even the opponent taking into the court, the
Yeah,
court
but winning by 165,000 votes in excess of, that's winning them in the polls.
But he didn't close all the loopholes. Why didn't he get the body to sign it? That's what I'm talking about, and that's exactly what Atonzeribe is talking about. You don't, when it comes to politics, you don't ignore anything. You don't ignore anything. Your opponent will use it to kick your ass. You don't ignore anything. Make sure you do it and do it properly. That's how it's done all over the world. That's why some people believe in wherever they are that elections are so fantabulous. Because it's a good work. When you do it anyhow, that's when we start hearing stories of the body that is supposed to stamp it did not stamp it. So where did you get the result? That is amateur now. You play amateur politics, they kick your ass. I don't really believe that a politician should win in the pool without winning real, like Atonzeribe said. Clean it well. So that when you get to court, they handle your case within a second and throw it through the window. All they need to do in the court is just mention your case and put a full stop. Just to acknowledge that kind of case came into the court, and that's it. There won't be any need to say, hey, they put this one back. They didn't sign this one. They didn't. I'm sure reading now. But one thing I have to tell people about Kwankwanso, I don't really, people are saying he will be the next Tinubu, what do people say he's going to, who are you people? You were making that he's going to represent somebody, remind me.
No, a lot of people speculate that he will be the next Buhari because he has all of the characteristics of Buhari that the North see in him. That Spartan lifestyle, that piety, that religious that discipline, all of that. Man of the people, for the commoners. Looking, all of those qualities that made Buhari 12 million vote banked, they see it in him.
But there is something.
Oh no, we've lost Zeta. Have we lost you, Zeta? All right, as we wait for Zeta to come back, let's have Izon take the floor. Izon, our man from the... Zeta is back. All right, carry on, Zeta, you dropped.
Yeah. There is something most people have not noticed about Kwankwanso. That his red cap, that's why I said I'm trying to study it. The followership he has does not represent it. How do I put it? It does not present itself in the numbers when it comes to election. When Kwankwanso come out in Kano or Kaduna or Katsina, you won't believe the kind of people that will come out. It's all red. Willingly, he doesn't give them money to come out. But I don't really know why he doesn't. He disappoints me in the number of votes he gets, I must say. He disappoints me. That he won only Kano, and even the Kano is in contention, is ridiculous. Because I was thinking he will take 2 or 3 northern states. More especially those corners. But I was shocked. He was actually struggling in Kano. It was actually struggling. Maybe because the person he put there was not that strong. Maybe. Because like Abia State, OT has been a customer. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily mean the party OT come out from. OT is a customer in Abia State. He's been jumping from one party to the other, contesting that election. So he's a regular face. He's a customer to Abia State voters. But that guy, Kwankwaso brought, I don't think he's a customer in that area. So I don't really know. But whatever it is, it wasn't a clean job. And these crooks are capitalizing on it. They might end up knocking the guy out. I don't know, but if he's as strong as Wike, Wike lost in tribunal, lost in appeal, won in Supreme Court.
I don't think Kwakwaso has the budget to fight legally. I don't think it does. Certainly not against the juggernaut of the APC. And I don't think he will put up to, because it's too cozy with the ruling party already. So I'm not sure that he will even put up that much of a fight. And by the way, he's also having problems with his own party who have already expelled him. He's been expelled from the NNPP, a party that I thought he founded. When you find a party with somebody like Buba Galadima is supposed to end up where he's ending up. Is that not one of the most ridiculous people? Buba Galadima?
He didn't found that party. The party has been in existence for the past 11 years. I think he just used that party to his political ambition, presidential ambition, since he didn't want to contest in PDP. And and he left APC as well. So the party has been in existence. It was just not a popular party, but it has been in existence before he went in there to launch his presidential ambition. So he wasn't the one that.
There's one guy in Kano State. You remember the guy that left his senatorial ambition and jumped to PDP? You remember the guy? What's his name again? He's not as popular as we thought.
Rao. Senator Shekarao.
Yeah. PDP didn't get enough. I think APC came second in that state, right?
Yeah. He failed woefully now. He failed where he came distant third. In the presidential, though, they came distant third in Kano. I think who came distant third.
I'm happy to watch on what happened to PDP in 2023. I'm so happy. Because they did something that got me so mad in 2019. And they paid dearly for it in 2023. And I am happy. So, one man, next topic now. What else are you people discussing?
We were discussing about, yeah.
One man, real quick, sorry, before you move forward.
Carry on. We're at that stage now, is just easy talking. So anybody can jump in whenever.
Are you aware of the result from Liberia presidential election?
Well, was it not inconclusive? I saw it flash through the headlines a couple of days ago. Is it not inconclusive? Has it lost?
I think it lost. Yeah, it lost. The guy had about 800,000 votes. Let me check.
I'm not surprised. It's been a real disappointment.
It's I'm just saying that if a country like that could conduct an election and the comment get removed, heaven did not fall down. So why not? Why can't Nigeria do that? So that's to tell you that I'm just saying that. I'm just throwing out that out there for us. If smaller countries can conduct free and fair election, whereby when president is removed, it's been voted out. So why can't INEC? Why is INEC an appendage of the APC?
One man.
Which country?
One man. What's the next topic, please? In Nigeria, we have sat. Not only that, we remove one of the largest party. APC removed one of the largest party in Africa. The unseat a sitting president. You know how to say it. So it has happened in Nigeria. Even at that, some people said that very election was not free and fair.
Yes,
but
I'm
in
one
another
of them.
country,
Yeah.
and they're saying it's free and fair. One man, please give me the next topic.
Even the Liberia election wasn't free and fair.
How is it not free and fair? The
Liberia election, they have pockets of unrest too.
What happened? What happened? Tell us what happened.
They have a couple of pockets of unrest in some counties in Liberia. So it's not like it's free and fair like we Nigeria. See, we like to mirror Nigeria with all these other smaller countries. Every nation has their own peculiarity.
Exactly what I'm waiting for you to do. And that's exactly what yours do now.
Every country has their way of life, and that's what distinguishes us from all these smaller countries.
Your smaller state here cannot even conduct an election. What's it called? Kogi State, Imo State. What's it called? They could not conduct a free and fair election. They are already bringing results. Come on. I mean, when will you people ever repent of this your Agbado kind of narrative that you people come and every time?
We just don't have the pessimistic mindset like you do. We don't.
No, it's not pessimistic. I mean, you guys that don't have pessimistic mindset. How is the country? How far now? How is the country going? How is the country going? Some of you are coming.
Let Madam Sita have the floor. We've hijacked the floor.
Yeah. So I just keep quiet, right? Okay, go on, Zita.
What I'm saying, one man, is that I am very sure, even as I speak, Liberia is not better than Nigeria in all ramifications. That is one. Two, if Liberia today unseat their sitting president, Nigeria has done it before. And in Nigeria, they did not only unseat a sitting president, they unseat the richest and the largest political party in Africa. Even at that, some Nigerians said that election was not free and fair. But it happened in Liberia. It's now free and fair. You know what, man? I don't like going through all this. Can you please give me the next topic?
You know, there's something I was checking in the background just as we were speaking now. There was a speech by the Malawi president where he, let me actually say, there was a speech by the Malawi president where he banned international travel for himself, for his government. He slashed everybody's salary and as part of the austerity measure that country is going through. So it's been going round like wildfire, but it's an hour-something speech. I was looking for the spot where he made that comment. So as soon as I find it, I'll bring it to your attention.
I heard it.
Did you hear it? Yes.
Yes.
So what do you make of it? Yes.
You see, if I am working for you, we have an agreement that this is what you are supposed to pay me. Let's be real, woman. And you are paying me that. At a point, the company or the country is doing badly. There are two things that are involved. I'm trying to use the template of major companies and major countries.
Hold on one micro moment, Zita. I think I may have the spot. I think it's important people hear this because I think this is what they're pushing for in Nigeria.
In making those painful adjustments, I myself have to lead by example. This is why, effective immediately, all of my international trips between now and the end of the fiscal year, beginning with my trip to COP28 at the end of this month, are canceled. By extension, I'm putting a freeze on all public-funded international trips for all public officers at all levels, including those in parastatals, until the end of the financial year in March. In fact, all cabinet members currently abroad on public funded trips must return to Malawi with immediate effect. Any travel deemed absolutely necessary by anyone during that period must be submitted to my office for my personal authorization. Secondly, I order that all fuel entitlements for cabinet ministers, principal secretaries, directors, and all members of senior management of public institutions should be cut in half with immediate effect. Thirdly, until further notice, I order the Secretary, the President, and Cabinet to circulate to all public institutions a criteria for local trainings and local travel that will be acceptable, as well as a cap on how much of their budgets can be spent on allowances for such trainings and trips. By doing this, I'm effectively ending the practice of draining public coffers to spend on allowances for useless activities. Fourthly, I had directed the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to include provisions in the upcoming mid-year budget review for cushioning small to medium enterprises so that we can protect the jobs that they create.
Oh, okay, so that's the Malawian president, Chakwera, his name is, who now, the country under severe economic pressure, is asking the country to tighten their belt, and he has gone on national TV to tighten his belt. No international travel for the president, everybody's salary slashed, no free-for-all, no junket, no awoof. So this is what he's saying he's doing as part of the sacrifices that is asking the country to make. Your president, Zita, he's handing out 160 million SUV vehicles to anybody that wants one.
Okay. One man, first of all, I must say this. I love his accent.
Yes, it's very Americanized, isn't it?
No, it's not Americanized. It's not American. I love his accent. I don't want to go into it. It's not Americanized. That's not American accent. But I love his accent. Secondly, he said by the end of this fiscal year, that's what he said. I need to find out when their fiscal year is ending.
Does it really matter? The optics.
Wait,
the optics,
now.
He mentioned it.
Let me finish now.
He said March now. He said March.
That much. So for 4 months, right? He said for 4 months. Now, go back to the Malawi. They've been passing a lot for so many years now. They don't have the money to travel. They don't. This one he's doing is political. They don't. But if you people don't believe me, let's see what will happen after the fiscal year.
Oh, but I'm super. I love you, man. You are the best.
Thank you. Thank you. But if you guys don't want to believe me, because I know most times when I say things, I get abused. I don't really care. He said for 4 years, nobody's going to travel, nobody's going to do this. It's going to cut people's salary, even when the prices of commodity in Malawi has risen to 300%. You cut people's salary. Wonderful economists. But I don't want to go into all that. But all I have to tell you is that they ain't got no money. He's playing politics. Now, since Zita says rubbish, after March, woman, we come back to your platform, inshallah, to discuss Malawi. I'm not going to discuss it now, but let me go back to...
Is it not easier for the people of that country to digest tightening of the belt if they see their president?
You cannot... No. One man, look at this. He slashed salaries. How could anybody
Yeah, no,
even
at
do
the
that?
top
It's not.
echelon, at the
It's
top
the top
echelon,
officials
it
now.
slashed excesses, not
SSC
salaries.
is
No,
top.
he
Yes.
said the salaries are cut into half. Can you replay it again? Is your
No, at the
read?
top echelon, at the
In
top
the top
echelon,
yes.
yes.
It doesn't really matter. It
Oh.
doesn't matter.
Do
Prices
you
of
do
things
you
are
think
high.
those people, do you think those people that are at that level depend on salary?
It doesn't
Hold
matter.
on.
What I'm saying is it plays well for the people. If you're saying, contrast that with what we're seeing in Nigeria,
The
when
optics now.
when they're telling us to tighten our belt and they're
One
handing
man,
out
That means
vehicles
you are
and
saying the same thing with Madam Sita. It's for politics. It's for game.
yeah,
One
but it
man.
doesn't matter. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter. The
One
people
man.
find it easier
One
to
man.
digest if they feel that their leaders are making the same sacrifices that they are
Will
asking
they
them
show
to
you
make.
their pay slip?
It doesn't matter. It is the optics,
That's why I
the way
said
it
it's
looks.
politics now.
Yeah,
to
but
calm dumb people
but that's how
down.
it's.
Because for me,
you don't get
for
it.
him saying that alone, I'm getting irritated. Do you understand? If I am a Malawian, for him coming out to screw this trash, I will be getting irritated. I might even call for a protest. I will make sure. Hold on, let me finish. I will make sure I get auditors to audit how those top, including himself, is using those funds. So let's know who is playing politics. You see, all this drama is not necessary. But you say
it is necessary. That's what I'm saying to you.
Now, good. Let them play drama.
Zita, let me just say this. What if he went on national television, the Malawian president, and he explained to them all the economic difficulties that the country has, and then he tells them that off the back of this, you have to tighten your belt, and these are austerity measures that I'm going to roll out. But meanwhile, there is good news. I just bought myself a private jet. How would that sound?
What man?
Because that is what they are doing in Nigeria.
One man. Buhari did austerity measure. Where is Nigeria today? We are still complaining. I've said it, but if he says it's the optics, it's going to be, there's an adage in Igbo land that says, sorry heals the wound. That's exactly what he just did. And you say it's good for them, that's fine. I accept. There's an adage in Igbo land that says, sorry heals the wound. Like, something hit you, you are bleeding. And somebody said, sorry.
Sorry doesn't heal the wound.
It doesn't heal the wound, but it calms down the spirit. But it's an
there you are. So that's the point, isn't it?
So you say it's for the office, that's fine. I don't want to go into that, but let's wait. He cut off everything, they tighten their belt. He wants to boost the economy. We talk about it at the end of the fiscal year in March, right? For 4 months, he's not going to travel. We are clapping for him. No wahala. After 4 months, we can now come back and talk about Malawi. Next topic, please.
Yeah, hold on. I think Adanliko wants to come in, and then I'll move you on.
I think it'd be wrong to say that man is playing politics.
Well, he is playing politics, but the right sort of politics.
Okay, the right sort of politics. Politicians will always play politics. But this kind of politics that is playing to save money for the country because they don't have money. He started with himself that he is not going to travel. And as well cancel all traveling by all officials, government officials at the top level. Do you know how much that man going to save for the country?
Not that much. Not that much. It won't save that much. It won't save that much now.
Hold on.
How much will he save that will affect their economy? It's for the optics.
Hold on. What do you mean by not that much?
It's not that much. How much is the?
Hold on. No.
They don't have the money. Forget about what he's saying. They don't even have the money.
How do you say not that much? in their.
I don't think international travel is what is holding the economy. It's probably more big ticket
Now you're getting
items.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Hold on.
It's really for the optics.
Now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know how many? I mean, do you know leakages that passes through that traveling in their own country, or even in Nigeria as a continent when they travel? Do you know hairstyle code and everything, all allowance that they will carry along with them? Look, he said in this thing, he ordered the finance minister to start seeing how they can pump money out for small businesses. Is that politics?
No, well, that is still but the international.
Hold on. Let us look at
yeah. Don't. That's not really the space. It's more cutting international travel. Saying that they are now going to be living on bread and baked beans at the state house and all of that. That's just for the optics. That's not a money saving measure.
Let me come in a little. Maybe some people will understand from the angle I'm coming from, if they care to understand. I would have, he's the president, but I would have been a little bit go for like my wound coming down as a citizen of Malawi. If he has said, we are not going anywhere, we are together in this, salaries, everything will be cut down until we bring this economy up to, let's tip it up to 15% more, then we can start. He just made a broad statement. I don't celebrate with such a statement. What he says doesn't have 4 months. For 4 months, you won't travel. Does that do anything to the economy? You would have told me that we're going to do this until the economy gets 15% bounce, 10% bounce, 5% bounce. Now I know you are talking. Not just for you to come and say, I got this, got to the end of the world. Who are you talking to? Talking to idiots or who? My president will not tell me that. I will have.
But that doesn't mean that they cannot review it in the next fiscal year. It's just talking about this fiscal. Only look, for this fiscal year, nothing, this and that should not happen. People should not travel. They should not spend this money on rubbish. And he instructed that money should be pumped out for small businesses. So he is trying to finance small businesses in that country and stop wastage by government officials. And you are saying that it's playing politics.
If I am in that country,
what he's doing is the right thing to do as a leader.
Listen, if I am in that country and I have a letter of appointment that stated the salary I will earn, and he said this rubbish, I'm going to assume his sorry ass. And even if I don't win, I'll make so much trouble about it. Because sometimes we sit down to talk about legal justice, law justice. But when we see some certain things, we are not seeing it as injustice. You hand me a letter of appointment telling me I'll be earning 10,000 naira a day or a month, and all of a sudden one day you come out like a yo-yo in front of a camera and a microphone in your mouth, and you say my salary is slacked. Are you kidding me? I beg, what my next topic, I beg. You people can celebrate him for all I care. All I can say is that I like his accent, and he just played politics. End of game for me. When I go fit continue the argument after. Because these things are things that when you employ somebody, that's why if you look closely in the West, in big companies that are ideal, although ideal is something that is too real to be good, these have laws governing them. The only thing they do, they downsize the level. They don't cut anybody's salary. They just calculate. These people are earning so and so amount between this way. And then if we tell them to go and pay them so amount, we're going to gain this. He's not talking about downsizing. He's talking about cutting people's salary. I mean, you're kidding me? You cut people's salary and you employ 30 more. Does it make sense to somebody like Zita? But if you people are okay with it, it's okay. I don't want to go into the day we bring a topic on salary and the laws behind salaries, we talk about it. Because if you employ, according to Nigerians that said they employ the senators, if you employ a senator and this is his pay packet, I don't think you have a reason to cut that pay packet. All you need to do, don't employ him or pay him off. It's as simple as ABC. Because it's easier for us to come here and say it. If they do it to you, what are you going to do? You're going to run to court. More especially those in America. If somebody whom you are working for hand you over a letter of appointment, and at the end of the month, 3 months into your job, he come out to stand in front of a microphone and tell you he's going to cut down your salary, I'm sure you'll be running to court.
It's a sacrifice.
You'll be looking for your options.
They are going to cut their salary.
Sacrifice is not done
maybe they are
that
paid
way.
excessively already.
That sacrifice is a wrong sacrifice. Do the needful. Do the needful.
It's a
Do the needful. Downsize your government. Downsize it.
For in Nigeria, they should
downsize your government, not cutting people's salary.
It's not cutting me to another topic. It's cutting the salary of government officials. The people at the top echelon, those are the ones slashing their salary. And that is what they should do in Nigeria. Instead of paying themselves so heavy and 160 billion for car. That is what that man, he did not cut the worker salary or people's salary, but rather those are the top government officials. And
you know me, I can be very, very stubborn when it comes to things like this. Because when I discuss issues that concerns human well-being, I don't discuss it because it's another person. I don't. I remember in those days when Buhari was ill and was in the hospital for 90 days or 120 days or 300 days, however the headless mobs want to portray it. I heard, I wasn't in Nigeria then, I heard that people were demonstrating, screaming, resume or resign. When I came back, some of my colleagues confronted me. I said something that shocked them because I know some of them has brain surgery, open heart transplant, liver surgery, kidney transplant. I know most of them in that hall. That kind of surgery is not something you do in a day or you recover in a day. The company allowed them. They stayed. Even when they came back, they still earn the same salary. Instead, the company reduces their job. They took style and handed some of their job to people around them. And are still earning that fast salary. Now, because he's a president, his own issue should be different. I don't discuss like that. And we're above having discussions that way. When you want to discuss human beings and their welfare, I always put myself in that position. If I am this very human being, how would I feel if that kind of a thing is done to me? That's the way I put it. It's either you hire them or you don't hire them. Downsize your government. If you want to save money, drop it. 24 commissioners, reduce it to 4, 7. Pack the job together. Put it together. But telling me you give people employment letter and at the end of the day you stand in front of, what an insult. In front of camera with microphone on your end, you wipe my salary into 2. One man, please, next topic, I beg.
All right. The only other thing we were discussing was that Emefiele he has been remanded back into prison again. And it looks as though he's embarked on that Dasuki type of journey, just constantly in and out of prison.
The first time they mentioned the guy there here, I said, give him Nnamdi Carlos treatment. You people, they throw stones at me. How dare I say something like that? You see, there are some people who are so rich. They make so much money from corruption. I can't remember the president that said it one time. He said, if you want to fight corruption, corruption will fight back. I used to use the company I worked before. It's one of the biggest company in the world. If you sue them to court, woman, they will bribe the judge, bribe your lawyer, I want to use the word bribe because most of them are listening. They will bribe your lawyer. They will even bribe your wife self. You'll be shocked at the way the case, that's corruption fighting back. You will lose and come back to them. That thing they gave you before you took them to court, they will slash it to half again. You won't do anything. So you see people like a Nefele that, have you seen his house?
His house is the size of an estate, isn't it? Especially his country home in Edo or wherever.
I don't even know where he got that money from. He bought cars that are packed for his campaign. I don't even know what had become to those bosses. But in all he did, I don't really think I have issue. But the one, if I happen to be the one to discuss his case, is burning Nigerian currency. Oh my God. That was the most sacrilege that man committed. Collecting money from people, saying he changing the currency and burnt all those money. That money would have been in circulation today. But such a person, if you take him to court, he's gonna, wherever in the world you take him, anywhere you take him, those people are going to be billionaires. So the best thing is to give him Nnamdi Carlos treatment. Throw him in, bring him out, throw him in, bring him out, throw him in, so that he will never enjoy that money. I rest my case. Any other topic?
I think we've exhausted, unless, is there anything else that you noticed in the news?
You made mention of policy change. You said something when I woke up. I think you were talking about policy.
That was the 40. Did you speak on the 40%?
No, I didn't. That's yes, the policy change, right?
Yes. So they were the administration was looking to levy universities 40% of their IGR because they were introducing a new form of financing for education. But because of the backlash, he reverted that, and we were just discussing
what
that.
What is the backlash? Did he implement it, or they just pronounced it as two different things?
Yeah, it was a policy position that they were about to roll out.
And you think it's because of the backlash that he reversed it?
Well, that's often the case that
you,
yes,
you see, one man.
Because that seems to be the reason.
No, it doesn't work that way. It might be the case. It might be the case, but it doesn't work that way. Let me tell you something. When you make a proposal, that's where it starts. A suggestion. That's the way if you have seen the template of a policy, you see how it starts. Suggestion, proposal, agreed, then approved. As it's passing through those lines of scrutiny, it might go to a point the statistics might fail. At that point, they know that they are very sure it's not gonna work. As I said yesterday, and I will say it again, it's Anyoko. That's the name of the man.
That doesn't apply in this instance.
Wait, let me finish. Oh, you think they just wake up and announce a policy? Is
no. Well, they would have gone through whatever processes, whatever
but
due
they
process.
did not implement it now.
Hold on. If you don't have the full information, then let me give you the full information so that you can have an informed opinion. They already rolled it out as a policy position to be activated, and that was the stance. So they were going to levy that IGR 40% because, of course, the Nigerian educational system is heavily subsidized almost to the point of being free. But now they are introducing some student loan system, which the student can then access to pay for an education. So they cannot levy the education at the tertiary institution level and then still pay the students to access it. So that will be a double your money deal for those tertiary institutions. So as somewhat of a clawback, they were going to introduce a levy of 40% of the internally generated revenues of those Charles, I sent the link. It's in the comment section there. So they were going to levy the internally generated revenues of those institutions as somewhat to a tune of 40%, as somewhat of a clawback. But there was a lot of public outcry, including the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the vice chancellor or whatever it is of University of Ibadan. And then it was actually an event at that space where Sultan of Sokoto at Ibadan, where Sultan of Sokoto was present, that they reverted that policy position. And they reverted it for reasons that they said that the economic climate was not conducive for it. So the economic climate has not changed when they formulated and put forward the thing. So that is to tell you that it is the public backlash.
You didn't say anything different from what I just said. A policy was not implemented. Until a policy gets to the stage of implementation, when they implement it and withdraw it, that's when you blame them. That's when you will say they don't know what they're doing. But a policy that even if it has leaked out, it's all over the place. Just like they said they have signed, what did they say? They have signed gay marriage in Nigeria. I think we discussed it some time ago. Or that they are going to. When you are in a government, 1 is, 2 is company, 3 is a crowd. For everything that is done there goes out in the public. I'm talking about implementation. Was it implemented before it was withdrawn?
No, you are talking in abstract now. It was something that was already, it's still been withdrawn. So are you saying it's not been, unless it's been implemented?
You cannot withdraw something that is not implemented.
You can implement something. You can withdraw something that you said, I'm going to do this, and then you say, I am no longer doing this. So you have withdrawn that intention of doing it, whether you've done it or not.
No, when you are going through a process for something,
it's not a process
the
now.
process finishes at implementation.
It's just semantics you are rolling around. They've withdrawn a position. I'm not quite sure where you're going with that.
Thank God you said
it doesn't cohere.
Thank God you called it a position, not a policy.
What point are you even making? I don't get it.
What man? They did not implement it.
Yes, we know that.
Yeah, but because they looked at it, it's not working. It's not gonna work. So they did not implement it because it's not gonna work.
Oh, all right. Okay.
You cannot, as a government, you want to do something. You look through it as you are going through it, you find out along the line it's not gonna work. You end the show. You don't need to start implementing something you know that it's not gonna work. I mean, I don't get this. They were discussing it as if the man implemented it and along the line it's okay, I'm not doing it again. I don't understand though.
But they've presented it as a government position.
It's a position now. I wanted to explain it. You say no. That is something that is on. I wanted to explain how those positions pass through. Sometimes they even do a test run. Sometimes they do a test run. And when they do a test run in a very good, well-managed economy, they do a test run for 3 months, 6 months. If they see any loophole or that is going to be a failure, they quickly withdraw it. That doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing, because most of these things are done in paper. It's not the real thing. When the real thing starts, you know whether it will work or not. So most countries will say, we are going to implement it for 3 months. If it doesn't work, then we drop it. If they want to be open with their citizens. Otherwise, if they implement it after 3 months and they drop it, the citizens will call them dumb, that they don't know what they're doing. I don't know which one is better, to continue running it and they continue failing, or withdrawing something you tested that did not work. And they say, you don't know what you're doing. If you know what they are doing, you should have known that it will not work. Sometimes you don't need to know, because the presentations are perfect. I don't know if you have watched the former CBN governor make a presentation for you. I don't know if you people have sit down in a meeting, in a workshop where he do presentations. What's his name again? The Kano man.
Sanusi?
Yes. His presentations are mind-blowing. You will think he's a whiskey, but 70% of it is not implementable. Fantastic on paper, but it's not implementable. Because when you want to put the environment, the people, the economy, the situation, the demography.
You're talking in abstracts.
I'm not talking in abstracts, one man. I'm trying to
the government is a policy position that's already been rolled out.
And then they implemented it and it failed.
And then off the back of the criticism, they withdrew it. That's just what played out.
One man, let me be honest with you. I'm not going to take off the back of criticism, because I don't even see anybody criticizing this government. They don't have opposition. So let's rest that.
No, they have a populace. Forget the opposition. They have a populace.
And whose hand is shaking and who did not stand beside the God. I don't see any criticism. I don't see any opposition anywhere.
We're not talking about political. Zita, settle down. We're not talking about political opposition. There's still an educated populace that is critical of our policies. I was talking about the Sultan of Sokoto, who damned
Okay.
You understand? So it doesn't have to be a political opposition.
Okay.
The population is educated enough to have a grasp of.
Okay, one man. If it's back of opposition, that or back of criticism that they dropped it, that's fine now. That means they're listening to the citizens, right? We take it. At least the important thing is that they did not do that. They did not do that evil. That's the important thing, right? So that's okay. Actually, I wanted to ask a question. One of the reasons why I came here. I wanted to ask the question for everybody in the platform, and I need their honest answer.
Carry on, we're listening.
It's on the...
I asked that question, and then maybe Hizon can pick it up by way of him coming into the conversation. Hizon, I hope you're still there. I listened carefully to Zita's question, and then you take the lead on the answer. Zita.
Do you think if any of the Arab nations are well equipped, strong militarily and have the intellectual capacity Israel have, that Israel will still be existing? That's number one question. The second question I will ask now is, I need an honest answer. The second question is, do you think that they would have been concerned about the Israelis women, the children, the hospital, people who are sick, and the environment when removing them? I need an honest answer. Thank you.
All right, Izon, are you there? Izon?
Alpha, my brother idea.
Did you hear Zita's question?
Yeah, the first one was clear. The second one wasn't so clear. Do I think?
Okay. Attempt at the first one, and then Zita will guide you to the second one. But before you do either of those, let me welcome Mike to the thing by way of me departing.
No, one
Mike,
man. You can't do that to me. I've been quiet, waiting for you to come on, and then you're about to bounce. No.
all right, you go, and then I'll bounce after you. Carry
Okay.
on.
I appreciate it.
I think Zita is nodding to the. I think it was actually a space that Baba opened up in the opening phase of the thing. So this now, the way people are divided on that Israeli-Palestinian thing is quite novel. If you removed Israel from that situation and you placed that situation in another place, there will almost be universality in the condemnation of the level of brutality that we're seeing taking place. But because you insert the Israel into that narrative for the resonance around religion and all of that, then suddenly the humanity in people is somewhat tested somewhat, where they seem to see the Palestinian children and women. Anyway, that's more. You take the lead on it. It's a complex space.
One man, I'm going to answer Zita's question first. She said, "Do we think that if the Arabs had the military complexity as Israel, and they also had the intellectual capacity, that Israel will still exist?" So the issue is not, from my perspective at least, the issue is not the military complexity, nor is it the intellectual capacity. I think they have both. I think, Israel is a nuclear power. Outside of that, I think all those other countries are doing well. I think a couple of years ago, Israel went into Lebanon with its military troops and got kicked out by Hezbollah. This is a fact. They got stopped and kicked out by Hezbollah. So Israel is not as powerful as people think they are.
Really?
They're just back. They're just back.
When did that happen?
That happened a couple of years ago. Look it up.
Oh, please give me the date.
I think, when did they go in that Lebanese Americans were leaving?
I think it's 2016.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah, it happened. Well, look it up. Hezbollah kicked them, and now that's why they're so concerned about Hezbollah coming into the context, because they have precision-guided missiles, and they know if they try anything with Lebanon, it's not going to be the same situations. I mean, this isn't a war. This is acts of genocide. It's not even genocidal because they're not of the same country. This is just pure brutality of the worst kind. And when you look at it,
it's a slaughtering taking place, isn't it?
It's a slaughtering. It's essentially.
Wait. I didn't make. It's like I didn't make my question very clear. Yes, you are vying off the question.
I'm yet to, madam. I'm yet to learn my point.
No, wait. Let
if
me
you allow me
a little bit clearer.
Okay.
Before I lose my thought, I would have asked the first question before I asked the second questions. I would have asked, what does Israel want, and what does Palestine want? Then the follow-up is, do you think that if they are capable intellectually, strength with the United States support, Israel would have been existing. That's the second question. The third question. Then the fourth question is, would they have shown concern on the children of Israel, the wives, the people, the sick, the old, and the land? Then go ahead and answer your question. What do Israel want and what does Palestine want? That's the first question.
Let me just condense it into one singularity so that it doesn't get convoluted. Essentially, if the Arabs were nuclearly armed, would Israel have been consigned to the annals of history by now?
First of all, they wouldn't be on that land. We all know the history behind this. If this is settler colonialism, it's the same playbook as New Zealand, Australia, what they tried in South Africa, what they did in most of South America, and essentially what they tried in Zimbabwe. It didn't work when it was called Rhodesia. This is classic playbook settler colonialism. Bring your people, take over land, bring in settlers from all over the world, come and settle, annex the indigenous population, keep them in open air prisons, and take over their land and settle. That's all this is. It's the same thing. But when you realize when the people are armed and can defend themselves, it doesn't happen. So to answer your question, the state of Israel after the Second World War would not exist if the Arab nations were as powerful as they are today, or if they even had nuclear weapons to one man's point. It won't happen. They won't even come close. It won't happen. It's happening because they have the world's sole superpower that gives them hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it's even in the billions now, every year, supports them. The Israeli lobbyists own the entire United States Congress, lawmaking body. So those ones can't open their mouth to say anything because they've taken money from all of them. They're compromised. That's the American corruption. So they give them money. The American military industrial complex makes money every time Israel buys money. So essentially the money they give them for weapons doesn't go to Israel. It goes back to their companies in the United States. It's a racket. And of course, I found out recently that Palestinian land has oil and gas. So now this is more than just a case of we want to just take their land. To answer your question, Madam Zita, what do they want? They want all those people out of there. They want to take over that whole place. They want to build.
It's a land grab, isn't it?
It's a land grab, but now it's a land grab that has resources. And that location, the Suez Canal, is a vital point in shipping lanes.
In fact, I think it's the number one portal that every international cargo goes through, more or less. Yeah.
Yes. So when you look at it from that point of view, you now realize and you understand all these things come down to money. Let's be honest. All these are extremely capitalist people. When if they find a new resource in somewhere in Africa, these people don't think, oh, that country has resource. They say, no, that's our resource, and we're going to get it. If they find a new resource right now in Central African Republic, the people in Central African Republic don't own that resource. I think when we start to understand that that's the world we live in, we'll start to come to terms with what's going on and the international structure of our planet today, which will bring me back to our Nigerian government and the mistakes I think Tinubu is making in going to all these countries and asking for money. I think he's putting his energy in the wrong places. The strategy to bring in money is the right one. I think he's asking the wrong people. That's my belief. I think, to get into it, because I'm done with criticizing whether or not he won the election or whether or not, whatever. I'm past that. We can't change it. Nigeria is what it is. But in terms of him trying to fix our economy, the lithium we have in Nigeria, the gold in Osun or Zamfara, the Ajaokuta steel mill, the natural gas, these are opportunities, and there are people in the world, not the Saudis, not the, who else did they beg for money? Not the French, not the Americans. There are people in this world he can bring together Invite them to Abuja. Don't go and see them. Invite them to Abuja. You're the president of Nigeria, for God's sakes. Invite them to Abuja. Have a conversation with them. Put these deals in front of them, and they will put their money into our industries, not to extract, but to build on ground. And then you open it up for shares to those people and shares to all of us. So we buy shares and we own these companies. This is what Nigerian government needs to do. They need to stop this embarrassing journeys to all these places where I was listening to something today where they said the Saudis, when they loaned us money from the Islamic Bank, part of the condition was that they would come and they won't give us the cash. They would come and implement the project, and then we'll pay them back. That is embarrassing. That is an adult dealing with a child.
That's the usual deal. That's pretty much the sort of deals that we cut with China as well. China never parts with money. They either take for resource, but they will bring even to the carpenter everything from their own country. So that money circulates within their economy. They get your payback or resource as a payoff. So win-win-win, and then you just get whatever trinket you were asking for.
Woman, here's if I was to pitch a proposal to the Bola Ahmed Tinubu government, I would say to them, have a week-long, month-long, I don't care how long it is, symposium in Abuja. Identify all the Nigerians you can identify that have, whether they've stolen money, whether they've made money before in former governments and bought property in most expensive real estate in London. I don't care. They all come down. And then you put these things in front of them. You let them know we're building a gold mine in Oshun. We're building a gold mine in Zamfara. We're going to mine and create finished products of our own gold, and we're going to export that. We're building a lithium battery manufacturing plant in Nigeria. Here's what it needs to happen. You guys have money. We want you to invest in these projects. You will own majority of these shares. And after we build it, we'll then create a public offering, and Nigerians around the world can have access to buy shares in this company. And then we'll go ahead and export, and that will boost our economy back. And then
if I might ask, why we
just a second. And then you go to people that have stolen. Stolen Hoha. You go to Dezani and you tell her, listen, either we make your life a living hell, or you take a lot of that money you've stolen and you bring it and invest in this project we have going. You go to that accountant general from Buhari's administration and you tell him, if you don't invest that money back in here today, you will not have peace for the rest of your life. And he will bring that money back and invest in these industries you're trying to build, including the gas turbines and the gas that we have in Bielsa that they're trying to... Look, there are people around the world, especially Nigerians.
You know the implication of what you are suggesting, meaning that the implication is that, look, those of you in power now, you can steal as much as you can, you will be forgiven, and you'll be given the chance to be more richer. As long as you can invest where what you're stolen, you can invest.
No, that is not that. See, here's the thing: you can do two things at one time. You can enforce law and order, and you can build your economy at the same time. You need money. This is a fact. You need money. So it's one of two options. You go and beg Western countries, and they tell you to legalize homosexuality rights in your country so they can give you money. They're going to be conditions. Or you can find people that have already stolen from your coffers and tell them, here's what needs to happen. But while you're doing that, you tell your Minister of Justice, now we're getting revenue in. Here's what needs to happen. You tell your DSS, here's what needs to happen. Here's how we're going to investigate public funds. You tell the civil servants that you're going to have, that, what they call that program? Secret shopper program.
Yes.
I don't know if they have it in UK. Yeah. Where you pretty much have DSS and EFCC officials acting like normal people going into government offices to have services done. If they act like they're going to steal or they're going to extract or extort money from you, they get arrested. It's that simple. They will all straighten up. And then you are able to, you get the cash you need to build the kind of environment that you want to build. But this begging of money needs to stop. It's embarrassing.
It is on. Let me play a quick clip. You made a comment. This is why I always say that people should have my details. You made a comment earlier on, and then somebody just sent in that clip to verify somewhat what you're saying. What this is what Izon was just speaking about now.
Is rich, gas rich. You probably wouldn't know it, but Gaza is rich, gas rich. At least 1.4 trillion cubic feet rich, to be precise. But there's a catch.
Geologists and natural resources economists have confirmed that the occupied Palestinian territory lies above sizable reservoirs of oil and natural gas wealth in Area C of the occupied West Bank and the Mediterranean coast off the Gaza Strip. To date, the real and opportunity costs of the occupation exclusively in the area of oil and natural gas have accumulated to tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars.
Back in 1999, the Palestinian authorities signed a deal with British Gas. Just off the Gaza coast, they struck it lucky, and 2 wells were drilled. That's Gaza Marine 1 and 2. It was a multi-billion-dollar gift from God, an economic boon, both home and abroad.
This is one of the will be gas available for export. And from my conversations with Palestinian officials, including President Arafat, it is clear that they have no interest in just sitting on a gas surplus.
Fast forward to 2007, Hamas comes to power and Israel launches an offensive on the Gaza Strip, leaving behind 1,400 dead Palestinians, but taking with it the gas fields. Now, within the year, Israel announced the discovery of the Leviathan natural gas field, which did include Gaza's riches, all in all valued at $453 billion. Now, since then, Gazans haven't seen a shekel, or to be more accurate, they have been denied around $47 billion in revenue. As for Tel Aviv, well, it's gunning to become a new hub.
This is a historical moment in which the small country of Israel becomes a significant player in the global energy market. The Memorandum of Understanding will enable Israel, for the first time, to export Israeli natural gas to Europe. And it is even more impressive looking at the significant set of agreements we signed over the last year, which position Israel and the Israeli energy and water sectors as a key global player.
Let's just run through this then. At that moment in time, so we're talking 2022, Russian oil and gas was sanctioned. Iranian oil was sanctioned. Syrian oil fields were, and still are, illegally occupied by US forces. Now, the key port of Latakia was being bombed by Israel, and the port of Beirut, the gateway to the Middle East.
Well, all right, it goes another 3 more minutes, but I think you get the drift. The headline says it all about oil, not Hamas.
One man, look, man, let me take this, what this lady is saying is really funny, but it reminds me of some arguments I get into with my Oyinbo friends, because they look at the world and say, oh, well, people are not that bad. These governments are trying to do the right thing. Oh, yeah, colonialism happened and slavery happened, and it was such a long time ago, but we're such a different people now, and the world has changed. When you look at these things, it reminds you that the world has not changed. It reminds you
they are taking the whole of that Gaza, and they are going to flush out all Palestinians from there.
It is going to take something special to stop them.
Nothing will stop them now, but the Americans back it.
They're dead set on it, and the only people, in honesty, that can turn their backs on this full time are the Europeans. But they're so much in the pockets of Americans.
The Europeans need gas now.
Yes, they need gas. That's what I'm saying. They're so tied at the hip. I looked up some reports from Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, I found it interesting because Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, if a dictator in Africa kills 20 of his people, they don't put them all over news. If Nigerian military goes into Zambiza forest and kills Boko Haram, they identify that Nigerian military is committing human rights abuses. The Western countries immediately want to sanction us. Then they quote Human Rights Watch, they quote Amnesty International. They say, look how brutal your government is. They refuse to sell us weapons to defend ourselves against terrorists because supposedly we have a bad human rights record. Now, Human Rights and Amnesty International have released reports continuously calling what is happening in the occupied Palestinian territories as apartheid. Fact. This is fact. They've released reports. In 2021, they released a report. In 2020, they released another report. They've done extensive research and have come up with findings saying this is apartheid, it's crimes against humanity. Not one sanction on Israel, not one anything, nothing. These are the same organizations that they quote every second when they want to take an African leader.
The United Nations have taken several resolutions. They have passed several resolutions against
sanctions.
But they are vetoed now. But they are vetoed.
Vetoed by US. So it's not that the world have not tried to do something, but United States, the almighty power in the world, never allow any sanction on any UN resolution.
And Ajala Koko, this is the US that you're always defending, my brother. The US is US.
Hold on.
They are behind. Hey, Ajala Koko, let's call a spade a spade. I know you like to tell the truth. Let's tell the truth about this right now.
Hold on.
Wait, my brother. Let's tell the truth about this right now. The United States is behind. Wait. Ajala Koko, wait now.
52nd or 51st state. They just name it Israel.
Yes, now.
It's inseparable from United States.
Yes.
Yes. So that is why you see United States fighting hard. We want to. It doesn't mind to do whatever they can do in defense of Israel because Israel is representing.
And Ajala Koko, their entire House of Assembly, their legislature, their entire congressmen and their senators are compromised under what you call campaign finance, which essentially is bribery. This is the corruption in America that some people want to try to hide under the sand. In fact, the corruption we have in Nigeria, that them teach us. They're the ones that taught us how to be corrupt because their corruption is on another level. That Iraqi whole debacle and Afghanistan, that was corruption times 10. You wage a war under a lie just so you can make money. My brother, in fact, we're nothing even close to what they are doing. And then they will use their media to cover it up. The thing about it is, one man, I'm not sure. I think someone had a question. I was trying to interject. I don't know who that was. I was saying, let me finish, but he can jump in anytime. But the thing about yes.
This is me speaking. You see, where I kind of found this whole this current thing that is going on in Palestine there, I find it like there's something more than what we know. Is that I before this so-called airstrikes that this whole launching of rockets into Israel, the Egyptian intelligence have already warned the Israeli government that there is a massive plan by the Hamas, but they ignored it. So could it be that there's something they were planning? So I don't know. I never know that they were going to go full scale on Hamas and invading Gaza the way they've done. So I kind of find it very, very kind of. I wonder why won't the Israelis act on the intelligence that was given to them by the Egyptians intelligence? So, but then now that I'm seeing a picture of what is going on now, that there is more to it. It's about the gas and the oil and all those things in the Palestine. I mean, in the Gaza area there, they want to have access to it. And for me, I look at it that if these people are allowed to have access to that gas, you can imagine the billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, that would make that small Gaza, and how powerful they could be able to buy technology. That I mean, they will have access to technology that maybe possibly they will be able to rival Israel in that area. So maybe they see that as a threat. That's why they are trying to flush them out of that place, get access to Gaza, and maybe be able to control that resources that is in Gaza. So it's just it's a mess of a
rational mind. The thing is, my brother, when I talk to some Nigerians and they say, "Oh, Nigeria is corrupt and this and that," I say, "Okay, yeah, well, yes, you're right, but you can't start a story from 5 years ago or 10 years ago. You have to start from when from the beginning, and you have to look at the foundation of where we are. And if you look at most countries around the world, right, that dealt with things similar to what we dealt with, you find the same kind of conditions that also have resources, whether it's Venezuela, stuff you find similar situations. But the one thing is this, right? There's been a history and a trajectory for countries that have resources that went through colonial era. Like I'm talking about extreme colonialism, not these people happen to settle there a little bit and left, and kind of settled. And you see a similar pattern. The sad case in our situation is we almost never woke up from colonialism. And that's why, like Ajaleko was saying earlier, you were saying something about, Turkish people are here building roads. This one is there. It's not that we don't have the qualified people. It's that we don't believe in them. You understand? So our people are there, capable, qualified, trained. That's why they go abroad and you see what they do. We don't believe in them. I've done programs in Nigeria where I've carried my friend who was Wimbo, who I taught everything. And we go to Nigeria, and I was standing there in front of a commissioner, and the commissioner is asking him questions and ignoring me. Meanwhile, I'm the one that taught him everything he knows. I've seen it. So this is it's a mentality thing that we have. Yes. We haven't woken up from it, I swear to you. And that is why Tinubu is running around the world begging for money.
It's on. May I walk out back?
My brother, you try. Thank you, Jerry.
May I hit my bed? Mike, I acknowledge your presence. Mike, I'm sure you're there, Mike.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So your idea, so there he is right there. So he joins Ayo with the super task. So Tayo Adeoye, Ayo as ever, of course, it's always Ayo. So that's Ayo wrapping it off as he always does. So that's Ayo still going on and Ayo still going on. So he keeps the light on the platform, as you all know. So that's Ayo still. And then Prince joins him. So that's Prince right there. And kicking it off was another Prince, Nigerian Prince. So I wonder how many princes we have. I wonder how many actual princes we have. Everybody is a prince on the platform. But I wonder which one is actually entitled to a throne. So there it is. That'll be the question for tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. I'll keep that spot because I'll be listening to that conversation. Very interesting and engaging. Mike takes charge. Thank you, everyone.
All right, man. You don't go. Yeah, so I mean,
now we enjoy you.
Ivan, I want to ask you a question, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Does Israel have any historical affiliation to that land as a people, the Jewish people? I want you to elaborate on.
Israel wasn't a state, my brother. Let's go back to 1948. Okay, Israel was not a state. There was no state of Israel. if we want to talk about real terms. If you're talking biblical stuff, that's a whole nother conversation. If you want to talk about real terms, there was no state of Israel. The European Jews, who by racial descriptions are Europeans, they're Germans, they're Polish, they're Russians, have always existed in Europe. But there was a Zionist movement in Europe that occurred prior to Second World War. It is a fact. In Switzerland, in places around Europe, there was a Zionist movement of European Jews that wanted a homeland, but they couldn't get one. This went on for decades. Second World War happened. The Germans that were Jewish, these are Germans, blonde hair, blue-eyed Germans. They were not Middle Eastern, were being prosecuted by Hitler. We all know that story, right? After the Second World War, the British were occupying what is present-day Palestine, right? As a colonial entity that they controlled. They turned around in agreement with the UN, but there wasn't any UN. The only country standing after the Second World War was the United States. Everywhere else in Europe was decimated. The Russians lost more people in Second World War than any other country, right? So there wasn't really any country, but they agreed that they were going to take this piece of land and give it to these European Jews, right? So they did. Initially, what people don't understand is initially when the European Jews went to what is present-day Palestine, the Palestinians accepted them. They didn't drive them away. They were living side by side with Palestinians, but they were kind of creating their own community. And then the Nakba came, when these colonialist entities gave them weapons and support, and they immediately annexed over millions of Palestinians, immediately went in with force, took over their land, kicked them off the land, moved them out. They all became refugees. They moved to countries like Jordan, some moved to Egypt. That's when this madness started. So,
eyes on the story, the account you're narrating is not as you are depicting the story to be. You know, I know you wanted to discount the existence of the Jewish state from the Bible, but nonetheless, Jerusalem did not come out from the sky like that. It's always existed. We have an account, a record of it.
That's why I said, if you listen, that's why I said, I said, if you want to go Bible, that's another story. But in terms of, if you want to talk about the geographical place called the State of Israel, there was no State of Israel.
Well, we can't really say that.
So let me say this. Even
Judah and Israel, remember, we have Judah and Israel. And
okay. So let me accept your arguments. Let me just accept what you're saying as fact. Let's just accept that for 1 second. Even if there was Judah, the land of Judah, the Lion of Judah, whatever you want to call it, and there was Israel, and there was Judea, and there was all these places, were those people blonde hair, blue-eyed Europeans? Did they look like Netanyahu?
Well, this is the argument.
I'm just asking a question, because keep in mind, there are Arab Jews.
Yes.
Today, guess what? Those Arab Jews were not the ones that annexed the Palestinians. You do know that, right? The settlers, the ones that came from Europe, the Zionists.
But
there's a difference. There's a difference.
When it comes to Zionism is an idea, it's a concept. Okay,
it's a movement.
It's a movement. Yes. That's what Zionism is. But people like to throw that word Zionism around as if it's a bad thing. But the point here is that I don't buy the argument that blue eyes or blonde hair Jewish people or Israelis occupy that place. What do you have to say about our people that have been displaced numerous times over the years and they've been scattered around the world? That's why, allow me quickly. That's why you can see, a Jewish person that's blonde or blue eye in different form, and also you can see a Jewish person, just like you said, that looks like an Arab. You can't even tell the difference between an Arab and a Jew. And you can see a Persian Jew. There's so many kinds of Jews around the world. So that argument doesn't fly. That the Khazarians and all these things. No. Just like African Americans, Sometimes, if you in America, you can barely tell. Well, you can tell that that person has an African ancestry, but they look totally different from what you would call an African. Do we call such people as non-blacks? We don't do that.
Prince Daddy, you're sounding ridiculous, man.
No,
How can
Mike,
you say
maybe
the
you
Black
sound
American
ridiculous
looks
too,
totally
Mike.
different from? Come on, man. Totally different
What
from
is different?
Africans?
What is different?
You say Black Americans look totally different from Africans.
Well, if you listen to the argument and call my argument ridiculous, pay attention, Mike. Don't call my
No, not your
ridiculous.
argument. The point, that line you just said there. That you're saying just like
are you telling me that all African Americans look like Africans?
You could tell they have African blood in them.
Huh?
When you look at them, you know you can tell they have African blood. And then wait.
Because you can't tell. Because you can't tell because a Jewish person has a blonde hair and blue eye. You can't tell it has a Jewish blood.
Are you kidding me? Wait.
I can tell.
Listen to yourself.
If you're limited on the subject matter, that is fine. Don't pretend.
No. Don't try to complicate it. Let's keep it simple. When you look at an African American, you can see that this person is an African descent. Even when they're mixed with somebody, you can tell that, you have an African trait in you. Either by their hair. Wait. Hold on. There's no. You can say, okay, someone is mixed race, but you can see that, okay, it belongs to this race and this race. Whether half black, half Asian, or half black, half white, you can see the Asian in them or see the African in them. I know that, okay, you have African in you. Now, we can that's a distinct look. But now, how can you tell me someone is a Jew? What is the look? What is what? What is the look? What is the race of a Jew?
Because they, just like I said, they're a different shade of being a Jew. I just told you. We have Arab Jews. That
what is the
like
fundamental?
Arabs.
What is the fundamental look of a Jew?
That's a non-question, Mike. I just told you they have different shade of
There's
Jews.
no such thing as different shades because you can't say different. No. What is the race of a Jew? What is the race? What is a Jew? Describe a Jew?
Well, a Jew is a Semite that have their origin from the Jewish people and from Israel or previously Judea. I mean, the people that occupied the land, as described clearly in the Bible, they have the descendants from Isaac, all the way to Jacob, to Jacob.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If one white guy, one British guy, they has no trait to any Jews, one day wake up and say, okay, I'm a Jew. How can you know whether it's lying or not?
Well, see, one thing, allow me. One thing you have to distinguish also. If you go to the book of Esther, there were many people during the Purim.
Dude, don't give us all this book stuff, man. Come on.
Well, let me finish. There were many people, that were non-Jews by blood, right? But they converted to Judaism.
We're trying to ask you, how do you know someone is a Jew? If one white guy from England, 100% British, decide to come to you and say, I'm a Jew, how will you know if he's lying or not?
Mike,
if he's a Jew or not? How would you know?
DNA testing. Do you know the
DNA? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're kidding yourself.
Prince Daddy, it's a religion. It's a religion.
It's just a religion. It's like people saying I'm a Muslim.
No, it's not.
That's what it is.
1 second. Do you? Well, I think his eyes are right. Do you know of the Lemba people from southern Africa? The Lemba people were able to trace their origin all the way from Yemen. These are black people, Negroes just like myself.
Yes, from Zimbabwe.
All that route. And they claim that they have the Ark of the Covenant, in which they called Loguma.
And you believe them, man?
They DNA tested them. Do you think
DNA?
Yes, Mike.
Well, you know what? Some Igbos also believe that they are from the land of Israel.
Then too, they are claiming Jews. Yeah, everybody want to be cool because the Jews is a cool story in the Bible. Everybody want to be
DNA tested. I don't know.
No, but Prince Daddy, you know what? Some Jewish filmmakers went to the southeast in Nigeria, and they were able. According to the Jewish filmmakers, I think one of them got arrested in Nigeria. This was last year. They believe that those people in southeastern Nigeria are actually Jews that migrated, right? But here's the thing I'll say to you, Prince Daddy. Listen, being Jewish is a religion. It isn't different from being Muslim. That's all it is. I think you had European Jews, and majority of them were the ones being persecuted. They were Polish Jews. Today, when they expand the land in the occupied Palestinian territories, they bring Russian Jews, Russian people.
Because they are Jews by
No,
blood, by
Prince, that is,
DNA.
a lot of people convert to Judaism.
I
It
agree. I said that
happens.
also. That is
Yeah.
documented in the Bible also. I told in the book of Esther, many
I don't want to see, but
this
you
guy
see,
too caught up with this Bible rubbish, man.
I
That
don't want to
Bible is
talk
a
about
fake
the
story,
Bible.
man. It's something some people put together. It's a fake story, man. That's a fiction. That story is not real, man.
Mike,
You want me to bring
I
evidence
understand
to
it's
you?
not real to you. That is okay.
No,
It's not
no.
personal. It's not personal. But don't
The
talk
people
like
that
you
it was a
have the
council of
entire
Nasir that
conversation
got
reality
together
that you know
and started
everything.
making up stories.
So
They
you don't
took some Egyptian stories, some story from different places, and then started creating their own religion, and then you believe in it.
There are many religious books that I don't believe in myself, but I don't discount them or mock them. I don't do that. See,
No one is mocking it, boy. It's not.
Yes,
You can't use that as a okay.
Because you don't believe in the Bible.
Wait. In university, can you cite the Bible to present to prove anything to your professor, and you think he's going to pass you? He's going to fail you.
No. If you make a sound argument, I mean,
but Prince Daddy, Mike has a point though. We can't have the kind of conversation we're supposed to have about this place and use the Bible as a reference, right? The Bible, yes, it's based on faith. Most people can't prove the stories in the Bible.
Do you know of Josephus? Right. Have you heard about Josephus? It's not a Christian, or it was just an historian, and was able to document the accounts in the Bible about Jesus Christ and
you believe him. You believe him.
What do you believe, Mike? Tell us what you
believe.
Why
would you believe? Someone is telling you some rubbish story and you believe in him. I don't believe anything another man tells me, dude. Just because I don't know why you Africans do it. You just believe in some rubbish things. Everything European tell you, just believe it. White man writes stories, you just believe it.
Started with you. Do you have an origin, Mike? Do you have an origin? Is this something that you?
The fact of the matter is, you just everything. Your whole entire consciousness so Eurocentric.
It's not. That's what you think. It's not. It's
not. It is. Because your entire belief system is so Eurocentric. Come on, man. It's like everything. Come on.
Okay, so Prince Daddy, let's say this. That okay, if we were to you want to go back to the Bible. If you want to go back to the Bible, that's 2,000 years ago? Really? What we can go for is that as far back as the early 1930s, 20s, 40s, the Palestinian people were there, and that was their land.
But
that's the Zionist movement.
Absolute though. But do you know the Jews were there too? It wasn't just Palestinians.
Yeah, but okay. So let's say this: the Jewish people that were there were Arab Jews, and they lived in peace side by side with Muslims. In Palestine, they're Muslims, they're Christians, and they're Jews.
Yes.
Yeah, but they lived in peace. There was no issue until this settler colonialism started. Until these people decided, no, it's not enough to live side by side with these people. We need to take over the whole thing. And then they came, and that's when the Nakba happened. And the Nakba, imagine annexing millions of people just in a short time.
Before the Nakba, you got to keep in mind also that land was pretty much laid fallow. It was undeveloped.
It doesn't matter. It's like someone. It doesn't matter. It's like someone saying, okay. So it's like someone saying, oh, I'm going to go to Zamfara, and because all they're doing is banditry and shooting people, it gives me the right to take their land because it's lying fallow. Or go to Niger State and say, come on now.
Many of the lands conquered around the world, many colonies around the world were acquired through that means. Yes, even the United States of America.
It doesn't give you the justification to take someone's ancestral land. That's the point I'm making.
I'm not saying the justification, unlike the European whites that came to this northern America to occupy. At least we can trace the Jewish people having origin grounds in Israel, or what we call today Israel. That's not the case for the white people that came into America.
So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. Jewish people living side by side with the Muslims at the time or whatever, there was no issue. This is the point I'm trying to make to you. There was no issue of land and all these different things. They were living side by side.
So
it was after the Second World War. It was after the Second World War when you had this case being made and the British decided, okay, fine, we're going to take all these European Jews.
No.
Wait a second. And the British decided we're going to take all these European Jews and we're going to settle them here. We're going to settle them.
For the 6 million Jews that were exterminated around the world, especially in Auschwitz,
around the world,
and Sobibor. Yes, around the world.
Okay, please tell me where around the world. Let me these places. It's like Europe.
Well, Europe is part of the world. They're persecuted in
No,
Russia.
you see around the world. Is Europe around the world? See, that's your problem, man. You guys, your mentality is so Eurocentric, man. You just gotta believe Europe.
Mike, I want to ask Prince Daddy one question. Prince Daddy, good morning.
Simba. Good morning, Simba.
Yeah.
Hello.
This your argument that you are using Bible. Is it presentable in court?
Even in school, they will fail you.
Well,
I think you are smarter than the argument that you are putting up this morning. Using Bible, you can't be using Bible to do whatever argument you are
Simba,
doing.
we have a lot of historical references. How come the Bible is any different? We have a lot of historical references when we talk about things.
Bible is not an history book, man.
Some
people can use the Quran. They can use, they can.
You can't put those things to bank. You can't take those things to bank. You can't take them to bank.
I understand.
You understand? You must have a better argument. You can't be using Bible.
I literally can pull a story from the Bible where someone was it that guy that shark or whale swallowed him for 3 days and he came out. I can't be presenting that kind of argument now. I can't be presenting that kind of argument. Are you kidding me?
It's not for you, Mike. And I understand.
It's
not for you.
Come on, no. It's just not for. It doesn't hold any logic. That's what I'm saying. So you can't say it's not for me. It's not. It just doesn't hold logic. You can't.
So are you saying, are you more superior than the people that believe that Jonah was actually swallowed by the whale in the Bible?
No, it just sounds scientifically. I mean, come on. I mean, it doesn't make scientific sense, or it doesn't make any sense. Because if
Mike,
you
can't prove everything.
Listen, if swallow somebody, you're gonna digest. You're gonna digest.
Do you believe in miracle?
Listen, the stomach acid will kill you. You understand? So,
Mike, do you
it's
believe in
something
miracle?
you believe maybe hundreds of years ago when people were ignorant, but today, I mean, scientifically, if whales swallow you, the stomach acid will digest you right away. You understand?
Mike, do you believe in miracles?
You are sounding more ridiculous. I believe all those things. And then they said the Red Sea also, the Red Sea, there's a part that somebody walked through the Red Sea. I believe all those stories. You are smarter than
that's
what.
much easier to believe. That's much easier to believe, actually. That's even much easier for me to
The thing
believe.
about religion, man, when they brainwash you like this, how to,
Yeah. No. See, this is the difference, man. I
look like a dummy.
What are you saying?
I said religion can make somebody to look stupid. That's what is it to me.
But the thing that I can have an argument or debate with anyone here on different topics or subject matters, and I don't discount your understanding or your ability. But when we vert a little bit away from
Prince Daddy, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do you think what's happening right now with the bombardment of these people is evil?
Well, I tell you, it's most regrettable and it's unfortunate. I tell you that. But keep in mind, what were you expecting? What did you expect to happen? We were on the show.
Over 4,000 kids have died.
Well,
there's no but. There's no but in this.
No, of
there's
course
no
there
but.
We had people. They were peacefully living. That is the Jewish people in their own territory. And overnight, on October the 7th, we had an attack.
Hamas did it. Yes, Hamas did it. Not the poor people in Palestine. Hamas did that.
Of course not. But you know that, right? In any war, it doesn't matter. The people that suffer are the poor people and the children and women.
Ridiculous. Prince Daddy, just give me a single moment, please.
Sure.
I heard somebody said when they're making intellectual arguments, it's ridiculous to quote the Bible. Did I hear somebody say that?
Yes, it is ridiculous to quote the Bible.
Do you believe Bible is a book?
It's a frictional book.
I asked a question. I said book. Don't tell me what is written in it. Do you believe Bible is a book?
Yeah, it is a book. Yeah,
thank you.
Written by a man. Okay.
So you can comfortably reference other books Hold on, let me finish now. Don't cut me off. Reference books, stories, histories that is written down for you. You hold on to it. You believe in it, maybe probably as your tradition. But somebody else's book is ridiculous to make a reference to. What impetus? Thank you.
Okay, Madam Zita, do you believe comic book is a book? So can I start making reference to when Superman or Batman did this and did that and did that and did that? And you're telling me, and I'm telling you it's a book.
People do make reference to comic books for the reason
to
of
present
situation.
Logic.
Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question. They make reference to comic book for the situation and purpose they want to make reference to it. And when they make such references for that purpose and situation, it is unintellectual for you to say that they are ridiculous. Yeah, because I've watched, hold on, Mike, you come here to tell us about your tradition. You made bold to tell us that you're a traditional person, culturally embedded. And I am sure that you were not born when those cultures and traditions were made. It's the book you read, the stories you were told. You held on to them, you believed it, and you make references to them with all amount of alacrity, defending it with everything you have. I have listened to you several times on this.
Let me make a correction.
Let me finish.
Okay, finish.
Defending your tradition, your culture, and try to tell us how they work. The other day you were telling us how they used to make sure you are marrying the right people, or the right woman, or the right man. We all listen to you. Nobody told you that those references you were making was ridiculous. You can argue with
no, you can tell me it's ridiculous. Yeah.
But saying that somebody made reference to the Bible is ridiculous to you.
It is ridiculous because you can't show me anything.
Because I, for one, I will not say that to anybody because you have what you believe in. You make reference to it. You were not born when that belief was created. But you believed in it.
Hold on.
Mama, to it. And nobody called you ridiculous.
Hold on.
Call somebody ridiculous for making reference in what the person believes. That's not.
No. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. My own tradition is actually real. It's something we actually experience. If you come around me, I will show you. I will touch you with something, and you start running. You understand? I will take you to a shrine. You actually hear the voice. You understand? You hear us talking. You understand? I will show you. I will show you magic. Even here, one man put something.
Mike,
we can actually show you things. We can show you what we are doing. You understand? We can show you things. In fact, you people are scared of us.
Daddy, follow Mike to try. Go and hear voice from God. The real voice from God.
When we are doing, I will invite you guys to where we are doing our.
All the
hold on, let me land. I will invite you to where we are doing our rituals. When we invoke the spirits, when they come, in fact, they will take over you like this, and they will talking through you. Where we will show you magic. You understand? We show you what we are doing. We invoke the spirit to come back. You understand? They mount somebody among us and start telling us things. So we actually can see what we are doing. You understand? We know we see what we are doing, But you guys, you just believe something. Absolutely no concrete, nothing can. It's just pastor telling you rubbish, and then when they want to show you something, they will do one kind of trick, scam. My pastor will go and lie to someone, tell one guy to fake it, and so your whole thing is fake. There's nothing tangible you can show me.
Okay, so Mike, everything you just said there, I understand and I agree with you. But the funny thing though, your understanding or perception about Christianity, to tell you the truth, is no different than many Christians themselves. They think Christianity is just, a paper religion, but everything just claimed right now.
It is a paper religion, man. Even the people that wrote it told you.
Okay, let me finish.
Maybe you need to go and do your research on how it came about. We can tell you when it started. It was the Council of Nicaea. There was wait, you know there was a time. Well, hold on. Do you know there was a time in life in life where Christianity didn't exist? It didn't exist. So it was a man-made religion. It was created by man. Same with Islam. A man woke up and started creating religion.
Everything under the sun was created. So I don't know what you mean by that. But my point here is that
you can't tell me it was a man that created.
Christianity is live and well. What do I mean?
It's good. Believe what you believe, but don't come and be quoting that crap to me, man. You know, we don't use trying to use it to present any kind of logic here. You know, I don't buy that shit. You know.
That is fine. You don't have to buy it nor believe in it. But Christianity is as real, and tangible.
It's not real. It's just talk. One pastor will just start in front of them, be preaching, talking rubbish, and be collecting money.
Anything else that you just described about your religion, and I'm telling you that. Listen, a lot of.
But why do you guys run from us now? If you tell us we are fake, why do you always run from us, man?
Who's running from you? For what? Why?
Come on, man. When they say that man there is the priest, I'm scared of him. Did you people
and by the way, the claims you made about fake pastors and miracle and all those things, you're right also. See, you're right, and I know about those things are as being fake, and people
that Christianity thing is a scam. British they used to come and scam you guys. It's a scam. That thing it's not real. It's just a scam.
Okay,
Europeans just used to come and scam you guys, just to brainwash you guys and turn you guys upside down.
Let's move the conversation, because I think we had this kind of conversation before. You're not gonna accept it.
And most when you Africans start become dumb. I don't know why.
As long as you continue to espouse your religious superiority over others.
No, it's not about superiority. It's about proving. How can you how can you be worshiping a white man? Does it even make sense? I think every African, you guys should be slapped. How can you be? How can you be black? You take a picture of white man. You're buying out to face your God.
Which white man are you talking about?
Jesus Christ, now, is he not a blue-eyed, blonde-haired man? If you go to Nigeria, all over the place, a church, everybody's black. They put a picture of a white man in front, and you're all bind down to him, and you say it's your Lord and your personal Savior. And you wonder why your president is going to the white man to beg him for something. Or you wonder why white man will call for African summit, they all run there to go and see God. Because the Christians mess up your head. I mean, that's why you guys feel so inferior about yourself when you are the only continent people that your God doesn't look like you. Even the Indian Krishna, they dress him, he look Indian, and the Chinese, their Buddhists look like them. Everybody God look like them. Only you Africans, your God look like somebody else.
Mike, we worship.
And you don't think you're sick?
We worship in spirit and truth. We don't.
Man, get out of here, man. Get out.
We don't worship images. We don't.
Okay, somebody gave you. Who gave you the religion? Was it your forefather that gave you?
Mike, you have no clue or understanding about Christianity.
This is what I think. If you become a Christian, just be a European. You guys should get out of Africa, man.
Conversation. Being dismissive and insulting doesn't bring
about.
No,
I'm being logical. Some things are just simple, real, man. Like
logic, as far as you can understand it.
No, there's common logic. I'm presenting common logic. It doesn't make sense.
Listen, if you want to talk about logic, let's talk about computer science and logic table. I understand that too. You don't
Mike,
have enough.
Let me ask you a question, Prince Daddy. Is there something here that you know that we don't know that you want to tell us now, different from what we know about these two common Abramovic religion? Is there something new that you think we don't know that you want to tell us?
Perhaps, but whatever I'm going to tell you is well documented in the Bible and it's real. What do you want to?
How do you know it's real? How do you know it's real?
Have you experienced the?
Because the Oyinbo that gave him the book, the Oyinbo, everything Oyinbo man writes is real. He doesn't even question it.
Mike,
is there a chance that he's fake?
People, but you keep
let me ask you, Prince Daddy, is there a chance that he's fake? Is there a chance, possibility that he's fake?
Mike, do you even know our history? Mike, do you even know our history is even more genuine?
You have your own book. You believe in
the fact of the matter is, how can your oppressor, the man that is saying, come and give you something and you believe it, you believe everything he gives you?
Book, either documented or not documented. You have your own book. You believe in it. Because you believe in it, everything they do look real to you.
It makes more sense to follow what my forefathers believed than to go and be following what another man.
Intelligent and an intellectual discussion whenever you make it. Another person has his own book. believe in
No,
it.
it's not. First of all, it's not your book. It's another man's book.
It
It's
doesn't
not.
matter.
It's not Igbo book.
The one,
It's not Yoruba book.
the one you are
It's the
holding
British
on
that
to,
brought it
it's
to
not
you,
your
right?
book
You are saying it's
either.
your book. It's not your book. It's
The
not African book.
tradition you are holding on to wasn't yours.
It's African. Now you can say it's mine. It's Yoruba.
I thought you were
Mike,
a
Mike,
Mike,
quick
Mike,
question. Mike is
Mike,
an engineer. All the engineering tools and knowledge that you have, something tells me it was a white man that brought it to you too. Okay, so
Bro, no. This guy, man.
Okay. Oh, you went to study engineering from IFA, right?
Your
Is that where you
language,
study
Mike.
engineering?
The English you are
No.
speaking now is your language, right?
We just communicating. That's all.
When we blacks make
But I don't worship English.
it becomes more ridiculous. Honestly, sincerely speaking, you are speaking.
It's part of the damage. This is part of the damage they've damaged Africa.
Oh yeah, let us start speaking in Yoruba now. Oh yeah, everybody Yoruba and traditional language. Since English is a problem, let us start now.
We can do that. It's part of the colonial mentality.
Hey, quickly to Sinbad. Yes, there are a lot of things that's real about Christianity, like the Holy Spirit, like speaking in tongues, like seeing miracles, real miracles. I mean, these kind of things are well documented in the Bible, and these things are still real.
Can we replicate those things? We don't believe in
the Bible. Stop telling us. Stop referring us to the Bible.
Sinbad, what you say, Sinbad? What's the question?
Those things, can we replicate them now? All those things that they wrote in the Bible or even the Quran, are they reproducible?
Of course, they are. They can replicate it.
So you have seen somebody who can walk through a sea now, like the way Moses walked through the sea. Where are you stammering?
I'm not stammering. I'm trying to tell you.
It brings that in. Let's go to the ocean. Go and get swallowed by a whale, and then come out.
Let's even start from Adam and Eve.
Our Christian religion is not to show off or to prove that you're better than other religions.
Let me tell you, you are a man. You are a rational human being. It's something that all those fictions, those things are not reproducible.
It's okay to call it fiction. It's okay
to call it fiction. You know what? They actually tell us that Adam and Eve were the one that procreate the whole world. Okay?
That one is a big lie now. It's a big lie.
And they tell us that Adam and Eve are white people too.
And today, and today it's a sin for you to sleep with your own daughter or your own father. And we are worshiping, and we forgot about the beginning of our generation.
How about Sodom and Gomorrah and lesbianism, and now the so-called people that brought Christianity to you have jettisoned that and are now imposing that one as the law now.
Even if we have to go by our own existence, our history, Yoruba history. I'm speaking about my own side now. Our history is more even genuine than the one they actually give to us, because our own history tells us that there were some what's it called, spirits that descended from heaven that sleep with themselves and give birth to humanity, and that can still be reasonable than me believing that just two people procreate the whole world. Because today anybody believe that a father that actually slept with his son or daughter is a taboo in God's hand, in God, what's it called? So why are we still believing that God that created two people to reprocreate and have the whole world? And today, you cannot sleep with your own daughter again, and we see that as a sin. But in the beginning, it's not a sin. And I believe that God will never change his own way of doing things.
No, they are ridicule God now. Everybody has God made mistake initially, and he used to, it's like constitution. It changes every day. You understand? God made mistake, and after a while, he will correct his own mistake, and we call him God.
No, God never makes mistake. Just like that. If you're talking about the true Christian God, it doesn't make any mistake, and it doesn't make mistakes. So because see, in life, we don't understand everything from the beginning. We learn.
There you go again. So what to hide another one? So to believe that there are so many things that we don't know.
We don't know everything. We learn every day. So
those are the things that they use to brainwash us. Prince that you are smarter than this.
I will fall for it.
No. See, this is the problem. There's nothing to fall for. There's nothing to fall for at all. See, I don't worship an image when I pray to God. I don't have that problem. See, let me
Do
tell
you
you.
know?
See,
Do you know?
quickly, and I've said it before. See, the problem is not the religion itself. It is the practitioner of this religion that's the problem. See, there's no doubt, and I've said it before, there's nothing ever been given to man that man has not abused. Is it religion? Is it education? Is it what? Business? Name it. Man, a man is an abuser of
Prince Daddy,
everything.
do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and your personal Savior? And without Jesus, you can't make it to heaven. Do you believe
Well,
that?
you sound like a Christian, Mike. Yes, I do.
You believe that? Okay. So without Jesus, you can't make it to heaven. So now, what does Jesus look like?
No, and somebody like me now doesn't believe that I will go to hell.
Mike, if you would like to know, I can care less what Jesus looks like. I can
No, just tell us. We don't care
like.
whether you care, but don't run from that now. What does it look like?
I don't care. What does it matter?
Why won't you care?
Mike,
well,
Mike,
whether you care or not, just answer the question.
As we are talking,
may I understand your question? I think Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Is that what you're trying to get to? Yeah, he was born a Jew, and it is more. I mean, growing up, I believe it looks more like what you call an Arab today, close to that description. Yeah.
Okay, so without an Arab man, you won't make it to heaven. You can only go through an Arab man to get to heaven.
Sometimes, Mike, just like anything, sometimes we have people just like
we just trying to make sense. I'm trying to make sense out of that.
Some people start something, they may introduce something, and some people will take it on and make it bigger and better. Just like in the manufacturing of automobile, in the manufacturing of computers and other things around the world, you will be surprised the origin of many things in this world. But the people that dominate in that industry or that make the best of them, they were not the original people. So this argument about trying to pin me down or Christians to one man called Jesus because of the way it looks,
I gotta pin you down to him because you just said to me that without him you can't make it to heaven. It's your Lord and your personal Savior. So I gotta pin you down. Listen, it's your Lord and your personal Savior, and without him you can't make it to heaven.
Can we agree that we started from Israel? Can we change the narrative and face what we are discussing about the Israel?
Well, sure.
I
didn't finish that point. And to that point, I said earlier that what is happening to the Palestinian people it's most regrettable and it's unfortunate. But nonetheless, on one mention, when the attack happened, when the Hamas, representing the Palestinians, attacked Israel and killed thousands of children and women, what did you expect to happen? See, we all know that.
You see, the reason Prince Daddy is talking like this is just based on what he said a few seconds ago. Like his Lord and personal Savior. He said his Lord and personal Savior is a Jew. That's why he's talking the way he's talking. That's why he wants those Palestinians dead, because they attack people of his Lord and personal Savior.
See, I don't understand.
That's why he's talking like that.
I don't understand the hypocrisy of this world.
Let me land quickly in a few seconds. So my point here is that the notion that we're trying to proffer an equal response by Israel is irrational. It's totally irrational, because we know that what the Hamas did was going to the Israelis' response was going to be much worse. And right now the goal is to
I want to ask you a question. What right does Israel have to cage the Palestinians? What right do they have? Yeah, they cage them. They decide what to give them.
Because they are the people of the Lord and personal Savior now. They are the people of the race of Christ. That's why. They decide
when to give them.
They are the children of the Lord and personal Savior.
Israel did not even believe in Christ. That's the problem here.
Exactly. So
the priest that believed Christ was a Jew, so that's why they are special people. They are people of his.
No, Mike is.
And that's why religion messed you up. We all know, Prince, that we all know if it was Yoruba people that mass kill like that, you will be justifying the entire Palestinian people being bombed anyhow. you wouldn't be justifying it. Or if it was any other race of people,
No,
it's
no.
because it's the Jew. It's because it's the people
Palestinian
of your
people are
God and
not
your
being
personal savior.
bombed.
That's
The
why you are
Palestinian
justifying
people
the
are being
children being
bombed.
massacred.
Well, actually,
That's
well,
what it is.
actually,
Saying,
That's what
you
the
make it
religion
look
has
like
done to
what,
you.
you make
what
it sound like you're going after the
Palestine
Palestinian
actually
people,
did
and that is
Mike,
not
you
true.
will
initially
kill somebody this morning.
That is not true. They are
is
trying
not
to
wrong.
surgically go after
People of your
Hamas,
Lord and
the terrorist
Salvation
group.
If
Savior.
it was Yoruba people that Hamas attack like that, you won't be passionate about how their children being massacred and things. It's because
I would know that.
it's a
See,
lie.
But
Mike,
why
I'm
would
all
they
for
attack them
justice.
in the
I'm
first
all for
place? Why would
justice.
they attack them in the first place?
I'm all
Why?
for justice. I'm sorry. Why they Hamas
Why would they
did that?
attack them in the first place?
The Hamas.
Yes, why would they attack Israel in the first place?
Because what would you expect from a terrorist organization or group of people that want no peace in the peace in the world? What do you expect? Say the goal of Hamas.
How did you come to that conclusion, Prince Daddy?
Allow me. Say the goal of Hamas is
No,
to continue
I
to
don't
cause
know, because
unrest.
when I heard the news that he just went to somebody's territory and they killed almost 1,000 people, and that person is now reacting to me. I don't want to talk about all this Israel of a thing, because I don't know why you just wake up one day, you think the best thing for you to do is go and attack someone that you know is even more powerful than you. You should be expecting the consequence. The consequence has to come over.
Well, to that point. See, in life, so this is what I tell you, and I think I said it before.
No. Before you go on, I ask you a question. It's a lead to what Foley just asked you. I asked you that what right does Israel have to cage the people in Gaza? You didn't answer the question.
I just told you.
Because they are the children of his Lord and personal savior. That's why.
You only cage people that act like animals, and Hamas, okay, they are acting like animals, okay.
Are you aware that the people in Gaza were caged? Were you aware?
Is that propaganda? What are you telling me? I mean, for
it's
what?
Not a propaganda. It's not a propaganda. They don't have access to anything. It's only what Israel gives them that they make use of.
Well,
they make it known to the world.
But Barack Obama caged some immigrants also crossing the border. Nobody's complaining about that.
No, they are complaining, and you people they suppress them. So, and then when you see the reaction, you call them, you label them any name, you give them terrorists, you call them any sort of name. You are just you want to tell me that you are not aware that Israel that determine whatever they get in that Gaza?
Well, because Israel is the nation that they provide the technology, the resources, the manpower, and everything they need to survive in that region.
Why you see they cannot get that one?
If Hamas and the Palestinians wanted to be independent, they should have developed their own space and not be reliant on Israel. But they don't do that.
What you are saying now, what you are saying now, because you have money. Wait, sorry. What you are saying is because you have money in your community, you think that you can use your money to suppress them. Is that what you are saying?
This is about power. The way you're talking about only the strong survive. That's what you're trying to. That's what you're trying to depict here.
We see what is happening to the Palestinian in Gaza is no different from Africans. The other day we're talking about perhaps the Europeans introducing the LGBTQ agenda to Africa, and they are going to survive and make it in Africa. Why? Because we are slaves to them. They are our masters. I've said it here before.
And that's why we were
they are whose master?
Our master.
That's why we're telling you that
your master, not my master. They are your master because you follow their religion. That's why. See, that's
why we're telling you that we are regaining our consciousness, our consciousness back.
No, they're not. I don't see the difference between you and I.
Mike, you
hold on, one voice. Hold on.
You go.
Listen.
Hold on. You go to the
Prince
bank.
Daddy. No, you have to hold on. Wait, give me a second. You see, the difference between the way you and I think is this. Me, I can't possibly say a white man is my master because the God I worship look like me. You have no choice but to sit as your master because the God you worship look like them.
No,
that's what it is.
It has nothing to do with religion.
It has a lot to do with it. You are comfortable to call them your master. Are you kidding me?
When you go to IMF,
you even know religion starts from the belief.
If you go to IMF, you go to the World Bank and all the banks.
I don't go to IMF and World Bank. I just live my life. Do you know why your leaders go to do you know why African leaders go to World Bank, IMF, and go run to the white man? Do you know why? Because they are usually African leaders are usually Christians or Muslims, and that's why they look to Arab and Europeans. They think like you. Unfortunately,
No.
People that become president in Africa, they are Christian. The people that have been brainwashed like you. That's why they think the way they think. That's why they always run to Oyibo man and Arab man for solutions to their problem.
And that's why Nigerian man will work and use 4 million naira to go and throw stone in Saudi Arabia.
They will spend money to go to Mecca and Jerusalem.
When you depend on people for your resources and your livelihood, well, naturally, if you acknowledge, if they are your master or not is irrelevant. They are your master.
No, not me. Those people that do that are people, the Africans that think like you. They're like you.
So are you trying to say that
it's not all of us that think like you? So
those people are your leaders. They are your presidents. And so
unfortunately, we have too many people like you that that believe in them.
Are you trying to say that if the West now decide to recolonize us again, all we are meant to do now is just take it? We are just meant to lay our arms and just keep quiet about it. Is that what you are saying?
You say you're lucky they did not recolonize you. You're just lucky they not done it. Just pity you.
Sorry. Do you even know Africa was great before this? Do you even know Africans were very great before these people? And we did not suppress them. We did not. We not flesh muscle over them.
That's just story for the kids. No, if you had the technology, if you had the know-how and ability, just like when the Chinese and the Arabs and Europeans, took their ship and came all the way to the coast of Africa, we didn't have that.
No. Let me tell you something. There is a difference between you being wicked. There is a difference between you being wicked and being powerful.
Oh yeah, that's an excuse.
You can be powerful and you're not wicked.
Oh yeah, so
and you can be
wicked.
Or
we Africans, we're just so pious and nice people and so great to ourselves. Forget about the white people. Let's talk about African and African or black destruction in Africa.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you,
white people.
Prince Daddy.
Mike, I know you're the moderator, but allow me. See, when people talk like the last speaker, you also want to sound like you're pious and you're so innocent. There's no in just Nigeria, they have this, Can we talk about the atrocities that we are doing to ourselves? Forget about the white man. Let's talk about what we do to ourselves before you start to pretend like you're so pious and so righteous as black people. Stop! You guys need to get off your high horses.
Wait. What if where you are now, the whites decide to kick all blacks out and back to Africa? What would be your mindset then? We used to be talking like this.
He doesn't think it's black anymore now. This guy think it's Oyinbo.
We used to be thinking like this.
They can do it freely. They can do it freely, and if they want to, we can't do nothing about it. We can't do jack about it if they choose to do it. That's just the fact.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you the greatness of the Africans.
Yeah. Tell us.
Unfortunately, we have so many jacked up ones in our midst that have been brainwashed. You understand that their brain is flip upside down, and unfortunately, there's one for them to be on top. The greatness of the Africa is that we spoke earlier about how Europeans have gone all over the place to kick the people of their land and take it. They've succeeded almost everywhere except Africa. We still have our land intact. We still occupy our territory. The only place even South Africa, where they almost succeeded, they still today, South African black are still the one ruling. Though they may not be the financial, but they are still the one controlling, running the political scene and things. But wait, hold on, let me land, my friend. The great side is that we didn't end up like the Aborigines in Australia. We didn't end up like the Red Indians in North America. We didn't end up like the Red Indians in South America. We didn't end up like the Palestinians. We still have our land intact. That's the greatness of the Africans. We were not conquered.
And that's why your people are dying of starvation and farming. That's why
everybody's dying of starvation.
Are you not African?
Trillions and billions of dollars in their country.
That's why we are telling people like you to come and join the movement.
Are you not African? Which one is? That's why your people. Are you not African? What are you talking about now?
Hold on. Prince Daddy. In every country in the world, there are poor people, there are rich people. It's a matter of individual, figuring his way in life. So if many Africans haven't figured their way to become rich, what does that have to do with being conquered? What does that have to do with European conquest? What does that have to do with being conquered?
Okay, so
if many people choose not to be creative and be
together,
the argument you can present here that will make sense is that maybe Europeans are being and Asians are being very productive and very creative and investing in research and doing good for themselves. That's what you can say, but it doesn't mean because they are doing well in those areas means that they're just superior to us. That doesn't make them superior to us.
Did not colonize us. We say we have our lands. We got
our land today.
and we
It's
have
still
everything.
intact.
So okay, so since we're so independent and we have everything, why do we go every day to kowtow to the white people or
Because
the Asians
No,
or the
we're
people
trying
Arabs?
to
like
we're
you are
trying
the
to
one ruling us.
it's
Because
we
people
have
like you are
interest.
the one ruling us. People that have the same mindset that you have are the one ruling us.
No.
That's the
Exactly.
problem we
It's
have.
people like you that don't face reality and do what you have to do. That's the
Which
problem.
what is the reality? We are the one facing the reality here. You are the one that's not even ready to face the reality. We are the one facing the reality here.
See, one thing about
Because
an average African man is so arrogant that they don't want to learn from other people. And the things
can
you see,
you
that's why
But
imagine?
what
other
we are
cultures.
learning from
Listen,
you is
hold
a bunch
on.
of rubbish now. You're trying to teach us Bible. Are you kidding me?
Well, who's talking about Bible, Mike? Who's talking about
No,
Bible
you're
right
saying
now?
we don't want to learn. Things you come here to teach us a bunch of
No,
rubbish.
my point is that, see, many cultures around the world, including the white cultures, they learn from. Do you know the first university was actually created by an Arab in Europe? Actually, it's documented. See, my
Really?
point.
It's documented by a European.
Well,
Do
again,
you
it
know
was
that?
it was
Do
by
you even know that
a
in
non-white
Europe they
person.
are talking
The
about
point,
learn from
here,
Africa?
guys, listen, guys.
Every
The point here
document
is
you
that
present is a white guy that wrote. Every white man's document is the only
we
document you
don't
have.
see. We don't learn. We
You
don't.
do wait. The
Mike,
problem with you is
allow
all
me.
your learning
Allow me.
comes from white person. That's why you think the way you think.
I don't know what
All
you're
your
talking about,
learning
Mike.
comes
I don't know
from
what you're
white person.
talking
That's why
about.
you think the way you think.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But my
And
point here
your
is that
entire consciousness is so Eurocentric.
no,
Everything you've read, everything
you'll be
you've learned in your
surprised.
life
You'll be
comes from white
surprised.
person.
It's not
That's
true.
why you think the way you think.
I don't think
You
that
don't
way.
think
It's
anything,
not. It's
any
not
other
true.
knowledge exists. Like
And you know the oldest university in the world today is from Africa. The oldest university in
the
the world.
fact of the matter is
right.
like none
What
of
is the name?
us.
What is the name of the
Right.
university?
And
What is it called?
what is that telling you? What is that telling you?
What is it called? What's the name of the university?
No, you can Google it now. It's neatly.
Is that the one in Timbuktu? I think I saw a documentary on
Prince
that.
Daddy, the fact of the matter is this: no human being alive today know the entire history of the world from the beginning to today.
I can
Nobody. So what I'm telling you is that you don't know what's going on. Maybe at least 10,000, 20,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago. We don't know. The only thing Europeans are able to document their own what they have and twist on knowledge and give you their own knowledge. That's their own knowledge. You understand? That's their knowledge.
They make it look like we don't serve God before they bring their own God.
It doesn't mean they have the monopoly of knowledge of the entire universe from the beginning up to the end. So you
Nobody
consume all
does.
their
Nobody does, Mike.
exactly.
In fact,
So you go and consume all their
we've had
knowledge
this
because
debate
tell
on
us
the show before.
wait.
Africans, hold on.
You
Africans,
saying something
we
as
have
ridiculous as
we have a
wait
lot
now
of
chill
knowledge.
out, man. You saying something as ridiculous as the first is that because a white man said that's the first. And you know, is the first. You don't know. None of us know. So we can't just accept that it's the first because the white man said it.
What do you mean? Did the war just started like yesterday? I mean, they have documentation and records.
Document of a white man.
It's the same you. The same you just said it
What
now.
is so
Hey,
difficult?
sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
entire document you're presenting is all what the white man said. Is what the white man wrote. What the white man. As if a lot of people don't have knowledge. What the heck?
The same you just said it now that you travel to Nigeria with your colleagues in the office. That you are the one that actually trained them. And when you bring them to Nigeria, and then the minister is still reckoning, is still related with them more than you that you even trained them. That's the mentality we're all talking about here.
People like Prince Daddy, the people, the white people, the Europeans who pump billions to make sure he becomes the leader of his country. You know,
people you train come to your country, and your country people are seeing that people as if they are more brilliant than you. That's the problem.
And whose problem is that?
It's a problem. It's not like
whose problem. Whose problem?
We have colonial mentality. People like you, too many in Africa.
Colonial mentality. We don't believe in what we have. We don't believe what we have.
We don't take responsibility of the things that we don't know. We don't take responsibility. See, maybe an Asian person, maybe an Indian person wouldn't behave that way, but because see, I wish Remy was on the show right now.
The Indians don't think like you. That's why they're able to advance.
The greediness and the selfishness of black people. The reason why we're backward and see.
So we no. It's not no. Listen. It's not humans are humans. There's no they are greedy. We just talked about the greed of what the Israelis are doing. How they're trying to steal the oil. So don't say it's a black man's thing. Something is peculiar to black man. It's a human thing. What we are dealing with right now in Africa is that
I agree.
Europeans successfully brainwash some of our people, and those people are the cancer among us. Unfortunately, they are the people that Europeans breed to put on top. You understand?
Are the Chinese brainwashing us too right now?
Wait,
is it not the greediness of Europeans that made them spread that false narrative of the Bible to us? That has made us brainwashed. Is it
No,
not that
it's not. It's not.
greediness?
It's not. It's not greediness. It's called conquering. When you conquer,
Oh,
okay.
conquering is not to amass wealth of other people is not being greedy, right? It's conquering. You've changed it to conquering now, eh?
No, it's that you need to. You know that. It's
Prince
not
Daddy, can
unique.
you explain how
It's not unique.
all of us have been conquered? Can you explain how
And
conquered?
how will you even believe that you need to be conquer someone? How will you even, if that's not greatness? How do you believe that you need to conquer someone?
Well,
If not, if not that you're greedy.
many cultures, many nations over the years, they've been conquered. They've been conquered over the years. The Romans conquered people. The Greek did. I mean,
Are you saying the entire continent was conquered? Is conquered? Is conquered? Are you saying we are conquered? Is that what you're saying?
I said we are a conquered people. Yes, we are.
Okay,
Very
explain how we are conquered. Explain.
Well, I give you an earlier example. When you have to go, in order to shore up your currency or your economy, you have to go to the white men, their banks, to borrow money. Okay, you don't have.
So because you want to borrow money from somebody, it means you are conquered.
Okay.
So Prince Daddy, if I'm broke, I want to borrow money from you. Doesn't mean you have conquered me.
Don't make that reductionist argument, because that's not what we're talking about.
No, I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying. You keep saying we're conquered. I'm trying to understand how we're conquered. Because wait, Prince Daddy, listen. A person born in a rural place in Africa today, like in Europe, in Nigeria somewhere, born in his village, wake up, raised by his family, that will never see a white man in his entire life. Doesn't know they even exist. He may live from the day he was born to the day he died. He won't even know why people exist. So how do you think that person believes he's conquered?
Right,
by white man.
Well, what you just said right now is just a very simplistic way of looking at the argument. That's what you just said.
No. Wait. Let me tell you who a person that can accept that is conquered. An aborigine in Australia, the day he's born to the day he died, he will know that country is living in. Wait, hold on. He will know that country is living in is owned by Europeans, white people. So he knows that he's conquered. In North America today, a red Indian, right? The Native Americans, from the day he's born to the day he died, he knows that the United States is not owned by him. He literally will know his entire life. He has to follow the rule written by a white person, a person that took the land from them. But I'm telling you that in Africa, somebody born in one rural village, unless other brainwashed African come to tell him that, hey, we are conquered, he will never see any sign of conquest, that his life is conquered by anyone. He will never know. Right. So why are you telling me that Africans are conquered?
Okay, you're right about that.
Hold on. Mike, you have to give him the window to push back at you, and you have to let others come into the conversation as well. We only seem to be hearing mainly from you.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, well, so your example you just gave, okay, because somebody in a rural area or a village in Africa does not have roads, good water, and is stuck in whatever geographical area they're stuck in, it doesn't mean they're not conquered. It doesn't mean they're not conquered, because the ruler, that means that the head, the president of that nation is the one that called the shot. So this argument, this very simple argument about, somebody's in the village, they've been there for years and their generation, they don't have a clue about a white man, an Asian man is not conquered. It's so simple in argument that it's just a non-topic, Mike, okay? Because the person that makes the decision for a group of people, a community, is the leader. So whatever they do or say affects the general people. Now, somebody so far in the village may not have that contact. And I don't believe, by the way, that all Aborigines have contact with the white man. Not all Indians, that is Native Americans, have contact with the white man. There are many of them
living in America.
America is a big country, just like there are many of them living in their whatever community they're living in. They don't interact with white men.
They don't know Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
And by the way, as big as China is, don't think Chinese also, all of them, they have a clue about what is going on around the world. There is so much technology and development and the conquering of China around the world. Are you telling that every damn Chinese person knows what is going on around the world? No. That's a simple argument. Don't use that anymore. When I'm talking about people being conquered, a good example that I gave earlier was that, look, we're not independent as a people. As Remy always says, we're selfish. We are selfish people and greedy people. Okay, well, up to today, we still having governments. I don't know why they're doing it. repatriating funds from stolen from Abacha to Nigeria. We don't believe in ourselves, and when we have the opportunity to learn, to be better, we always want to engender the superiority about our culture, our religion. It's totally irrelevant. White people to learn. Every damn culture learn from other people. How come it's so strange that Africans can learn and be better? Why is it so strange? What is so strange
Nobody's
about
saying
that?
we can't learn from other people. I mean, I didn't never say that.
Okay, I want to ask you, let me just put this simple question. Yeah, you're saying that we are selfish people, but I don't see that, to be honest. Let's put it, for example, as a people, we know what we want, especially in this last elections. A lot of people really, I know it's conflicting, but a lot of people really wanted Peter Obi. Okay, you're saying that the white people who are so pure and innocent and everything saw Tinubu with the forgery and everything and still vetted him and still gave him that, how would I put it? They gave him that level of approval that this is the right person to rule your country, even when most of Nigerians and Africans were against it. So what is selfish about us not being able to think for ourselves? Aren't you going to say that those decisions that selfishness is actually being forced on by most of the time the Europeans by forcing bad leaders on us? Don't you think so?
Okay, number one, if we were to go about the record of the past election, it was quite clear that Tinubu had the highest vote. So when you make an argument about him being first on us, I don't understand that argument. And I'm not even aware that the white man chose Tinubu for us. I thought we had an election and we did it ourselves by voting for a leader. Now, if you think
Prince,
Tinubu was selected by the white man, that is fine.
These deluded people, honestly. How could somebody just say this now that they're forced Tinubu on us?
Not forced. I'm trying to tell you that, okay, with all the atrocities on Tinubu in terms of his educational certificates and everything, let's flip it. Let's flip it. If the same issue with Tinubu was played out in the United States, would they have allowed him to go scot-free? Let's just flip it for once. Would he have become president if the same issue happened in US?
Let me ask you a question. You speak on this space, we are talking about Tinubu, so can you leave it at that?
Okay, let's answer this question. If Tinubu was in US elections with this issue he had, would the United States democracy have allowed him to actually go through that process?
Listen, let me tell you something. The United States law on election, even if you convict somebody and put him in jail, if the people vote for him, if his name is in the ballot and people vote for him, he will rule you. Go and check. He will rule you even if he's from the prison. So I don't think, that's why I told you, leave that space. Let's concentrate on the space of Nigeria. Now, if Nigerians wanted that man you mentioned his name, he would be in Nassau Rock. I don't understand this question of Nigerians. I really find it hard to comprehend when you people come out to say Nigerians. I don't know whether you are concentrating Nigerians on people who is supporting a particular candidate. Nigerians are over how many million? They supported who they want to support in their group. The one that got the highest number of support won the election. That's how election is being run. It doesn't necessarily mean that the others didn't have support. But the thing is that the one that has the highest number of support won the election. So this question of even when Nigerians wanted him, I begin to ask, the only Nigeria we have, is it only those that supported the man? This phrase keep reoccurring in the sense and from the people who supported that man. They keep reoccurring this sentence, and it's wrong. If Nigerians want him there, he will be there. That's just the truth. And I keep telling people, election is rigged all over the world. It depends on how you want to rig it. That is one. Two, you cannot rig where you are not accepted. And until these people that support this man bring that one down into their mind, they will not make a headway. because Tinubu did not win in Anambra. If he has such capacity to rig election outrightly, he would have won Anambra. He cannot. But this question of, hello? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
This repeating of if Nigerians wanted him, Nigerians wanted him. I don't know where those Nigerians are. Because the Nigerians that wanted him showed in their numbers. They showed. And if you look at it, you will see where the concentration of every candidate, where he was violently wanted, he showed there. All of them, from A to Z. In their area of support, their numbers show there. So this, please, we Nigerians are not in, it's not only you people that are Nigerians. There are some Nigerians that are not in support of that man. Can you please use his supporters? Stop using Nigeria.
Madam Zuka, they are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what
I didn't support the man. So which
they are just in their cocoon. The same narrative that they are pitching. They are pitching the same thing that all of them say.
Let it clear to everybody who cares to hear.
Well, I'm even trying to understand what Charles was trying to say when he say, "Why did America allow?"
It's not the same guys that came on the platform yesterday. They said Nigeria has collapsed. Nigeria was talking all those things about Nigeria.
But the country has collapsed now. I think it collapsed.
So if you have condemned the country, then why are you talking about the country? Where is this passion coming from?
Because it's his country. He has the right to talk about the country.
It's not his country. If you hear what Charles said about Nigeria yesterday.
But see, the problem is that you guys like deceiving yourself. If Nigeria was America,
you are deceiving yourself. You are not.
You are the one deceiving yourself, because if Nigeria was as good as it were, none of you, all of you, will be in Nigeria. You won't be here. What are you doing? What are you doing abroad? What are you all doing outside of Nigeria? Give all of you reasons. What are you all doing? Is it not for a better life? Okay. Is it not for a better life? So why are you saying Nigeria has not collapsed if you are here?
Let me answer your question. Because there are some things most Nigerians are not aware of, but they are. Let me repeat myself again. There are some things most Nigerians are not aware of, but they are. Good. I love the fact that you bring this topic, because I wanted to ask it as a question. Let me tell you this, for those who claim to know history, and for those who claim to know Nigeria and Nigerians, let me tell you this. The antecedent of a tropical Nigeria is a traveler. Even if Nigeria is like Dubai, Nigerians will keep moving about. I will have one.
Madam Zeta, let me even add to your point. Do you know that the rich countries are the people from the rich countries are the ones that travel the most to do business, invest in, and move around?
Let me.
No, you said to do business, but in our own,
the whole world travels.
Yeah, they were traveling to go and do business. But in our own, we are going to.
What are we traveling for? Is it not business?
No, none of us travel for business. So why didn't you do business in Nigeria?
Why didn't the Chinese man do business in China? Why is he going around the world to do business?
We are talking about characteristics.
How many Chinese do you see working?
Don't go with how many this and that. No, don't do how many this and that. What we are saying is, well, Madam Zita, you continue. Give me 1 second. The fact of the matter is, the world we live in today is a global village. Everybody move around for resources. People gravitate towards where there's resources. Now there are countries richer than other countries. There are people from rich countries that still go to United States because United States is richer. So even if Nigeria is doing well today, Nigeria will still travel to a country that will be doing better than them, unless we become the number one in the world, the richest and everything. Even despite that, we're still going to travel. They still American American being number one in the world. There's still Americans that still travel somewhere else.
So Mike, what business are you running? What business are you running in America?
Don't forget about me, man. You guys not making this my individual.
Business are you?
Dude, let Madam Zita continue.
We all move for business. What business are you running in America, Mike?
Madam Zita continue. As soon as you continue.
From what I am talking about. I'm talking about man and society, the anthropology of a Nigerian. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about doing business or not doing business. Traveling in Nigeria is a plus. It's their nation. Whether they make it or they don't make it, they love to travel. That's why in Nigeria, they are kind of messed up. You see people, I remember, that's why I used to say that Obasanjo is the only well-informed president so far in Nigeria. I remember when Hungary and Luxembourg gave their citizens free transportation. Obasanjo was granted an interview. He said, if he tried it in Nigeria, that the government will go bankrupt. Why? This woman in Ajazere decided to make an interview of Nigerians on that. He said, a Nigerian will wake up, not going anywhere. If he do such free transportation, just enter the bus and say, let me go and see Sokoto. But these two countries did it. The buses were actually running empty. I'm talking about the antecedent of a Nigeria. That Nigerians travel doesn't necessarily mean because their country is terrible. It's their nation. Their life adventure, their life traveling.
So why does every Nigerian that travel look to get a second passport? What's the idea of getting a second passport, Madam Zita? What is the idea behind Nigerians getting a second passport?
For flexibility.
So why doesn't when the American comes to Nigeria, why doesn't he think of getting a Nigerian passport when he comes?
Wait,
he
Charles.
already has the flexibility.
Charles, you're not making sense.
What kind of question is this now?
It's making sense.
No, it's not making sense.
170 countries. Nigerians don't have that. So you get no passport for more accessibility to have your phone.
It's not Mr.
American passport is more powerful than Nigerian passport. It's more powerful than any passport in the world.
What's making powerful?
Wait. The whole world would like to have American passports.
Okay.
Because now, wait. Even if Nigeria is great today, it's doing well. Nigeria will still want to have American passports because America is number one in the world.
Is doing well today.
So your argument of why are we getting American passport has nothing to do with whether Nigeria is good or bad.
Nigerians like to
presenting logic that
don't attach it to whatever is going on in there. After all, you forget Mr. Ajala. Ajala is a Nigerian man, no.
A British person wants to have American passport.
That's the citizens of Nigeria. We like seeing places. If we like the place, we settle there. That's our nation. It doesn't really necessarily mean that our country is a hot seat. We can't sit there. That's not true. There are some Nigerians, they don't want to even go anywhere. They're making their billions in Nigeria. So
people like me. People like me. I don't want to go anywhere.
Hey, Charles, let me ask you. Charles said something I was going to ask. He said America didn't do anything when Tinubu won or something like that. What should they have done? Should they have told him to kick him out of office? I mean, I don't understand. Because you said the Igbo man is one putting our president in power. Say, why did they allow Tinubu to stay after something has done, something like that? So what could America have done? That's what I want to know. That's what Charles.
You don't need to ask him that question. It's coming from the position of losing an election of his principle. So he will be biased. So
no, I just don't understand what it means by America allowed. What America have done to kick our president out of office? I don't understand.
I don't mind him. I don't understand. Actually, this guy went to school in America, in university in America, and he also stayed there for a long time. He also worked there for a long time. Let us just cut it down a little bit. That how can that kind of person work in a multinational organization like Mobi and the rest? People that knew him way far too long. So I don't understand. Can you just have a school start, or you are just a dropout, and then they would employ you as an accountant or as a treasurer of a multinational organization that control more than 10 or 20,000 people all over the globe? Let's just use our brain sometimes. Sometimes let's leave politics aside and be objective in our analysis. Today, if everybody go back to your secondary school, ask for your testimonial, is it the same headmaster or principal that signed your testimonial if you have one several years ago? Is it going to be the same person today? Let's be objective. And every country have their own system. They outsource the certificate outside. Even here in where I have, when I got my certificate, they also gave me in that certificate, in that certificate and the transcript, it's together. And they also gave me something that I forgot the name of it. Anybody can check it all over the world. Anybody can check it all over the world. And they want us. They are not giving us another one again. It's final. That is final for you. So I have to save it in several places so that if I lost it in this place, I can, and it's digital. Nobody give you that paper, go to the school and then they have a big ceremony. If they want to have a graduation party, we all could go there, just talk. Nobody give you paper certificate like before. So things have moved ahead, but I think the problem Nigeria always have that Nigerian people, they are not even advancing themselves in knowledge, and average Nigerian people. It's just like if I have my burukuta amala, it's okay with me. Why are people, look at, I was reading a story about so many digital guys in Nigeria, how they came to be, and today they are billionaires. Two friends, they came all the way back from Canada to Nigeria with a very good idea. Their parents scolded them, don't come back. But today, they are billionaires. What Prince Daddy is trying to say is that we should stand up from our bench, be creative, bring a lot of ideas out. The Oyibo people, whatever you say against them, they have tried. They always think ahead. Oyibo does not think about me. They think about what about others. Here I am in this country, they take from a lot of money from you and give it to people that are unemployed. Even in your pay slip, they will write it there, unemployment support. They remove it from you. They don't care whether you work hard. You work hard, we take more from it and we give it to those ones that are not working hard or those ones that are incapacitated not to work. If we really want to follow this Oyibo lifestyle in Nigeria, do you think Nigerian can follow that style? Can you pay 4 or 5 taxes from your salary at a go? Even the government is using the money for whatever they want to use in Nigeria. Even it's not enough. Do you think these people, they don't complain their country too? There's corruption here too. They complain a lot too. Is it easy? But you people, you just want El Dorado overnight. When you have a leader, he said that, and your governor, you don't have to.
What they want is they want.
I'm tired sometimes. Just people, you can't give excuses every time. You don't want to work and you want to reap, and then you don't want to do nothing. You want to become blow overnight. Ask everyone of them.
Nigerians are putting their best in play. Nigerians are putting their best in play.
You will talk for it. Ask all of them that are here. Sometimes we do 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. There is no room for laziness here. If you are lazy, you will be killed.
If Nigeria has 4 jobs to do in Nigeria to earn money, they will do it.
Job in Nigeria, some people will not do it. Some people will say it's below.
We will do it. What do you mean? If you don't have it.
They will tell you.
Why do you think Nigeria will travel out to go and be working almost 4 times in a day? The same Nigeria they are condemning.
Foley, let me ask you a question. See an average Nigerian graduate, maybe a graduate in engineering or accounting or whatever he or she does, and it's not finding a job for 4 or 5 years. And you ask him, can you go back again and acquire skills in this carpentry or welding or power? If we say over my dead body, that is not my portion. They will put religion into it.
Hello, sorry. Do you know what that thing that you just mentioned? Do you know what it takes for him to do that? Do you know what it takes for him to do that? To transport himself to go and learn that. Do you know what it takes? To feed himself to learn that. Do you know what it takes?
Let me tell you something that will shock you. When I came to this country, do you know I have to go for training? I have to get a certificate about how to work in a restaurant.
So how are you feeling yourself? How are you feeling yourself during that period?
I have to read. I have everything you do. You won't have a license or certificate for it.
And how do you feed yourself during that period? That's the question here.
That is what I'm trying to tell you, because I was a student and I need a job. So I need to go and get that certificate. I have to do it. It's a terrible job, but I have to do it.
How do you feed yourself? I'm asking you.
What did you say?
How do you feed yourself during that period?
What I'm trying to tell you. I said when I was new in this country, I had to do some job, and those jobs, if I look at my caliber, I won't touch it. But I have to bring myself so low. But even at that, they are telling me I should go and do an examination, which I did and I passed. And because of that certificate, I was able to do
do you know, sorry, Remy, do you know that such opportunity, no, such opportunity, do you know such opportunity is not here?
I know what I'm talking about, unless you have not been truthful to yourself.
No, I know what you are saying too, but the opportunity you are talking about is not here.
No, listen.
Remy, can I come? Guys, can I come in, please?
Let me just finish in 1 second, and then you guys can come in. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Most Nigerians will not succumb themselves to do that kind of job. They will tell you,
1 second.
Oh,
you say
I
1
have
second.
a lot of certificate. If I cannot get a job, I better stay at home. I won't do that kind of menial job or something like that. That's what I'm just trying to say. Go ahead, please.
Okay, Remy. Guys, thank you very much. So, what I wanted to say, there's some area where I think Foley is right, but Foley, what you need to look at is this. You said if Nigerians have that opportunity to have 3-4 jobs, that they will take it, they will do it. Let's look at the ones that have one job already. We saw what happened at the Federal Ministry of Works when the ministers, when people refused to come to work at the right time. People were turning up to work at 11 o'clock, at 12 o'clock. People that were supposed to be at work at 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So those are people who have jobs, who decided to take it upon themselves to come to work whenever they want to turn up for work. Well, you have to still understand there's some form of laziness in the culture, the way people want to work in Nigeria. So you can't just say a blanket statement that people want to work if they have 4 jobs. Look,
let me respond.
So in banking industry, so they just walk in to work and get to work.
God will bless you. God will bless you for that person.
In banking industry, they do that.
Do they do that in
private company? Do they do that? Just
they
to
do that
to work anytime. I mean,
just because something
is
even if just because it's a government company doesn't mean that you then take advantage of it.
No.
It's
not government. It's the weakness of the system.
It's because it's allowed. It's allowed there.
It is not allowed, Ajali Koko. If
it's allowed,
if it's not allowed, you sack them.
It's allowed over
if it's not allowed, you sack them as a leader, as a government. You sack them. If it's not allowed.
Are you sure you sack them and your labor leader because of that they will go and strike again? Come on.
No, hold on.
Look at that.
There is no any government.
A simple legal leader that somebody assaulted, they went on strike. On what basis? For God's sake, what kind of
Remy, má dá wọn lóhùn. Sorry, Baba Jade Koko àti Foley. Sorry, Baba Jade Koko àti Foley.
Oga Remy.
Let me tell you this. Who is? Let me please give me that chance. Is it not the same Baba Jade Koko that came here? Bàbá Jálé Kòkó ẹjẹ́ àsọ̀rọ̀ ẹ ti sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀. Ẹjẹ́ àsọ̀rọ̀ ẹjẹ́ àgbọ̀rọ̀ ẹ ti sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀. Let us talk.
Lazy people, this and that. Àwọn dẹ̀ sá lọ wọ́n lọ tẹ̀gùn sílùú òyìnbó.
Ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀. Let me tell you this. Are you not the one that came here on this same platform that was telling us, excuse me, during Muritala regime, that you said it's Muritala that destroyed the civil service in Nigeria just because the civil servants were not serious? He used to go early that time to go and man the gate, and anybody that comes late, he sack all of them. And we label him as being a bad leader because he said he destroyed the civil service because of indiscipline.
A bad leader. Muritala was not a bad leader. Some people were the one describing him as a bad leader because he institutionalized discipline in civil service when he was there. People
the
that
same
did not
thing,
take
let me
their
tell
job,
you, the same thing the administration and Buhari did in 1983. I remember in Kwara State that time, as early as 7 o'clock, you go to the ministries and go and take late comers. Our discipline and laziness has been derived from even before independence. Nigerians, naturally we are lazy. we don't want to agree. But
That's
whether
not
we
true.
like it or not, we
Are you
just
not a Nigerian?
We are
Okay,
not lazy.
Oga Remy, let me ask a simple question. This is a simple question. In the US and foreign lands, you know, people, they're not lazy because they do two jobs, right? You can have somebody that is a factory worker at night and a banker in the daytime to make ends meet and struggle, pay fees and everything. Now, I'm going to take you to Nigeria. Replicate two jobs you can do in Nigeria successfully. You're a banker by day, 8 to this, to you pick the second job that you do in Nigeria. Give it to me.
You can drive Uber. You can drive Uber. I'm a doctor and I go to farm also. Charlie, Charles, I'm a doctor. I work as a doctor and I go to farm.
Doctor lójú mama, agbẹjẹdú lóru àbí.
I'm a farmer and I can boast of it. I'm a big time farmer and I'm a doctor. So don't just come here and say what you don't know.
That's not true. You can't do that in Nigeria. Even in this country, there are certain measures in place, like good transportation, that allows you to do two jobs at the same time, that you will not miss one.
If you want to
Charles, I don't know what these people are saying. They describe Nigeria.
Two jobs, you can do it here because of good infrastructure. That you can leave one job, get in the next bus, and get to the other job. In Nigeria, you cannot do such thing. So I don't know why you are making it look as if Nigeria is one functional country.
I don't even know whether you know Nigeria. The way you are talking.
Why would I know Nigeria?
I think you think that Nigeria is only Lagos.
I cannot do two jobs in Nigeria. It's not possible.
Hey, because you are lazy. You are one of them now.
A full-time job. I'll do a full-time job 8 to 5 with the traffic and everything, and I'll get to my next job again.
In Nigeria, you don't have
guys, one voice at a time. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Wait, 1 second. You guys are talking about
wait now.
You guys are talking about
can I moderate? Yeah, Lord, hold on now. Let's do it one voice at a time. Like everybody's talking over each other. Now, let me put this question to you guys real quick. Okay, so what I noticed is that the things we complain about, we tend to compare Nigeria to America and things like that. Say in America, we can do this, we can't do it in Nigeria. So that reason Nigeria is bad. So now this thing you guys are saying that we can do in America, but we can't do in Nigeria. Is the same? We can say the same thing about almost every African country and most third world countries in the world. So does it mean that all third world countries and all African countries are equally bad? Or is it just Nigeria that's bad?
Mike, I'll quickly respond to you. China is classified as a developing country. An average Chinese will put at least 10 hours work. And at the same time, they have different gig they do. Let's, for example, a teacher. For example, let's say you are a math teacher in a primary school.
No. Just let's focus on that question I asked, man. Does it mean to you? Does it mean all these countries that are in that same category that can't do these things that we do in America, are they all bad, or is it just Nigeria? I mean,
can I come in, please?
Okay.
You answer the question, please.
Look, I want to quickly say something. Yeah, you see, when you guys are talking about
answer the question now.
Bro, can I just?
Does it mean all those countries are bad?
Mike, let him know.
Mike, let him talk now. Mike,
there was a conversation going on before you throw your whole question inside. So the way you moderate, it's not this thing. So you have to let people flow first. And if you want to change the topic, say
no. I throw a question now around. I mean, whoever has the answer.
Okay,
there's no one have
answer the question. I don't want to answer the question first.
Let's see. Someone else wants to answer it now.
Then I will answer the question.
Mike, let him talk. Mike.
First of all, let me ask. Does anyone want to answer my question? If no one wants to answer my question, I'll let him talk. Does anyone want to answer the question I asked?
I want to ask your question. I want to answer your question.
You want to answer? Okay, go ahead and answer it.
Not all African countries are like that. Some African countries are doing 2 or 3 jobs. It's fine. In Nigeria, typically a civil servant in Nigeria is doing 2 jobs. That is why they go to office late. Most of them just consider civil service job as another means of getting cheap money. They don't. So all of them have different business or store or whatever they have. They just come to the they come at 12 or 1 and they go back. and they go back
Is
to
it,
their
is it the same salary that cannot put food on your table? You call cheap money.
Mama, for folly, you know, Mama, for my exaggerating, can you folly? You like exaggerating thing. Leave politics. We are talking facts
Salary
now.
is the way to now. This is not about exaggeration. The salary the government was paying
You
Nigerian
are talking
workers
as if you
cannot
are the
even
only
put
one in
food
Nigeria.
on
We don't know
their
what is
table.
going on. Why? That's the way you talk.
Please, can you just tell me how much is federal government workers is earning in Nigeria, and let me calculate how much they are spending.
Okay, tell us how much. One voice at a time. Remy, let him tell us how much they are earning. How much are they earning?
Okay, go ahead.
At least minimum wage is 30,000.
Okay,
Okay,
they can't.
Yes.
So the point is that they can't survive on the 30,000, right?
There's no way anybody can survive on 30,000.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Wait, Remy, wait now. Okay, what's the minimum wage in UK or US?
Thank you.
I don't know. I only know Nigeria.
Okay. What if I tell you that
me.
nobody? Wait. What if I tell you that nobody in America can survive on their minimum wage?
How much is their minimum wage?
It's at least, I think, it's about $7 an hour or something like that.
No, it's
But
not.
they give benefits. What is it?
But they give benefits.
Anymore. I just know. What is
But they give benefits based on salary brackets, don't they?
Which benefit? Who give benefit? McDonald's? Are you kidding me?
They don't give benefits based on salary brackets to kids and everything.
No. We are talking. No, we don't move the argument. We are talking about minimum wage.
Yeah,
you said seven.
They give.
But the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is, wait. No one in America. Hold on. No one in America can. No family in America. No one in America can feed a family or survive on American minimum wage, and that's a fact. And
that's why they work two jobs
with
now. That's why they work
with $9 per hour, right?
No. It depends. So for state,
it depends on
federal. Listen, for federal,
the lowest minimum wage.
Yeah. For federal, it's $15, but for state, it's different. So, like New York, for example, is now $12. I think some other states is like $7-9. So it's like $7-9, depend on the states. But the federal, if you work for a federal, the minimum wage is $15. That's the lowest you can get.
Okay, let's use federal.
You can't use federal. No, you can't do that. The minimum wage in the country is what we are going by. The minimum wage in America is what we are going by, which is $7 an hour.
I just use federal minimum wage for
$7. Where did you see $7? It was $8.75.
Okay, $8.75.
Maybe
Ajani Koko, can you survive with your family with $8.25 in America?
What do you mean by
can you survive? Can you make $8.25 an hour in America and survive with your family?
You can't survive with
it. Thank you. Okay, you can't survive in America, the richest country with minimum wage.
Hold on. Listen, I don't know the way you are talking. That is the minimum they said. It doesn't mean that is the amount that they pay. As a matter of fact, there is no place in America that they pay that amount.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on.
Ajani Koko, if you don't have experience, you come and work for me, I'll pay minimum wage.
Hold on. In most of the states, they pay more than that. But that is just the minimum they said. It doesn't mean that, it has to be $8.75.
It's the same thing in Nigeria.
But Ajani Koko, the point we are trying to make here, he's telling us that Ajani Koko, Foley is telling us that Nigeria is bad.
And that is the law.
Wait now, Ajani Koko needs to also, the argument is that he's telling us that because the minimum wage, no one can survive with it in Nigeria. That's what makes Nigeria bad. And I'm trying to tell him that in America, to their minimum wage, nobody can survive with it. It doesn't mean America is bad. So that's the argument we are making.
Can I say something?
But hold on, it depends. If you are a young man
that's a wrong
that you are
argument. You're
not
making
married,
a very wrong argument.
if you are a young man that you are not married, you can still survive on $8.75.
You can't survive. You can't pay no rent with that money or feed yourself. You can't.
It's an hour. It's $8.75 an hour. And you can live in parent house. You don't pay electricity.
In Nigeria, you can live in parent house now.
It depends on the state. Can I say this? So usually those jobs that actually pay their minimum wage, they're petty jobs. So they're more like if you work at Burger King or
It doesn't
McDonald's,
matter.
or you
In Nigeria,
clean.
to the minimum wage.
But those work are more for students. They're more for people that still
In
live at
Nigeria
home.
too, it's not like quality people that make minimum wage. You can't tell me it's lawyer that they are paying 30,000 a month.
Mike, what Folly is not telling is that in Nigeria, you start with level 1, which is the minimum wage, and also level have also step 1, step 2, step 3, up to level 17. And not all Nigeria are in level 1.
So who does the level 1 job? Who does that? What type of job? What type of job can you get with
if you're
level 1?
just like what do you call it,
The same people that does the minimum wage job.
So that's not really for people that are educated.
When they come with the minimum wage for you, if you're a driver, you are not getting that minimum. You already get maybe level 3, level 4. If you're a messenger, you start from the base. That is, they give you that 30,000. Maybe step 1, step 2, step 3. We don't know. But once
Remy, there's nobody that even hit that 30,000 federal. There's nobody that hit 30,000.
They hand more
There's nobody that do what?
That hit 30,000
That's
as a
not
federal
true.
worker.
Oh, federal worker. But we're talking about the entire population. Don't stick it to just federal.
No, he
Entire
was the one that said federal. Now he was the one that he was the one that started this conversation.
But
And
the
that's why
majority of Nigerian population earn between 50 and 80K on a honest level. 50 and 80K.
Mike, Mike.
Okay, 50 and 80K, yes.
A quick question. So, the federal minimum wage is $15 an hour. So, what is the difference between federal minimum wage and the other one you guys talking about? Because nobody pays $8 an hour. I'm not sure.
No, you do.
What do you mean nobody pays $8 an hour?
Okay, so federal is
Mike,
if you work for a federal, let's say you work post office,
an hour.
or you.
If you hire an illegal immigrant, you can pay them $2 an hour if you want to.
Are you kidding me? I have some freaking Nigerians working for me right now, and a couple of Black Americans, and I pay them minimum wage because they are useless. I can't pay them big money.
Why will you say that?
Can you even imagine, Mike?
So they are lazy,
Why
man.
can you say your
but that's the minimum wage for this?
They don't want to work, and they want you to pay them.
Yeah, that's the
let them hear you first. You know what you go do.
That's an insult. That's an insult on them.
No, it's not an
insult. They are not making me money. I want me to be paying them big money.
Then sack them now. Sack them and get someone better now.
Wait, I haven't found someone. The moment I find someone better, I will sack them now. It's the matter of
In fact, if I'm one of them today, I will deal with you. If I'm one of them.
Seriously, by the time you come back, I don't clear your office.
Mike, people kids that work at McDonald's here get paid. They don't even pay that $15 an hour. They pay that here like maybe $16, $17 an hour. But the minimum again is $15 an hour. Who's paying below minimum wage? I don't know.
People are paying
below. But Prince Daddy, here's the thing: the federal is different from the state. If you're a federal worker, then you have the less you can
but
get
McDonald's
paid.
is not a federal job.
Yeah, but in New York State, listen. So depend on the state determine what the minimum wage is. So it's now depend on those companies to now say this is how much we want to pay, but you can't go lower than the state minimum wage.
Okay,
that's
I
what
got it. So where I am, the state minimum wage is the federal minimum wage. No, you can't, Mike. Don't come here and pay people $7 an hour. They're gonna arrest you.
Wait, do you live in Cali?
If I pay people with minimum wage, they will arrest me. Is that what you're
I know, like Cali pay like.
Is that he's not working for federal? He's working for Jesus Christ.
God, leave him alone.
Okay, Simba.
So, guys, can I speak now?
I agree with South.
Can we let Mr. Progressive to speak?
I'm looking at Google federal minimum wage here, and it says $7.25 per hour. That's the federal minimum wage.
Increase it now. This guy.
And you were lying. You came here to say it's $15. Why are you lying, man?
No, it's $15.
It has been increased. $7.25 federal minimum wage. Go and feed your family with that money. You'll be homeless.
Mike, NLC has to come to picket in your office, so NLC has to come and picket in that your office.
No, but state
guys,
is not the
one
same as
second.
federal now.
1 second. I want to quickly say something, please.
Mike, please let Progressive talk, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So, first of all, Mike said it pays people minimum wage, but he didn't know what the minimum wage was, so he had to go and Google it. So let's put that one aside. Then
no, Google federal minimum wage. No, there's different federal minimum wage and
there's
state
now.
and there's federal.
He doesn't
No,
know how
Hold on now.
there's state and federal.
and depends on the state as well. Different states
Yeah,
have
so
their
he
own
doesn't
minimum
know
wage.
what the federal is, but he knows what the state is.
Hold on 1 second. A minimum wage is a law. Okay, it's a law of the land, and there's a federal minimum wage, which is the least you can pay anybody across the United States for work done. Okay. So
No. For a federal, if you work for a federal, no. That's how it is. If you work for a federal organization, then you are entitled to that. No, that's what it is. Don't tell me.
No, that's what it is. That is not what it is. A federal minimum wage.
That's what it is.
It is the minimum you can pay.
You are not in the US now. You are not in the US.
Let me speak.
What?
Can you let me speak?
Yeah,
the
but
United
because what
States
you're
is
saying
not
is not true, and you want to land on what you're saying. It's not true.
Do you want to bet?
Let progressive talk. Progressive has the floor.
What bet on it? I don't have to bet on it.
You live in the United States. Do you want to bet on it?
Why would I bet on it? Because I know what I'm saying.
If you can't bet, then let him talk.
So
put your money where your mouth is, man.
So the federal minimum wage is a bill that is a law of the land across the United States. You cannot pay any worker less than that federal minimum wage. Okay, so because then
that's
states
not
cannot
true.
decide.
You kept saying
what
this. That's true.
That's telling you, Hakeem, listen. Look, let me tell you, the federal salary structure is different from the state salary structure. What you are saying that hold on. What you are saying, you are right that by law, no employer must.
Yeah, go on, Angelico.
Baba don't fly.
Okay, so hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying now. So, a federal minimum wage is a minimum amount of pay any employee can pay anybody across the United States of America. That's what you call a federal minimum wage.
This guy, stop using Nigeria, man. I don't know where you live, but you're using whatever you live, wherever you live, you're using that for United States. It's not the same. You have to be a federal worker.
In Nigeria is not applicable. It's only when if you are talking about true federalism and you are saying that
true federalism is not. It doesn't know what it's talking about.
The problem with many of you is that you live in a country, but you don't even understand the rules of that country. You don't understand.
No. Hold on.
I just explained it to you, but you don't know. You are trying to argue. That's what usually happens. They will live outside the state and try to tell people that live in the state this is what it is.
Progressive, where do you live?
Hakeem,
I don't live in the United States, but I'm telling you that is how you work in your country.
No, you don't know. Hold on. We live here. Let us tell you.
Okay, tell me.
It is true that federal government passed a law that no employer across the country must pay less than this. They make it a law that it is federal law, right? Understand the difference between the law and what the federal government pay.
I'm not talking about what the federal government pay. I'm talking about federal minimum. What do you mean by federal minimum wage?
What do you want to gain from this argument? For God's sake,
I don't even understand.
No, I was trying to say something. They were trying to correct me.
You are wrong. People in Nigeria, it's not applicable. You are wrong.
Let Angelico talk. Let Angelico correct you. Angelico, go ahead.
Hold on. It is a federal law that no employer must pay less than this. Understand? It doesn't mean that at the federal level they pay such amount. Federal government pay higher. No state in the whole federation.
That's what he's saying.
Angelico, what are you talking about now? Angelico, I'm not talking about what federal government pays. What is the minimum wage in America?
The minimum wage is $8.74. Maybe
so that is your federal minimum wage. That is your federal minimum wage.
That's by
Is
law.
it with VAT or
Yes.
without VAT?
By
Without,
federal
is
law.
it with VAT or without?
Well, I don't know why you're
So
arguing again.
Wait, it's actually 725 though. I thought it was free. I
Yeah,
thought they pushed it
it's
to
725.
15,
Ajalico
but
just
it's
want to
725.
you just want to lift America.
Okay.
You know?
Whatever it is, that is your federal minimum wage. So what is the argument now?
There's no argument now.
But
They just want
Odiola is
to.
telling you
Why are you saying
something.
I'm
Hold
wrong?
on.
They just want to
Creating
lift
one now.
America
They are
up.
creating
That's
one.
it.
Here's what I'm
Okay.
saying to you.
Say,
Here's what I'm
guys,
saying to
one
you.
second, Angelica. I just
The
Googled also.
federal.
So,
Ola is telling
one
you.
second.
Odiola is telling you.
Hold on.
Hold on. That
Angelica
federal minimum wage
Oriola,
is
you guys may be right.
is
You guys are actually right,
applicable.
actually.
Ola is telling you that $15 is what is paid to federal workers, but you are
Yeah.
arguing with him that is not right.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't
Who's
argue that it's not
Okay.
whether one federal is paying. He
So,
never made any argument like that.
guys. So
He never made.
depending
Hold on. He
depending on
never
the
made the
state.
argument of what federal is paying or no. He doesn't know. He never made the argument.
Okay.
What
No,
he
you
says,
guys.
I didn't make such arguments. I
No,
didn't.
exactly.
you're
All he
saying.
says is
Okay,
that
what is
the minimum wage by law,
what is
just
the
like
hula baloo between
Okay.
you and Odiola now?
there's no bula
No,
balu.
there's.
Just
No. There's
He's
Bula
the
Balu
one
now.
telling
The
me that
guy
I'm
is
wrong. That
telling me
I don't live in
that
America.
whatever the federal wage is, that's what everybody will pay. And I'm telling him it doesn't work that way.
No.
no,
I've never
he
said
never
anything
made
like
the
that.
argument that that's what they pay everybody. Now we all know that
You know, that was
they
what
want to pay someone.
Mike.
Come on.
That was what Akim
See.
said. That was what Akim said.
Thank
What
you.
Oriola-
That's what he said. He's trying.
That was what he
He's
first
trying
said
to
now.
Right.
He's trying to
Okay.
change
Oh
it.
no. Okay. See, I thought the same thing also, but because but depending on the state, some states they say, hey, whatever the federal minimum wage is, that is the state minimum also.
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
so that is true. So, but I'm kind of surprised that actually some states are still paying $7.25 or $8.
Like
I
Cali,
didn't know.
for example, they're paying 15. California is paying 15. I think New York is paying $8.
This is where I was even trying. This is where I was even trying to go to.
So, Praise Daddy, you shouldn't be surprised about that one. Even in Nigeria, some states are not even paying the minimum wage. So
but
this is poor. They don't have the money and they cannot pay the minimum wage.
No. But the federal has to pay that. The federal, if you're a federal worker, they will pay that minimum wage.
So you
but
cannot
it's up to the states.
You cannot compare California with North Dakota.
We know. That's the point I'm trying to make. That not the federal is there. If you live in North Dakota and you work for post office, for example, you will get paid that federal minimum wage. But if you work for McDonald's, the McDonald's will pay you $7.70, whatever it is.
That is look. This is where you don't understand the argument sometimes. That post office are they federal workers?
Yes, post office is a federal.
Exactly. So the federal government, the American government can decide to say, okay, this is the least amount we're going to pay, but it cannot go below whatever the federal minimum wage is.
Correct. Yeah.
Hold on. Give me a second. Remy. Those of us that live in America, we agree that they pay you according to how you produce, according to how productive you are. They decide, like, okay, what do you, when you perform, and because in America, you work actually to make money for who's going to pay you. And they decide, like, okay, this guy here, you produce this much, so you deserve this amount of pay.
No, Mike. There's a minimum starting wage. It doesn't matter your performance.
I'm not talking about wage. I'm just saying, hold on, you're missing my point. I'm saying, like, in America, they pay you based on productivity. It's like the job you do, you produce, you make money for someone. It's kind of, that's the general thing. There's nowhere where you go work where you don't produce anything.
Mike, you might not do anything.
Hold on. Let me land. Now I'm going somewhere. Let me get where I'm going. Chill out. But we can all agree that in Nigeria, there are some people that work and they don't produce, they don't do anything, but they get paid. They just, like, especially government workers, they just stand around and they're paid. You go to
it's still the fault of the employee, the government that make them.
I'm just saying, like, they hired productivity.
So you don't put the blame on
they are expecting big money, big pay. They should be.
Nobody is expecting big money. If you are employing people,
they just collect.
Let them work.
No.
If you are employing people, make sure those people work and pay them their wages.
say, wait, I think
They
the
don't
reason
produce
why they
anything,
get
but they
away
want
with that
paycheck.
in Nigeria is the fact that here you have to clock in and clock out. You have to show the work that you're actually doing. But in Nigeria, people can come to work at 12, at 2 p. There's no clocking,
And they don't produce anything the entire day.
Whose fault is that?
Okay,
It doesn't. That's not the point we are making. We don't care whose fault. We're just saying.
No,
It's the
but you're pointing
and that's
out
why we're not
that
productive.
you have to work before you get paid. And I'm telling you that in order for someone to know that you actually put in work, you actually will come in and I will know that you're here. I can check upon you anytime I want.
Oriola,
to make sure
Nigerian
you're
civil
actually
servant,
doing
na
work.
free money, then they collect. Na free
Yeah, I
money,
know.
free money.
And who allowed that to happen?
Let
Who
me
allowed
tell
that?
you why they allow it.
And they will still be crying. They still be
Wait,
crying.
Simba, give me a second
They
now.
do nothing. They collect money and they will still be crying.
They still be crying. But so, Simba, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You know, in America, most of us, we don't go look for government job because there's no government job. Government don't really have jobs like that. You understand? We have to go to private sector because in Nigeria, there's no many private sector. So government, everybody wants to them for a job. So government are just forced to just hire people even when they don't need them. There's really no job. Most of these people that are employed by government, there's really no job to. They're not employing them to work. Really, they
They don't have any designation.
They don't have any job opening, but they just hire them just to give them money, to share money.
Even if you work for government here,
And
you still
why
have to
can't you
clock
use
in.
that money
You
you
have
are
to
paying them to
clock in and
create
report.
to give to private firm to create job for them to hire them so that they can be productive?
No, in America, it's not government that's giving private people money to create jobs. No, the private people use their creativity.
No. What I'm
Where
saying
they
is,
use
what
their
I'm saying is,
creativity to create jobs. For example, I'll
no,
give you
what
Why
I'm
are
saying
you
is,
waiting?
what I'm saying is, you create that
You are a
environment.
businessman, but you are a bad businessman. Why
create
can't you
that
go to bank
environment.
and go and borrow money to do your business? Why are you waiting for government to give you money?
Why, do you know what it takes for me to borrow money in the bank? Do you know what it takes?
You don't
Do you
need
know
to
what
go
do
to bank.
you
You
know
can get money
bank
from back
requirements?
of industry. You can get your loan from back of industry.
Do you know what it takes? Do you know for you to even get that in Nigeria, you need to know them.
Folly.
Wait, see.
Some of us, when we talk here, when we talk, it's something that we have done. I am using myself as an example. What does it take to get it? I got it. I mentioned it several times here.
He's giving you a success story, success example.
I'm telling you what I've done. So you come here and make everything to look as is impossible.
No, I'm not saying
why are you always like this?
A friend
No.
also got a
I'm not saying it's not possible.
Borrowers. So not
What does it take? What does it take? I've gotten it. They are even begging me. When I paid, I just finished my payment about 3 or 4 months ago. They are even begging me that do I want to collect more? Have you ever tried it? Something that you are just saying, do you know? Why are you always doing this? You always make everything to look, Nigeria to look as if everything is difficult.
Simba, there was somebody that came here. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ola. I'm not sure. He said his business failed and he started blaming government for it. I'm like, how can your business fail? You're blaming government.
Simba.
That was tax.
What are the requirements
Mr. Mike,
for
tax.
those
You pay
loans?
the
What are
tax.
the requirements?
Okay, let me give you now. Let me give you. Oriola, let me give you this. Excuse me. Let me tell you what it requires.
Okay.
You need to have registered business. You register your business. You open an account in the name of your business.
Okay.
You understand? Then you need to have a business plan. What you want to use the money for? Okay, I want to use the money to be doing this kind of business. Okay, how much did you need? What are those things that you needed the money for? You highlight everything. You have a plan. Do you understand what I'm saying? The only collector, me, I don't have any CFO.
So
I
you
use
don't
my
need an
brother's.
asset.
It's just, you need somebody, you can use another person's asset. If the person is just to be a guarantor, that is what you need. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And you think
You
that's
just need
easy
this.
in Nigeria to find someone to?
Why not easy? If you have a good
It's not easy
You
there.
don't even know that many of them, they have family member and friends in America that will just send them money all the time. And they can't use that money to start. They can't even use the money to start business or even call us, say, hey, let's partner. I want to start this company. Put your, can you fund it? And we can both own the company.
And Oriola, you get the money at single digits interest rate. Single digits.
Yeah, but
Now,
how
to
many people
collaborate
know
to your
about
point,
this?
And they
a
will
friend
give
of
you, depending on the business. Let me tell you, like my own now, I use it for poultry. They give me 6 months of what do they call it now? I will not within that 6 months. I will not pay any money.
yeah, a friend of mine
Grace period.
also get a loan from CBN Anchor's borrower for poultry, and his poultry is doing fine now. I think there's something most Nigerians don't know.
Most of us are dying in ignorance, and then when they listen to somebody like Foley, who always come here and tell them bad news and give them all those stories that are not, then they will get discouraged.
I mean, now you get your mouth to
Nigerians are so
out.
negative,
Can I just
so
talk?
pessimistic.
I feel you don't want me to say something.
Fully. Would you now go for the
Let's hear Remy. Remy has been trying to come
you
in.
there?
I'm not interested in law anyway, so I don't know much about that.
What I want
Yeah,
to
but
say
it's
that,
just telling us about what you need. So you don't
what I
think,
want
or
to
you
say
can let
that-
other people know that they can
what I want-
actually get those loans.
No,
and
what I'm trying to say is that a friend of mine got that money from CBN Anchor's borrower, and his poultry is doing fine. But what I want to say is that every successful government have a government policy. The reason why most Nigerians are not really making headway is that people always follow the bad wagon. This man is bad. But people that know policies very well, they use the policy to make an headway for themselves in life. For example, look at what he just analyzed here. And I know that if you know the government policy, like, okay, you can go to a government-sponsored bank, get this loan at a single-digit rate and start something. There are so many Nigerians that they are artisan and they have gotten some equipment and some small loan or a small, overdraft to start their businesses. So,
yeah, but don't you think it's the government?
But if you sit down in your sitting room and you are still waving that big certificate of yours, I have a PhD, I have a bachelor's degree, I have a master's degree. I don't want to
Yeah,
do
but
nothing.
don't you think it's the government's?
Why should you look for a job for 6 or 8
but
years?
don't you think
Why don't you
government
look
should
at
put the
government
word out?
policy?
Because it looks like a lot of people don't know. Don't you
East
think?
American government put the word out for you.
Oriola,
Yes.
if you are in Nigeria, you see jingles. They make adverts. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Doesn't know. How come Foley doesn't know?
Foley knows now. He just want to propagate what he wanted to propagate. He knows.
They rather sit around and complain all day.
Another thing I want to tell you. Let me tell you about an average businessman in Nigeria. Let me tell you. I have a friend who is selling poultry feed. This guy does not even have an account special for his business. He's an army officer. He's using his own personal account. That's where they pay all the money. And every time you'll be complaining that you cannot account when you don't separate. Like me now, I have a separate account for my business. I pay myself salary. I don't dip my hand in my business to spend. Do you understand what I'm saying? My salary is part of the running cost of my business. But some people I've seen somebody here on this platform that he claimed that somebody gave him money to do business and he was paying his wife salary that doesn't even contribute to the business.
Was that one, please?
You understand? So why would that business collapse? Nigerians, they don't separate their business from their day-to-day activities. And that's why they run business down. They don't even know how much they're making. They don't know how much profit. They spend all the money.
You know what? I was talking to a brother of mine the other day. He needed, we are together as a family. And we asked him, can you tell us your business plan? Do you know his response? Give me money first, and I'll give you business plan later. I was like, are you kidding yourself? You don't have to plan. What are you going to be doing? That is an average Nigerian mentality. You talk to them.
No, you don't.
I have money in my hand. I know what I'm going to do. If I have this money in my hand, I know what I'm going to do. But they forgot that information.
Wait, it's not average Nigerian mentality. It's majority of Nigerian mentality. You can see our government. They have no idea what they want to do. Like, they don't have a plan. They don't have a goal. They just want to just go ahead and just do whatever. But if you have a plan, then you know what you're working towards. But they don't have no plan. They don't.
The people that they gave money for this Ankobora, all of them, they use the money to do. They use it to pay their children's school fees. They use it for so many things that are not even related to to the business plan. Then they will come back to government and say, and decide giving story. Most of them, they did not even return the loan. And then somebody will come here and say the government should be giving people free money to do business.
So what will happen if they don't return the loan?
Nothing.
I work for a small company in Nigeria, in Ibadan, before I left. This company, there are three friends that came together, and each of them contributed about 2 million naira. So we start with a 6 million capital. I was very lucky to start with them. So what we do is very simple. One of the directors that is overseeing it, he will always go to Dubai to buy a lot of phones, and I will go to Lagos to get a machine and bought a lot of Richard cards. So we have to expand the business. I will go to Nigerian bureaus. So I signed a big contract with them. I supply most phones and Richard cards to Nigerian bureaus because they have a big cooperative society. So we split the money for 9 months for them to pay for the phone. And all of these workers, they get that Motorola T29 data. That flap phone is the rave of the moment that time. And we also send to them. I mean, the SIM itself is 10,000 data, and they will pay the money in 6 months through their cooperative society. So we were making an headway. We even sold Turaya phone to Polyba for their satellite campuses. I was going everywhere. I was making my money. Everything was okay. But you know that our problem. I will tell you our problem. 2 of our directors, one was the management team of First Bank, and the other one was the executive secretary of the First Bank Housing Company. I forgot the name. But when they start sending their girlfriend, oh my God, the girlfriend will come to our office, and the girlfriend will point to Motorola V70. At that time, that price alone is 70,000 naira. These are the most expensive phones. And I will say, okay, fine, no problem. Because I'm in charge of this particular area, then I have to say, okay, pay your money. So you now call the name of one of my directors by name. He is the one that sent me. I said, what do you mean? And once I called the director said, write it in my name. I'll pay the money later. By the time we started to put all these debts together, some of these directors are owing up to 500,000 within how many months? How can the business thrive? So they killed the business by themselves. And I see the trajectory this thing is going. So I have to make a choice to stay or not to stay. I went out. By the time I came back to Nigeria 2 years later, it's already bankrupt. They are no more there. So the problem is that I discovered that Nigerian people, they don't have time that, okay, let's spread this money for a particular period. We are eating our capital and eating the profit together.
Exactly. That's what we do. They consume everything.
It kills the business very quick. This is something that if they are selling and I also want to give you a very good example. A young boy just came to me in the office and said, please, so brother Remy, I want to be selling Richard card in the street for you. I said, no, I can't give you, this is too risky. He said, no, you should monitor me. Don't worry. If you give me 10,000 naira worth of Richard card, a promise in 1 hour, I'll bring the money to you. I said, it's impossible. I said, I should try. Okay, I said, I will try. I don't have nothing to do particularly that day. I gave him 10,000 Richard card, but I follow him. That was in Bodija because our office was in Bodija. So I follow him, and then he started selling it on the street. Behold, 45 minutes, that boy sold everything off. Within 1 month, this boy that we are giving 10,000 naira worth of Richard card, this boy is collecting 500,000 naira. Do you know how he does it? He just go and collect a lot of boys from his street, put them in Bodija, put them in Gate, put them in Secretariat, put them everywhere, and he controls everybody. You see that kind of brain. Me that I was in the office, I don't even think that way.
Remy,
I'm trying to give
let me now tell you something. That boy you see there, that boy that you see there.
I'm trying to give you an example that people.
No, I know. I just want to chip in. I want to chip in what you are saying. I want to illustrate what you are saying. That boy you see there, is the same boy talking to you here today, for Lawrence.
Are you sure?
I'm telling you.
Flog him. Koboko.
So you see now, I gave you a good opportunity. Now here today, okay, that is life.
Actually, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm just telling you
I mean, I
that's
can't believe
exactly
you
the same.
think the boy is the
I'm
same guy.
joking. I'm
It's fully
joking.
that.
I'm
Also,
joking.
can't think.
It cannot be that. But
I'm
what I'm
joking.
just trying to tell you now is this: it's a boy of
Actually,
only
let me land. Actually, I was joking, saying I'm the boy, but that's the same thing that I
There's
was
no way I would have
when
believed you're the
talking
boy,
about.
man.
I know you are not the one, but what I'm trying to say is
I
that
believe, I believe.
this boy have a
Everything
very
fully accepted today. There's no way you could have been the
you
boy.
know, this boy have a very good foresight. From the idea of that boy, me also working in the company, my brain also spark. Immediately,
Yep.
I started giving Richard card to my sister who worked in the school, but I follow her up because I know that family is another wahala. I always be on her neck. And before I know it, in the same school, she started selling that Richard card to 2 or 3 schools nearby. So you can see that if you have a good business acumen, this is a young boy of 20 years old, and he has this kind of brain. He was able to control all these boys, and he put them to work. So that's what I'm trying to say. He didn't sit down, but if he's a graduate will never think that way. He will still be expecting that first bank job.
He will carry certificate now, waiting for
And do you
one
know that guy?
job that
He's
never
speaking
come.
grammar everywhere.
You don't know that guy
If
by
he's
now.
speaking grammar like Prince
But
Daddy.
he will definitely go back to school.
I don't want to, but I'm just trying to tell you that he has a
He
very
will definitely go back to school.
Another one of that guy was in UI at that time. He was a second 200
No, we
level.
are many like that. We are many like that on this.
Making their money. So what I'm trying to say is that in Nigeria,
can I say something, please?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there's also a case for what Foley was saying as well. So we just can't brush everything and say, oh no, it's just trying to scare mongrel. But I understand that some of his arguments sometimes come from maybe a partisan position, the fact that or he doesn't like the man in power at the moment. So some of his, I bet you can't just sweep everything, because you have to also understand that even if you are doing these businesses, you have to also take into consideration the level of inflation of the country in the past few years. So it has been astronomical, the increase in prices and other stuff across Nigeria. So that is going to have
progressive. I totally understand. And Nigerian case is even more terrible. But tell me which country that inflation is not biting hard now all over the world. Tell me which country.
A lot of these countries you are talking about have the facility to create.
But the people they are also not happy. Do you think they are happy?
Yeah, it's a lie, Mr. Ford. It's a lie. It's a lie. Mr. Progressive, it's a lie. Nobody is happy. Even my workers too. They take me to court. If I just I pay them 12 to 13 euro per hour.
Mr. Progressive, there are people suffering. I'm telling you, in America and all over the world. It's not peculiar to Nigeria.
Hold on 1 second. So
I know some Nigerians that jackpot. Wait, hold on. They are jackpot. They are in America right now. They are regretting that they even jackpot. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hold on. They are working in factory.
They're in everywhere.
Guys,
they are in everywhere.
Hold on 1 second. So what I'm trying to say is this: when you had the level of inflation that came up across Europe, right? Nearly every, I don't know about America, nearly every European country create palliative system for their citizens, right? So it's not like some section or some element. No, everybody who needed those palliative got the palliative. So even in this country, even in this
tell
country,
us about that palliative. Give us an example.
So example was that in Ireland, now where I live, the government were paying 200 euros towards your energy bill. 3 times they pay that money, right?
Because of the inflation?
Yes, because of the high cost of energy bills. So on top of that, they increase the amount of money. They increase the amount of money that you need. No, kind of bring a lot of people into the
where are they
government
able
housing
to?
system.
Where the money they are paying? Where were they able to pull it from?
No, it's part of the government revenue that they collected from taxes.
So if you look at that 200 they give you, right?
No, not 200, 600. 600, you know, it's 200
every month
3
or
times
just
they pay that money.
3 times,
No,
within a year, right?
A year.
Okay. if you look at how much they've taken from you within that 1 year, you will find out that 600, that
No,
it's
no, no,
not
no, no,
even
Mr. Mike, Mr. Mike. It's from the company they collect those money on. Because I know how much they collect from my
No,
hand.
okay, let me give you one example, right? During that COVID, I think, was it COVID? Yeah, during COVID, right? They did a palliative, right? And then they look at how much some people make, whoever is making what between what and what, and they give you a couple of thousands. And then some Nigerians were making a video, flashing the money and telling Nigerians in Nigeria, like, look, look what their government doing. They give us money. And then I look at how much tax we've paid within that 1 year. That 1,000, this thing is not even a fraction of what you will put into the system. You
Yeah,
understand?
but look,
At least,
I don't know. Look,
to the point
I
where,
don't know
wait,
about
to the point where
America.
many Americans were even
But
pissed
over
off.
here,
Like, give me a second now. To the point where many Americans were
yeah,
pissed
well,
off. Like, we put in this much into taxation, and this is only what you are giving us back. Whereas Nigerians, they are millions, they haven't even paid anything. They are thinking in America, this government just give them money, they're from thin air. And some Nigerians are telling Nigerian, oh, you deserve the same thing. Like, where is the government going to put the money from? Which money did you? Let me tell you guys something. In the West, what they give you is something you put in. You put in what you put in is what they give back to you. It's not like you don't put anything in and they're giving you something. It's not how it works.
No, it doesn't work like it. It doesn't work like that. It's not what you put in that you get out of it. So the system, the way the system is designed, like for us, I did not experience any increase in my taxes because of the palliative or whatever. No,
what you've been paying so far.
Yeah, my taxes still remain the same. So whether there was palliative or not, I would have still paid these same taxes regardless. So
I get it, but the tax you've been paying over time is where they're able to put that money from.
Yeah, but that is how the system is designed for you to contribute into the system, for government to have revenue to be able to.
And what's on Nigeria? What are they contributing to the government?
What are they contributing?
What the government provide for? What the government did for them?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Hold on,
you cannot compare that system. You cannot compare that system to our system.
Fully in America.
So when you came to,
give me a second now. More than 80% of jobs created were not created by government. Were created by people. Creative people.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, hold on 1 second. So imagine if McDonald's was to be running on generator in America, right? So what do you think the consequences would be for workers, for McDonald's workers?
We change it.
Whether it's generator or commercial lights, you still paying.
You still pay. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Are you telling me that the fast food outlets in Nigeria, they don't make profit?
Of course, they make profit. Well, who are they? Do you not understand the difference now? Is that the more you spend on your business, you pass the cost.
Don't be surprised that they can even make more profit in Nigeria than America.
Yeah, but who is paying for that profit? Is it not the consumer?
The way they make more money is this. Most of this business, they also not paying the right tax in Nigeria. So they gain more that way.
So you cannot completely just dismiss Foley for his position. No,
we are not dismissing him, and we are not saying
I can't even see which point is even saying that we should not dismiss. Which point is Foley making that we should not dismiss? Which point? Mention it.
No.
Which point does he make that we should not discard?
No, what he's trying to explain to you that things are not all that good.
Let me tell you, where we are coming from. We need solution to problem. We don't like people lamenting. No, that lamentation will not take you anywhere.
Do you think I'm lamenting? Do you think
that's
I'm
what
lamenting?
Nigerians do all day now? They just come on, say, lament. They don't even
do you think I'm lamenting?
Ideas or solutions.
Okay. The way I see it,
they just say Nigeria is bad.
The way I see things is this, or the way I see it, I've learned a lot. And I discovered that those countries that develop very quick, they put their citizens to work, and their citizens are also ready to work. They complain less, and they work more. And when they work more, they have a solid plan that this is what they can achieve, or this is what they want to do in the nearest future. Any country that is not united, its citizenry does not unite, it might be a little bit difficult for that country to excel.
Remy, hold on 1 second.
Do you know we have national orientation?
They're not patriotic.
And they are not doing anything.
let me finish. Can I just
hold on 1 second? Hold on 1 second. Recently, I was on holiday in Morocco, right? So Morocco is an African country, brother.
You have two princes that year.
So
like there are two princes that year.
It's yeah.
So you see, one thing those people did not worry about all for the time I was there on holiday is how they generate electricity. So even if everything is, even if the citizens are not playing their part, at least we need to hold our government accountable for their own failure.
You think, Hakim, electricity, I agree with you, electricity is a necessity for any economy.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
Morocco, let me tell you, their own is not a necessity. They cannot survive without electricity because of their weather.
Yes.
They will die.
What weather?
Algeria, Tunisia, they are close to Europe here, and they have winter. And if no,
they don't have winter in Morocco. What are you talking about?
They have. Even Saudi Arabia now, we're in winter. We're in winter now.
Look, I even asked.
Does it get cold in Saudi Arabia?
Hold on,
I used to get cold to the extent that I use heater in my room.
Wow.
Listen, one second.
They have dry.
So if you are talking about Saudi Arabia, so why won't that one happen in Morocco? Morocco that is very close to Spain there.
We used to watch Algeria. Now.
Brother,
hold on. Play Algeria that time now in Algeria.
Hold on.
Hold
on 1 second.
And when it's summer, it's very hot. When it's summer, so either way, you need constant electricity. When it comes to during the summer, we need AC 24/7. We run it 24/7, and when the winter comes,
the weather can be run 52 degrees Celsius.
50
brother,
every day.
Hold on now. You see, when you are talking, this is the same problem we had earlier when we were talking about minimum wage. Oh, you know beat America, you know beat America. Hold on, when you're talking, you have to talk based on what is fact, not on what you assume is the case.
So I'm asking. So Morocco does not have winter.
No, sure. No, they don't have winter in Morocco. Even when I was there, I asked the taxi driver, when was the last time it rained here? He said about 5 years ago. You could see the ground is like if you hit your head on the ground. I'm not talking about the concrete, I'm talking about the normal ground. You can see how dry it was. You can physically see how dry the ground was.
Maybe the driver is talking like Mr. Folio. You know that in every country we have people that complains, even though something is going well.
It wasn't complaining. It wasn't complaining. We're just having.
Don't even Hakim. They have winter in Morocco. Don't let anybody deceive you.
No, let me read.
They have winter in Morocco.
Let me read from Google to you. Everybody, listen, please. Listen. Weather in Morocco in December. Although December is the start of winter in Morocco, temperatures are still pleasant with average daytime temperature between 14 and 20 degrees Celsius.
So what is that?
Listen. I bet chilly evenings and night. So they have winter, my friend. Chilly evenings and night. The temperature can
do you know what winter is?
No, you don't understand. I know you are comparing your winter to -4 or -5 or something like that. For people that their weather is about 38 degrees and now they come to below 14 degrees, it's unbearable, okay? And chilly nights, so they have winter there, okay? It's a dry cold. No, it's a dry winter.
It's not a winter. What's he talking about? Say winter. They have winter there. Even in some part of Spain, you don't even get snow.
Do you know that South Africa have dry cold and they also have winter? Do you know that?
I'm not talking. Look, I'm talking about South Africa. I don't know about South Africa.
Morocco have winter, but
can we leave this thing? Let him continue what he's saying. Okay,
what I'm trying to say to you is that even if you look at their roads, they have very good roads. Okay, they have electricity. So we still have to. Government have to provide.
Foley is showing us that the inflation have hit 27%. On the stelly. That's why he's showing us now.
Government need to play their own part. Okay? So what you're saying in Nigeria today
that government needs to
is the people are a reflection. The people are a reflection of the government. So
what am I trying to say? The government is a reflection of the people.
Both ways, both ways. So what I'm trying to say is this here. Imagine I've never seen anywhere else apart from Nigeria where you go to hospitals, whether it is private hospital or public hospital. On Sunday, you don't find doctors. They'll tell you, "Oh, come," or doctors will come
It's
to
not
come on
true.
Monday.
What
So
you are saying is not true, Hakim. Hakim, what you are saying is not
will
true.
attend to you online. What
It's
It
not
is
true.
public hospital,
hold
not
on 1
private.
second.
Private,
Hold
they
on 1
always
second.
open.
Hold
Even
on now.
government open. I don't like the way people come here and
I'm
be
not saying
pending
they don't.
lights.
I'm not saying they don't open. No, I said they don't
Eh.
have doctors on
I'm a
duties.
doctor. I work in Nigeria for over 20 years. So
Yes.
why we take calls? So why are you saying that you get to
Listen.
hospital, you will not meet doctor?
I didn't know. Oh, will you listen? Will you listen before you make your own case? Just hold on.
You
I
can
said
tell us
when
which
you go
hospital did you go that you not see.
yes, I will. Of course, I'm going to give you an example. Hold on 1 second. Like you go to hospitals on Sundays, right? They'll tell you doctors. You wait for doctor to come on Monday.
Which hospital
We don't have any.
and
There's no
which
doctor.
state?
Hold on now 1 second. Then if you go to hospital at night, they'll say, doctor, don't go. It's coming back in the morning. Okay, that's 2 examples I'm going to give you. One is in Lagos, one is in Benin. There was
Which
a time.
hospital?
Name
Which
the
hospital?
Name the hospital.
Hold on 1 second. There was a what's the name of this hospital? I can't remember the name, but this was a family member
You don't
had a
have facts
problem
now,
there.
progressive. You don't have facts.
Hold on,
Because the
but
government
this
are
is
listening
fact.
to us now. They're listening to
You
us.
know, Mr. Tyrone,
This is
you
not.
know,
This
one of
is
our
not.
colleagues on this same platform, Hakim, let me say this. There
Yeah.
was a day he was talking. He said one of his family member was given an injection and immediately the person just died. I just asked him, I said, tell me you're a doctor. Tell me one injection that will just give somebody and person will just die like that. You know, it sometimes it beats my imagination the way we talk sometimes, and I wonder
Hold
whether
on now.
we're even elite.
Hold on. Why you guys? Why?
If you
Look,
go
hold
to
on.
a primary healthcare center, excuse me, let me tell you, let me educate you. If you go to a primary healthcare center where they have only one doctor, you understand? You might go there and not meet doctor because it's not a place where you're supposed to go at that period of time. But if you
It's
go
not
to a
a
general
primary healthcare.
hospital,
Don't worry. Listen. I'll make a phone call and I will confirm this again. I will get the name of the hospital. This is not even something that is very, very far from me. It's somebody that is very close to me.
Thank you, Mr. Progressive. We like facts here. We like facts.
Listen to me. I even contributed to the surgery that this person had at that time. So it's not even something, because at the time it was a very serious issue that could have led to the life of this person be taken. But at the end
Hakim,
of
let
the
me
day,
ask you this:
they
do
asked
you
that person
have
to go
any?
home and
Let me
come
ask you
back
this
on
question,
Monday.
Hakim. Let me ask you a question, Hakim. It's not related to health, though. Have you ever had anybody in your family that you want to empower in business in Nigeria?
Not that I want to empower. I already empower somebody, the family member.
How are they doing? How are they doing? Are they doing well?
They are okay.
Okay, your own experience is good. But if you ask an average diaspora, their experience is always bad.
No.
You understand?
No, but
What
the
are you
thing is
saying?
this:
What are you saying?
the way I did mine. Okay, I'm going to give you an
Is
example.
right about that one.
Yeah, the way I did mine. My sibling graduated from the higher institution, right? So she looked for work and couldn't find work, and said, okay, she's going to go learn how to make what you call a baking cake and decoration and all of those things. I said, okay, fine. She went and learned. And then when she finished, she needed to open the shop, and then I assisted her to open the shop and stuff.
You are
like that.
very lucky. You are very lucky, and I'm very happy for you. Let me tell you this.
Let me tell you something. If this mindset of all Nigerians were not ready to work, I want you to put it away from us. Many Nigerians are ready to work. Many Nigerians are trying to put things together. But at times, most of them will consider.
Yesterday you were talking about some boys you are helping your community, but still they are not changing. I beg.
No. Don't. I've never said people did not change. I only said when you have like 10 people, you cannot get the hotel to be serious. But that does not mean you will not see 1 or 2, 3 people among them that will give you results.
One is serious. You do the math by yourself. You invest
Not even 10, not even 2, not even 2. I think I was telling a story yesterday when someone was talking about wait. Let me tell you something. Either me and you like it or not, we have different background. Okay, my home background is what this who's that person that said he said recharge card for somebody that is okay. That's exactly what my background is. So if I can bring myself out of that system and I turn myself to what I am today, okay, I can see myself as one of the guys that actually mean well for myself and for my country and for my society. And I've already duplicated the same thing that was to some guys who are ready to do the same thing that I did then. And I've seen the result as well.
It's a conditional statement from you. Who are ready? And
yes.
Now,
everywhere in the world, we have people like that who are not ready, and we have people who are ready.
The question I want you to put, you said most Nigerians are ready to work, but you said out of all those boys,
if I said most, I didn't say all. I said most.
Yesterday, you did not say most. Yesterday, you said you were disappointed. They were not serious, and they were not up to what you expect them to do. That is the narration you put yesterday.
Maybe someone else. Maybe somebody else. It's not me.
You came in, and when you came in, you took over, and everybody was talking to you for about 1 hour like that, and you talk about that kind of. Maybe it was yesterday, or maybe
no, it was day for yesterday, and whatever I said last day for yesterday was like I have some guys in my house that I'm taking care of. If you can remember, that I'm trying to monitor them. I'm trying to mentor them. So it's not like I've never come here and say Nigerians are not serious. I know Nigerians are serious, but it's not all of them. And anyone that is not serious, you never see them around me because they know they will never come around me and do shit.
We are not generalizing that all Nigerians are lazy. Nobody said that. It is your own thinking. We are not generalizing. What we are saying is that some of Nigerians, they will not have a good plan. And some Nigerians, even if you give them money, capital and profit, they will eat everything.
And some will also have a good plan. And the system will also make them to lose it.
No, don't always, you know what? Let me be frank with you today. The system you are operating that you are successful is the same system. Some of the guys do the same thing like you, they were not successful. What makes you stand out? Maybe it's your plan and you think ahead. Some might not plan and think ahead like you. So when you put 10 balls on a table, not all the 10 balls will drop on the ground at the same time. What I'm trying to say is that if you put 10 people and give them the same opportunity, maybe out of these 10 people, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 will excel. Why some people, they will fritter the chance away? That is life generally. So no matter, don't always let us castigate everything is about government. To me, I still believe if we want to really hold our leaders accountable, I think it's the state government most times. Because at the end of the day, it is not the president that will come to your state. Is it the Tinubu that will tell Makinde, you do not ply the road in Agodi, or you do not ply the road in Gate? Or we are going to talk to Abiodun that Tinubu did not ply the in Lanto or something like that. So it is the state governor that we should handle very well because we are more closer to the governor than to the president. At least,
Remy, you know the problem. Remy, you know the problem. One of the problem, especially this at the state level, one of the problem I see there is that, you know, if there are like Ozzy that was saying, like he had access to those loans and stuff. Yeah, I know for a fact that those loans exist, and I know that a lot of people have access to them, and I know that there are also people who abuse them. But what government needs to do is to create like an outreach centers across states, like state governors need to create like outreach center. In fact, if they have to do it in every ward, they put it in every ward, whereby they will have like offices where people go into, and then they will be given some level of information as to how they can access certain facilities. You know, so some people don't know because they don't have.
Akim. Let me give you an example. When I started my business, I know some guys that were in the same business. even their own business is not up to mine. You know, after just getting little money, they start buying car. When I was ordinary civil servant, I used to change my car every 3-4 years. But when I started business, that was when I knew that I know the value of every penny that I have. If I have 5 million naira, I would rather invest that money than to go and use it to buy a car. But Nigerians, I'm very sorry to say, you know, when you say inflation, when you are doing a business, you factor in all those things. You factor in depreciation of those materials that are using for your business. You factor in a lot of things, and you have to save money for all those things, because a time will come that we need to buy those things again. And that's why most businesses collapse in Nigeria. They don't factor in some of these things. Let me give for example. If you are doing poultry and you have maybe layers, the one that lay egg, you know, you buy them from day old, you start feeding them, you start investing your money. They will get to like 18, 19 weeks, 20 weeks before they start producing. Before you start seeing that even the money that you are using to feed them, they will be like almost 30 weeks old. Then by the time you are not getting, okay, let's say you feed them, you spend 30,000 today to feed them, and you sell egg for 40,000. And you say, okay, this is 10,000. That 10,000, some of our people, they will see it as profit. They are forgetting the capital that they have invested from day 1 to 30 weeks. You understand what the analogy I'm painting for you now? Before you can say you start exactly. Before you can say you will make a profit from poultry farming, especially if you are raising, producing egg, it will be after 1 year.
Yes.
It will be after 1 year. But you know, by the time they start making money, they will not even look at, okay, when these things are old, how am I going to replace them? You understand? And that's why I say majority of people that are venturing into business in Nigeria, they are bad business people.
It's
Very
about
bad.
show off. It's about show off.
You understand? In fact, I couldn't buy a car because if I have the money like this, I would look at it and say, if I invest this money, this is how much this money is going to fetch me.
Do you
And
know
this car that I'm using, I can still manage this now.
Doing that poultry something, if I'm going to buy, I will buy a van. I will not even buy a car. I will buy a van that will be a working van so that I can carry my eggs and carry all those equipment that I need.
Mr. Progressive, let me tell you my own story. Mr. Simba knows about it already. When I was working for the government here, they give me 10 to 15,000 euro, just December bonus, Christmas bonus. Since I opened my own company, beat me down, touch that kind of money to spend on myself. I can't try it.
Why they steal Yoruba language like this?
I'm a Yoruba boy now. I was born and brought up in Lagos. You understand, Mr. Progressive? There are some things I do, even if I don't count money. I don't count. It is government pay. Government. That's why I don't blame people in politics. The money they sweet. It is sweet to spend. One is your own money. That's why sometimes I understand why they say Peter Obi is tight hand. It is money, you know, thief away.
The man is so smart. He just let the ratio come in very well, and he used the opportunity to make more money. He does not lose. Now there's billions. It is those billions that every party men are now fighting over. That party, you are
don't let us almost to be. What we are doing here. We are teaching Nigerians, and majority of people will learn from what we are discussing. Don't let us just change our narrative.
We are just saying that is what it does.
I talk of my own experience, because I'm a business owner. I have 3 businesses here. Understand? One thing that I do. Everything I buy for myself is in the name of the company. You understand? But I have a very nice car. But
I know why you are doing that, Mr. Trajo. Good move.
No, one thing is that I just laugh sometimes when I hear some people complain. That's why even though I want to go to Nigeria, I don't tell anybody that I'm coming, because I know people back home in Nigeria, my friends, they will start wearing rags. They wear rags. I say, Are you suffering like that? No. I catch many of them now. When I went last time, now I catch all of them now. I said, so you have a car and you're hiding it from me. So now nobody can hide you. You understand? Nigeria is so, even though they just gave birth to you today, Nigeria, you are corrupt. So it is in the system. The system just accept those kind of things. Because I
It's not
know
on
of
Nigeria.
what?
It's not on
So
Nigerians that are corrupt.
Mr. Foley, you have not yet gotten that opportunity. The day you have that opportunity, I will know whether you're corrupt or not.
Which opportunity are you talking about?
Maybe one day we all here we can assist you to be a politician. You don't know. If we say you want to, okay, just for you to
Oga,
start in the
if
local government,
you assist me to do that, you are just helping the people that want to go. That's all.
you won't take a salary. You told me that you don't take money,
I'm just
so you
telling
use it as an
you are helping the people that want to go and go and want to go and leave. That's all. You are not helping me. I'm not seeing it as
you're helping the people that want to go and govern. Please leave that story.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. I don't even need anybody.
You told us.
I don't even want to be in any position. But I'm just trying to portray your point.
Me that. Wait first, Mr. Foley, please let me finish my sentence. You told us that you can work without collecting salary. That you want to contribute free. So I'm thinking about it. You will not
Definitely.
take a dime for salary. You won't take a dime for salary. Can you do that?
I can do that because I have my work already. I have what I'm doing that is giving me money already.
You can use it as an example.
I'm telling you what
because I know many people anytime I visit Nigeria, they don't dress fine and they come and knock us. They start disturbing me. I said, what is the problem? I said, people are wearing, for me I call it rags, you understand? I call it rags. I know how I dress, you understand? After few weeks, after not even a year, now I change my clothes in a year. So that's just it. But not everybody can afford it because the kind of job I do.
I'm going to tell you something. You see, a lot of these things, right? It's about priorities in life. Okay. So a lot of these people that you think are struggling, many of them are struggling, but some of them their priorities are very wrong. Even in this Europe that we live today, you see white people that are struggling. They are struggling because they also have the wrong priorities. It's not like they don't have enough support from the government. So imagine when you get support from the government, you're in a week you buy 4 or 5 packets or even 6 packets of cigarettes. Part of that money you will use to drink alcohol, and you expect to have a higher standard of life. No, you won't, because you are spending your money on the wrong things. Okay,
you are spending your seed. You are not planting your seed.
So a few weeks ago, there was
he's not spending it funny, he's eating it.
Okay, you are eating your seed, yes.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, my sister sent me a video because somebody was supposed to make these iron doors for her for a building. So the guy that was making the building sent the video. Oh, look, okay, Mama, we've sprayed this place. So this man that is directing, showing on the video, you can see he had a bottle of beer in his hand. Right? Afternoon at workplace. So tell me how many bottle is going to drink that day? Then tomorrow is going to come to you and say,
I want to ask something. If anybody can just correct me on that. I have this habit. Every one of my profits, every one of my profits, I want to spend it. I want to spend 10% of it on myself. I don't want to know.
No. It's good.
If I make any profit, I want to spend 10% on myself immediately.
It's
okay. Is it a good thing?
It's good now. It's your profit. And then out of it also you must have certain percentage that you reserve. So that you have to invest back to the business.
You see this Europe that we are now, right? So people will say, oh, it's very hard. These are very difficult. I cannot afford to do this. I cannot afford to do that. But if you look, these guys smoke. A packet of cigarettes is about 15
In fact,
euros.
Hakim, that's where I'm going. I have a friend here. Just 2 days ago, he called me and said he needed 1,000 sa. That 1,000 sa would be like 300,000 naira Nigerian money. And I asked him, I said, okay, I didn't even ask him, I sent the money to him. But before then, this guy, I asked him, he smoked at least 40 sticks of cigarette every day. 40 sticks.
Okay.
And I asked him, how much do you spend on cigarette in a month? He said about 2,000, sir. Imagine, that money is even more than what some people are earning per month. He's
So
using it
this
to
is
smoke
money.
cigarette.
You see that money he used to smoke now. I'm going to tell you something. He can easily walk into a dealer garage and get a car on finance, right? And pay insurance and be paying insurance.
May
And be paying
God
insurance.
bless you. I have a colleague who bought a new car about 100,000, sir. It's 1,000 sir that Saudi Arabia that is paying every month, and is going to use 5 years to pay it. He said after 5 years we sell the car, pay the remaining one, and get another one. 1,000 is 1,000 that is paying every month.
So basically, when he see you driving that car, when he see you driving that nice car, it's
You
going to
are,
go
in
like,
fact, you are correct.
oh,
Priority is matters in life.
exactly. So what are your priorities? Even if you don't get much, but what do you do with the little that you
These
get?
same people that are complaining, some of them, they will not be able to pay the school fees of their children, no, but they will go to Mama Sikira shop every evening to go and eat ishewu, pepper soup, and then when they
Pepper
get back
soup,
home, they will say there's no money.
they will drink 4, 5, 6, 7 bottles of beer before they go home. Every day they will do it.
That's priority now.
They need to share you now.
At the same time, responsibility.
They need to share you.
You know, some people don't know their
I would
responsibility
say
of
Nigeria is not
what they
sweet.
need to do.
Nigeria is sweet too. They need to share. Normally, I don't drink, I don't smoke, but I do the third stuff. You understand? Eh? So one thing that they sometimes I tell people that you have to eat where you work. Understand? You have to enjoy yourself. Some people they use it as a stress relief, something like that. I can
So
understand.
what is enjoying yourself? What is enjoying yourself?
What do you say enjoy
yourself?
myself is spending time with my family, with my children. Understand? Sometimes once in a week I spend time with my workers. All of them I invite them. I pay in the restaurant. They come. They even come with their wife and children. And I have to remove the money from my pocket and I pay. They say, boss, we pay, Oga go pay. That's what they used to say, Oga go pay, and I pay. Understand? The moment they're happy, my business goes fine. Also,
Yeah, but
and
when you go and sit down in the beer parlor and you drink 5, 6, 7, that's not enjoying yourself. You're almost destroying yourself with your own money, man. If you smoke a 40 stick of cigarette in a day, how is that even an enjoyment in the first place?
I don't smoke now. Sometimes
No,
my workers, most of my workers smoke. I buy them packet of cigarette. Me, Mr. Trump. I buy it for that. I will not lie. I buy it for that just to make them happy.
You know what you are doing, Mr. Taof. You are investing in your business, or you are using all those things to motivate them. It's part of your business. But we are talking about individuals that they don't even have the means. They are forcing themselves to do all these things.
I remember somebody from my family. He became a multi-millionaire. What he did, Namoto, he went to go and buy a car. That's why poor people, the moment they have money, they think one thing, car. They want to show. Car. They want to show. I say, instead of you to buy a land and start building house, car.
No. It depends on your way, the way you say it. You can actually buy a car and it will be useful for your business, to grow your business, and you can build house.
Business is downstairs. I know. I'm the one that gave everything. House, everything. Downstairs. What do you want to use it for? One thing there is that I don't take public transport. I don't take public transport. Even the
because me, as a business card, as a business seller under umbrella, as a business as a recharge card seller under umbrella, I run it for 6 months. After 6 months, I got myself a car that I will be using to run around, and that helped me a lot to grow my business. So to some people,
that car, Folly is not a car. It's part
of my machine, part
exactly.
of my capital. Yes, that I want to use to run the business.
Exactly.
And I did the same thing a lot. Whenever I'm getting any young guy coming around me, the first thing I will give to them is that I give them a machine so that it will be easy for them to move around. So there is no way they will not meet up with whatever they want to meet up with. But if you're asking them to be walking around to go and be selling, they will never make it. So they need mobility as well. So it depends on what you are using your car for.
You don't jaye in Nigeria. I used to travel to Nigeria to jaye now. You want to tell me that you don't jaye in Nigeria? You don't
what you call jaye? What you call jaye? It varies. It depends on how you see it. Like me now, I would never be in my bed and now think of
just now.
There is no way I would be on my bed.
Enjoyment.
No, I will never like me now. I will never think of myself on my bed. I just want to go out and go and drink. I will not do that. But occasionally, when the environment warrants it, I take it. But you never see me saying that I want to go and drink. I will never do that. But occasionally, if condition warrant it, maybe I'm in the midst of my friends or when someone come to say hi around and I want to hang out with them, that can happen. Okay? So what we call jaye is varies. It depends on how you say it. But the way me I see things on my own, it's like I will never for one day take up my money and go and sit down as the beer parlor. I said I want to buy beer to drink and I will go back home. No, I will never do that. But
how will Nigeria economy turn? How will Nigeria economy turn? How will it move around? How will it start?
Nigeria economy can turn, but it's not like if I'm not buying beer, I can buy other things that will make the economy to turn. So it's not necessary to be on beer.
It's not compulsory to drink a beer now. You can go down and buy a soft drink, a soda, then you sit down, then you take fresh air.
Soft drink is what I can actually go out and get inside my freezer and take in my house. It's not necessary I must go out. I can put them inside my freezer. So whatever I want to, I feel like drinking it, I'll just go there and open it and take it.
Part of what, if you want to enjoy yourself, you can buy a ticket for an holiday destination, book yourself a nice hotel.
Yes, that's one of those places you can enjoy yourself.
Yeah,
you can even go out and you can just go out and rest. Just spend some time and rest.
Go in the beach.
I think when I enjoy myself most is when I'm away from my location. I will sleep well, devoid of any distractions and all those things.
That's what vacation is all about.
Exactly.
That's
so
the best
you take your money, you go and get yourself drunk. You say you enjoy yourself. What kind of enjoyment?
That's not life. That's not life. Just go and enjoy yourself. Expose yourself to things that you need to think you have not seen before.
Fully.
Go to an environment that you know that is unique and very nice in nature.
Okay, Mr. Foley, they will come and visit you in Ekiti or in Abuja. I don't drink alcohol. One thing is that I like chicken. I like beef. You understand? I like cow meat. You understand? At least I only eat meat. I chew meat.
Okay.
You know the restaurant that will take you now.
A kilo of meat in Nigeria is just, you know what? A kilo of meat in Nigeria is just 3,500. So I don't know how many meat you want to eat. That should not be.
I'm a champion.
A full chicken in Nigeria with 7,000 naira. You will get a full chicken. Nice one.
Well spiced.
Yes.
Okay.
Even if you want to eat snail in Nigeria with 8,000, you eat a plate of snail. Now I'm just telling you, you know what? If you really want to enjoy Nigeria is actually okay for you to enjoy it. Okay. But what we are saying here is this: people that have money in Nigeria enjoy Nigeria. There is nobody that will have money in Nigeria that will not like to live here. But the people who doesn't have it, what they pass through is what we're talking about here. Like, anytime I'm here and I'm trying to say something, people think that I'm frustrated. No, I'm not. But I just feel like, yes,
Mr. Foley, are you ready to change party? If I say you should change party to go to the winning party, will you go?
Which all this party you are talking about, going there is just like you are going to a cemetery.
No, we will not tell you the name.
You are going to cemetery. They will bury whatever you are bringing in.
You say you want to work for Nigeria, isn't it?
I'm telling you, these people will bury whatever you are bringing in. They will before you can get to any position that will make people to know you don't already blast everything you have.
Folly.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Sorry,
yes.
It's not good as a Yoruba person to be asking somebody how many children or whatever.
Okay,
but if you look at how many children do you have?
I have 3, and I have 1 adopted.
Okay, so have you not seen people that bury In fact, they don't have 1/4 of what you have, and they have 6, they have 7, they have 8.
Yeah, there are many, and there are people that have more than me that have one.
Okay, so why are they the people that doesn't have? Why are they procreating like rats?
Yes, when you are trying to say things like that, okay, everybody with their own, even my own 3, I will say it's too much for me, because I get to know later that the kids we're having is not necessarily an investment. It's just something that you think you want to have here. By the time you go, they will replace what you have, whatever you have. Okay. If God can actually keep one for you, it's okay. 2 is okay. Okay. But those guys in question you are talking about, the only thing they do to enjoy themselves is sex. The only place they find pleasure in their life is when they are making sex.
And so, can't you use protection?
Those
Thank you,
guys.
Mr. Simba. Thank you, Mr. Simba.
Do you know? Do you know? Do you know what it takes for someone to go and buy condom?
Poly, condom to one. Only condom is beyond the poor.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay.
I'm here. Don't worry.
So you are saying the condom is expensive. Inflation,
very.
Dollar don't make condom they expensive.
The cheapest condom today is around 300 Naira.
You know, let me tell you.
Mr. Foley? How do you know, Mr. Foley?
Am I not on the street? I'm a street guy now.
You know what if you look at it holistically, Mr. Foley, you discover that one, if you look at the developed country, if the number of children that you have is just a measure of your primitivity. If you look at the primitive animals, the smallest animal, they are the one that have most children. As animals evolve in evolution and you see them getting advanced, the number of children that they used to have. Have you ever seen how many cows deliver twins? You see a cow having two babies at the same time. No, even a horse doesn't do that. Then, even if you look at a human being, developing country, that's where you see people procreating because they don't even take responsibility. In the midst of poverty, you just see them being reckless with their property. People that are rich, they even find it difficult to procreate the way the poor people procreate.
And I will tell you something. Sorry, let me just come in. Do you know anybody that are rich, apart from all these, even criminals? Anybody that are rich, that work to make money, do you know they were special beings? They were special species. Hope you know. Because to make money is not something. There's no magic in it.
You must have brain.
Process. Yeah.
You must have brain.
Yes, you must have brain, and you must take that process. It's a process. Some people believe it's prayer. I'm not saying prayer is not it, but you have